The night was heavy with fog, draped over the wasteland like a suffocating blanket. The bitter tang of gunpowder clung to the air, mixing with the stench of charred earth. Wei Long's boots struck the ground in a frantic rhythm, a thud-thud thud, each step trembling with desperation. His breaths came in short, ragged gasps. He wasn't running. He was fleeing. For all his years as a decorated soldier, experience became useless. Fear was all over him. His entire being as a human, overtaking every instinct he'd spent decades sharpening. This wasn't what he'd signed up for. Wei Long and his team was the most efficient military squad. They were spoken with awe, the squad who'd survived battles others wouldn't dare approach. He had led his squad through impossible odds, completed missions others deemed suicide, and emerged victorious every time. But not this time. The government had promised them everything: freedom, financial stability, care for his ailing parents. No more missions. Just one last job. However, there was no preparation, and the government seemed to be rushing them by sending an agent directly at their front doorstep. At that time, Wei Long contemplated a lot. It was too good to turn down, too good to be true that something felt wrong. Yet a broken bar, he'd agreed without hesitation. Why wouldn't he and his squad? Too many benefits that most of them couldn't refuse. But as the mission unfolded, it became clear why they hadn't bothered to prepare them. Preparation would have been useless. His squad of brothers who used to laugh in the face of death were now gone. All of them. The target, the so-called creature they were sent to neutralize, had torn through them like a knife and treated their squad as a cardboard material. They'd tried everything: bullets, explosives, airstrikes, so it didn't matter. The creature shrugged off their most advanced weapons like they were nothing. Its shimmering black scales deflected every attack, its monstrous form impervious to their desperate attempts. And now, it was hunting him as he was the only one left. Wei Long's instincts screamed at him to keep moving, to not look back. But then a low, guttural roar shattered the silence. A sound so deep it seemed to echo inside his chest ribs. It came from every direction at once. Ahead, he spotted a jagged hole in the ground, dark and gaping. He didn't think of anything. He dove in, despite smelling the air filled with damp and stank of rot. His hands shook as he pulled a small, worn cross from his pack. Clutching it tight, he muttered a desperate prayer. God, if you're listening, give me strength. Not mercy, just strength. Let it count. If I leave this life, my family. A low rumble interrupted his words. The ground quaked, loose stones tumbling around him. He froze, heart pounding, and looked up. An enormous reptilian eye filled the gap above. Its slit pupil narrowed as it locked onto him, the moonlight glinting off its glossy surface. Wei Long's breath caught. The eye vanished, replaced by a mouthful of jagged teeth, curling into what could only be described as a twisted grin. Claws scraped against the edges of the hole, sending chills down his spine. He scrambled back, raising his rifle with trembling hands. Bang! The shot echoed in the narrow space. Bang! Bang! Sparks flew as the bullets struck the creature's claws, but it didn't even flinch. Click! The rifle jammed. Wei Long cursed, his fingers fumbling for another weapon. His hand brushed against a cold surface of a grenade that was clipped to his belt. Above, the creature growled, its hot, putrid breath rushing into the hole. In a split second, the air shifted, pulling him closer to its gaping maw. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the grenade's pin and hurled it into the beast's throat. For a moment, there was silence. Then a boom. The explosion shook the ground, flames roaring out of the hole in a flash of green light. Wei Long pressed himself against the wall as searing heat licked at his skin. For a second, hope flickered. Maybe it was over. But then he saw it. The explosion had triggered something deep inside the creature, or some kind of bio-engineered core. The green flames intensified, roaring into an unstoppable inferno that consumed everything in their path. Wei Long didn't have time to think, to move, or even to scream. The darkness swallowed him whole. A broken bar, far away, in a hidden military headquarters buried deep beneath the earth. A room full of monitors displayed the aftermath. The screens showed the creature's lifeless body sprawled across the wasteland, its once impenetrable scales charred and cracked. The room erupted into cheers. Generals, commanders, and officials from allied nations stood, clapping and exchanging relieved smiles. One of the generals, a grizzled man with a thick gray mustache, spoke first. "It's over. The creature is dead." His voice was heavy with emotion. Another, a younger officer, shook his head in disbelief. "I can't believe it. After everything, a broken bar, it's finally over." An older woman, her uniform adorned with medals, leaned forward, her gaze fixed on the screen. "The creature's dead," she uttered. "We stopped it before it reached the ocean and evolved. The world owes that man everything." The gray-mustached general nodded solemnly. "We owe it all to him." To Wei Long. "If he didn't, I'm afraid that bioengineered weapon of destruction would have grown." He stopped. Silence fell over the room. Slowly, as one, they rose from their seats and saluted the screen where Wei Long's last stand played on a loop. "You have saved the world, soldier," the older woman said quietly. Her voice was thick with gratitude. "You have saved us from a global apocalypse that could have happened if that creature was released to the ocean." The room remained silent. Their salutes seemed determined. They knew the cost of this victory. Wei Long, the hero they had sent to face the impossible, had paid the ultimate price. His name would never be forgotten. In the history of mankind, there are warriors whose sacrifices shine brighter than their victories. Wei Long's light will never fade, for in his final hour, he shielded the world from the darkness. A broken bar. In an endless span of darkness, Wei Long was there, his body, or was it a body? A frozen. The last thing he remembered was the explosion, the searing heat, and the sensation of being swallowed by green flames. "Is this death?" he muttered. It was so dark he couldn't even see his hands if he still had them. Yet he could feel his thoughts moving, strangely detached from a body he wasn't entirely sure existed. "I hope they took good care of my family," he sighed. He felt too tired to think. He wanted to rest. Just as the despair of endless blackness began to creep in, a faint glow appeared before him. The glow expanded, forming some words. "Installing." Wei Long blinked. "What? Installing? Installing what?" He watched the glowing text flicker, the little pulsing dot at the end dragging on like a poor marching soldier. In a second, the screen shifted. The glow intensified, and new text appeared in a crisp, radiant font. Profile information of the bioengineered creature. Name, Wei Long. Level, 5 mortal beast. Age, 8 hours. Race, dinosaur hybrid. Current, juvenile dinosaur. Innate ability, predatory bioengineering. Clan, blue eyes white heaven dragons. Innate bioengineered abilities, bioengineered mortal healing. Peak, bioengineered mortal toxic scales. Peak, bioengineered mortal camouflage. Peak, bioengineered mortal reptilian communication. Peak, bioengineered mortal predatory senses. Peak, innate bioengineered hidden instincts. Unknown. Unknown. Wei Long stared at the glowing screen, with a messy head. "Wait, a broken bar? What? What does this mean?" "Is this me?" he gasped. "Do I have abilities?" "I'm a hybrid." "Yeah, broken bar. I'm 8 hours old." What in the name of every holy and unholy being is going on? The details clicked together in his head, and with a sinking feeling, he came to a horrifying conclusion. "Wait a second, a broken bar dinosaur hybrid? These abilities are broken bar bioengineering? Don't tell me a broken bar." His voice trembled. "Don't tell me I've been turned into that creature." His heart or whatever he had now erased. It was possible. It was extremely possible. After all, the government had done crazier things. They'd promised him a cushy retirement and a peaceful life. But what if their real plan had been to experiment on him all along? What if they had turned him into the very thing he had been sent to destroy? No, 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 no. Wei Long panicked, flailing or at least, trying to. He wasn't entirely sure he had limbs anymore, but the sensation of movement remained. "This can't be happening. I survived countless wars for this." Before his spiraling thoughts could consume him entirely, a faint purple glow appeared. It was soft at first, but it grew brighter, washing over his senses like a sunrise breaking over a shadowy battlefield. Suddenly, Wei Long felt everything. His senses sharpened, heightening to an unnatural degree. The faintest rustles and whispers reached his ears, the vibrations of existence themselves brushing against his skin or scales. He heard a sound. It was faint but unmistakable. The soft tapping of a heartbeat. Then another, and another. The darkness faded, revealing a dim, cavernous space. Before him, nestled in a pool of strange luminescent liquid, was a massive egg. Its surface was pearlescent, shimmering with hues of blue and white. Inside, curled up and glowing faintly, was a creature. Wei Long stared, bewildered. What a broken bar! What is that? Is that a broken bar? The creature was small, almost skeletal, with delicate limbs and shimmering white scales that glowed faintly in the dim light. Its head was reptilian, adorned with faint ridges that hinted at horns yet to grow. It looked a broken bar, fragile, almost cute. Wei Long's breath hitched. No way, a broken bar! Don't tell me a broken bar. Tentatively, he tried to move his hand. The moment he thought about it, the baby creature inside the egg twitched, its tiny clawed hand mirroring his intention. Wei Long froze. Number. No, no. Number. Don't tell me this, Isa. He willed his hand to move again, but the creature's tiny claws wiggled in perfect synchronization. Wei Long's heart, or whatever organ he now possessed, lurched. This is me. There's a broken bar baby dinosaur is me. Just as he began to process this bizarre revelation, his heightened senses picked up something else. Voices, distant and faint, yet distinct. They didn't sound human. Their tones were melodic, ethereal, like the gentle chime of wind against crystal. The words drifted to him, carried on unseen currents. The blue eyes white heaven dragons have birthed another, one voice said, its tone reverent. Yes, another replied, this one deeper and more resonant. Once every chaos void, our clan's bloodline strengthens. The strongest racier chaos dragons will rise again through their descendants. Finally, a third voice chimed in, smooth and lilting. Our clan's glory will be restored. The heavens themselves will tremble before the might of the blue eyes white heaven dragons. Wei Long's mind raced. Blue eyes white heaven dragons? Chaos void? Strongest race? He felt like he was caught in some strange cultivation fantasy story. But before he could dwell on it, the voices continued. Wait, one of them said, sounding startled. Do you feel that? Yes. Another replied, the egg a broken bar, it already has consciousness like others. The ethereal voices jumble around Wei Long, echoing in the dim expanse of his surroundings. A pure dragon, a broken bar in one of the Fuwaki. One voice exclaimed, its tone filled with reverence and excitement. Truly blessed by the heavens. Another chimed in, to find one already possessing consciousness, this is a sign. Quickly, we must take it to the heaven newborn spring. Only then can it properly awaken and begin its journey as one of the purest among the heaven dragon clan. Wei Long felt the tremor through the egg before anything else. His heightened senses buzzed with new stimuli as the surface of his egg began to hum faintly, then shuddered. A weightless sensation washed over him as the egg of his egg began to rise. It was surreal. He had no control over what was happening, but he could feel everything. I'm floating a broken bar? What kind of advanced technology is this? Wei Long wondered. But as his senses expanded, he realized something crucial. This wasn't a laboratory. The sterile smell of chemicals and cold steel wasn't present. Instead, there was another worldly energy, faintly sweet and warm, like sunlight filtering through ancient forests. This isn't the government's doing a broken bar. This is something else entirely, he thought. His mind pieced it together, however hesitant. The way these voices spoke, the reverence in their tones, the mentions of clans and purity, this was unmistakably a cultivation world. But why couldn't he see their faces? With his heightened senses, he should have been able to. He could make out the flowing robes they wore, shimmering with celestial patterns that seemed to ripple with every movement. He could hear the rustle of fabric and the faint hum of spiritual energy surrounding them. Yet, their faces were hidden from him, as though cloaked in mist. Why can't I see them? He thought. The mystery gnawed at him, but he had no time to dwell on it. The two figures carried Hema, or rather, the egg, toward an enormous, intricately carved door. Its surface gleamed with a pearly white radiance, and dragon motifs coiled and danced across it as though alive. It was breathtaking. Standing beside the door was an elderly figure, hunched slightly but exuding an aura of immense authority. His robe shimmered like the night sky, and his voice was deep and resonant. The elder's eyes, sharp and glowing faintly, swept over the egg. A consciousness. Good. Take it inside swiftly. The heaven newborn spring awaits. The two figures nodded deeply, bowing slightly to the elder. Thank you, elder, they said in unison before stepping forward and pushing the heavy door open. Wei Long caught glimpses of the elder's expression, his lips moving in what appeared to be an approving mumble. But Wei Long's mind couldn't settle. Why are they so obsessed with this pure thing? What happens if a dragon isn't pure? The question in his mind felt eerie that he couldn't take it out his head. Once the two figures disappeared into the radiant doorway, Wei Long's heightened hearing picked up the elder's low voice again, speaking to someone just out of sight. How many impure were found this cycle? The elder asked, his tone cool and impassive. Exactly 114, elder, came the reply. The elder paused, his voice heavy with judgment. How impure are they? The answer came quickly. 20 possess most of the Heaven Dragon clan's purity, 60 are half-bloods, 27 are below half-blood, and 7 are broken bar are completely impure. The elder let out a long breath, as though the words disappointed him. The below half-blood and completely impure ones ascend them to the lowest realm under the Heaven Dragon clan's domain. They are unworthy to remain in the higher realms. Wei Long felt his metaphorical stomach drop. What? Sent to the lowest realm? The elder continued, his voice unflinching. The half-bloods can be sent to the fourth realm. Their worth is limited, but they may yet serve in minor capacities. As for those closest to purity, they shall remain in the second realm for training and observation. We must ensure that the clan's strength is preserved. Wei Long's mind reeled. Lower realms? Higher realms? Just how vast is this world? And what kind of hierarchy is this? The sheer scale of it all boggled his mind. The two figures soon returned from beyond the door, nodding politely to the elder before moving off elsewhere. Wei Long was left alone for a moment, floating in his egg and stewing in his thoughts. This is insane. Just how obsessed are they with this purity thing? What if I wasn't pure? Would they have tossed me into some desolate wasteland? This place here broken bar. This place is dangerous. Isn't he a dinosaur? What if he's not pure? Having nothing else to do, Wei Long turned his attention to the translucent screen still hovering before his vision. It glowed faintly, ever-present and inviting. Curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to examine the abilities listed. Let's see what I've got, he muttered, his claw or the thought of his claw hovering over the first ability. He clicked on it. Wei Long scrolled through the translucent screen before him, his focus fixed on his abilities. Each one sounded confusing. Bio-engineered mortal healing, peak. Bio-engineered mortal toxic scales, peak. Bio-engineered mortal camouflage, peak. It was like something out of a sci-fi novel. His abilities. What is that mortal word? What is the use of it? The absurdity of his situation actually made him relax for a moment. All right, Wei Long, he thought, leaning into his odd reptilian body. This might not be too bad. Just keep a low profile and figure out the rules of this world. I've got this. But his calm didn't last that long. The ground beneath him began to tremble violently. A deep, resonating hum filled the air, rattling the egg he was nestled in. Wei Long's heightened senses flared to life. He could hear faint gasps and excited murmurs beyond the trembling shell. Then, the sky above grew impossibly bright. Blinding rays of light pierced through what seemed to be the clouds, illuminating the area in a radiant, otherworldly glow. Ethereal floating islands emerged from the sky, each one glimmering with cascading waterfalls and vibrant greenery. They looked like fragments of paradise suspended in the heavens. Wei Long's sharp eyes caught sight of celestial beasts circling the Alenza dragons, phoenixes, and serpents of unimaginable beauty. A booming voice echoed across the realm, deep and commanding, yet melodic to the ear. Let the awakening begin. The crowd roared in response, their cheers were loud. Wei Long, still confined in his egg, watched the spectacle in stunned silence. Then, he felt a warm sensation spreading across his body, sinking into his very essence. The glow of the heaven newborn spring touched every egg, coaxing life from within. Suddenly, eggs began to crack open one by one around him. Small, pure white creatures emerged, their delicate forms shining with an innocent light. The newborn dragons chirped softly, their big, curious eyes drawing even more cheers from the crowd. Wei Long observed them with fascination. Despite himself, he found the little creatures strangely cute. Their pristine scales gleamed like polished pearls, and their tiny wings fluttered as they stumbled forward. The crowd was ecstatic. Look at them. Such purity, such grace. The future of the Heaven Dragon clan is bright indeed. But soon, the cheers turned into murmurs of confusion. Wei Long's egg was still whole. As the moments dragged on, the murmurs turned into tense whispers. Why hasn't that one hatched yet? Is it truly pure-blooded? The purer the bloodline, the faster they awaken. Could it be broken bar impure? The growing accusations sent a surge of anger through Wei Long. Despite his past as a decorated soldier trained to remain calm in dire situations, something deep inside him stirred a primal fury he couldn't contain. Impure, the word echoed in his mind. Suddenly, his vision blurred as an intense heat coursed through his body. His breathing quickened, and he felt his heartbeat pounding like war drums. His skeena, or what should have been his skeena, began to change. Veins bulged across his body, their teal hue glowing faintly, pulsating like rivers of raw energy. The color wasn't calming or serene, it was terrifying. The teal veins twisted and writhed across his reptilian form, exuding a sinister aura that made the crowd gasp in shock. Inside the egg, Wei Long was helpless to stop it. The glow of his veins intensified, radiating a chilling power. He felt his instincts taking over, his rational mind slipping away. The anger, the indignation of it was feeding something dormant within him. What is this? What's happening to me? Then, the egg cracked. A sharp, jagged sound pierced the air as a web of fractures spread across the shell. Crack, crackle. The crowd fell silent. All eyes turned to Wei Long's egg. The shell broke apart, piece by piece, until he finally emerged. His body was pure white at first, as if sculpted from the finest jade. His scales gleamed with an unearthly brilliance, his form immaculate. For a brief moment, the crowd stood in awe. But then, they saw it. The terrifying teal veins crawled across his body, glowing brighter with every passing second. They pulsed in sync with his heartbeat, exuding a foreboding light that sent shivers through the crowd. His reptilian eyes, glowing faintly, locked onto the stunned onlookers with a predatory intensity. What a broken bar! What is that? Someone whispered, their voice trembling. That a broken bar? That isn't a blue eyes white heaven dragon of our clan. Another voice shouted, look at those veins. That's not purity, that's a broken bar, something else. The crowd erupted into chaos, their cheers turning to shouts of anger and fear. Send it back. One voice roared. Send it to the lowest realm. That thing doesn't belong here. The chants grew louder, more frenzied. Send it back. Send it back. Wei Long's anger surged once more. The veins across his body pulsed violently, their glow becoming blinding. He couldn't control it. His heightened senses went into overdrive, picking up every word, every insult, every heartbeat of those watching him. And then, he felt it. His body became lighter, unnaturally so. The air around him shimmered as if reality itself were bending. He could feel space distorting, his body being pulled away. They're teleporting me. Wei Long realized, his mind snapping into focus. The translucent screen before him flickered. His abilities began to glow one by one, their names lighting up in rapid succession. Wei Long didn't know how, but he felt something inside him ignite. I won't let this happen. The teal glow erupted like a storm, engulfing him entirely. The crowd froze, their faces pale with fear. What a broken bar! What is it doing? Someone screamed. The elder at the gate rushed forward, his expression grave. Stop it. Contain it before it's too late. But it was already too late. Wei Long's body flared with energy, and the last thing he saw before his vision turned hazy was the horrified faces of the crowd. They will pay. With that, Wei Long leapt from one small dragon to another. His body glowed with that terrifying teal light, but his actions weren't violent. He didn't hurt the others. Instead, he touched them gently, almost instinctively. Yet, the moment his claws made contact, a strange phenomenon began to unfold. One by one, the newborn dragons he touched began glowing faintly. It was as if a chain reaction had started, spreading from one hatchling to the next. The crowd gasped in unison. What is happening? Someone shrieked, their voice echoing across the ethereal chamber. Stop him. He's doing something to the pure ones. Don't let him touch another. But it was too late. The moment the last hatchling was touched, a powerful ripple of energy surged through the air, crackling like thunder. And then, they vanished. In an instant, Wei Long and the other newborn dragons disappeared as if they had never existed. The crowd fell silent, their stunned faces mirroring the shock that gripped the entire realm. One elder broke the silence, his voice trembling. They are gone. All of them. The pure honors of they've been dragged away by that impure creature. Gasps erupted. Then came the wailing. This is a catastrophe. The purer-blooded ones. They won't survive in the lower realm. They'll be deprived of resources so they'll never reach their potential. How could this happen? An impure one with such intelligence. It's unnatural. Unholy. The voices grew louder, overlapping in a cacophony of despair and rage. He must pay. Someone bellowed, their voice shaking with fury. That vile impure creature has ruined everything. Another cried out, we must retrieve them. The future of the Heaven Dragon clan depends on their return. But then, the chaos was abruptly silenced by a deep, resonating voice. It carried an authority that demanded obedience, and the air seemed to thrum with its power. Silence. The voice boomed, echoing across the chamber like a thunderclap. The crowd immediately quieted, their heads bowing in reverence. The voice spoke again, this time with a somber tone. What has happened is unfortunate. The impure one's actions are irreversible. The purer-blooded ones have been dragged to the lower realm. A voice dared to question, what should we do, Great Ancestor? We cannot abandon them. The Great Ancestor's reply was cold and deliberate. We have no choice. To leave them in the lower realm without aid would be a greater tragedy. We must create an environment for them to grow and return to us. But how? Another elder asked hesitantly. The Great Ancestor's tone darkened. We will send dangerous creatures to the lower realm, beasts of unparalleled ferocity. We will turn the realm into a crucible. Only by surviving such trials can the purer-blooded ones achieve their true potential. Murmurs of discontent trickled through the crowd. But that will endanger the realm's balance. One elder protested. The mortals there will suffer greatly. Is there no other way? The Great Ancestor's voice hardened. This is the only way. The survival of the Heaven Dragon clan takes precedence over all else. The impure one has forced our hand. They must grow stronger and return, no matter the cost. The crowd fell silent, their hearts heavy with the weight of the decision. The purer-blooded dragons, their brightest hope, had been cast into a realm unworthy of their lineage. And it was all because of the impure one. He must pay, someone whispered again, their voice trembling with anger. The sentiment spread like wildfire, soon it became chant. He must pay. He must pay. The Great Ancestor did not stop them. He simply watched as their cries echoed through the ethereal chamber, his expression unreadable. A broken bar. Meanwhile, in the Fu realm, where the cultivators discovered a better and more powerful spiritual energy, a spiritual essence that would only appear whenever they fully tamed, controlled, or enslaved beasts, the skies suddenly darkened. Across the vast landscapes, ancient cultivators stirred from their meditations, their eyes snapping open as they felt the disturbance in the air. Deep in a shadowy forest, a figure sat cross-legged on a stone platform surrounded by towering black trees. His body was cloaked in thick, swirling mists, and beside him crouched a massive, multi-eyed beast with fangs dripping an acidic green liquid. The beast growled lowly as the cultivator's lips curled into a faint smile. The heavens have opened, the man murmured, his voice gravelly and laced with excitement. An opportunity descends upon the Fu realm. How rare! In a crumbling temple atop a jagged mountain, a woman dressed in blood-red robes stood before a shrine. Her hair billowed around her as if caught in an unseen storm, and behind her loomed a shadowy serpent with crimson eyes. Her smile was sharp, predatory. So, she said softly, her voice carrying an eerie melody. The heavens have gifted us a boon. Let us see what treasures fall from above. At the heart of a sprawling desert, a figure cloaked in golden light knelt in the sand. His body shimmered with an ethereal glow, and behind him, a colossal creature with a lion's body and an eagle's wings stood vigilantly. The figure opened his eyes, revealing irises like molten gold. The heavens stir, he said, his voice calm yet filled with resolve. Something significant has entered this realm. I must uncover its secrets. In the depths of a dark, ancient cave, A skeletal figure draped in tattered robes sat on a throne of bones. Around him slithered countless shadowy tendrils, their movements hypnotic. The figure's hollow eyes glowed faintly as he chuckled. "The heavens have opened, and chaos follows," he rasped. "What delightful chaos this shall be." The tremors across the Fu realm intensified as the remnants of Wei Long and the newborn dragon's arrival rippled through the land. Beasts roared, rivers churned, and winds howled as the balance of the realm shifted. In the distance, Wei Long lay amidst the glowing forms of the newborn dragons. His teal veins still pulsed faintly as his body stirred, his mind racing to make sense of his new surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, his arrival had already drawn the attention of some of the most powerful beings in the Fu realm. This is where the real story begins. Wei Long felt an uneasy weight in his chest as he tried to process everything. The way he had lost control earlier, the rage, the spite to take the other young dragons to the lower realm, and the glowing veins, and none of it was him. It was almost as if the very creature whose body he now inhabited had taken over for a moment. He could only assume it was tied to this body's nature, being bioengineered to be the pinnacle of predation. Insulting such a creature as impure. Maybe it was hardwired into this body to lash out at any perceived threat to its bride or survival. It made sense in a twisted, terrifying way. Still, as a soldier who prided himself on self-control, Wei Long couldn't let this primitive instinct take over. He sighed. If his new body allowed such a thing, it could mean death. And soon, he opened his eyes. It was pitch black around him, but his heightened senses caught the faintest glimmer of light ahead. For now, that was his goal. Just as he was about to stand, a sharp sensation made his spine go cold. His body tensed, and then, ding, satisfaction, 40%, 100%. Hydration, 20%, 100%. Warning, satisfaction below 50% and hydration below 30% will result in the host losing rationality. Host will be driven purely by bioengineered dinosaur instincts. Wei Long barely had time to process the message before his mind was overtaken by a single, primal urge. Eat. The word slammed in his brain, blocking out all other thoughts he had. Eat. Suddenly, another notification appeared. The juvenile dinosaur is extremely hungry and thirsty. Innate bioengineered instincts activated. Unknown instinct activated. Unknown instinct activated. His rationality was swept away by hunger and thirst. However, his vision was immediately sharpened, his senses honed, and his small, clawed hands trembled as he rose to his feet. It was dark, but he didn't care. He saw a light, and that light ahead served as his only guide. His veins began to pulse again, glowing with a strange, unnerving color that shimmered between green and blue, like an otherworldly bioluminescence. They seemed to hum in rhythm with his heartbeat, making his small, skeletal frame look both haunting and predatory. Driven by hunger, Wei Long stumbled forward, his tiny feet crunching softly against the forest floor. Suddenly, his enhanced senses locked onto movement to a faint rustling sound nearby. His sharp, glowing eyes caught sight of a small creature perched on a leaf. Level 0.8 mortal beast, cicada. Wei Long didn't think. He lunged, jaws snapping. The cicada barely had time to flutter its wings before it was swallowed whole. Satisfaction, 40.8%, 100%. Hydration, 20.2%. 100%. The notification showed enough changed. It wasn't enough. Another rustle. Another insect. Wei Long pounced on it with animalistic desire for violence, his sharp claws catching it midair before shoving it into his mouth. Satisfaction, 41.5%, 100%. Hydration, 20.5%, 100%. Still not enough. He sniffed the air, his predatory senses honing in on the faintest vibrations. A beetle crawled along the bark of a nearby tree. Level 0.9 mortal beast, stag beetle. Wei Long leapt, biting down on its tough shell. The crunch was satisfying, but the satisfaction was relentless. Satisfaction, 42.4%, 100%. Hydration, 21.1%. 100%. Another. Then another. A swarm of tiny ants moving in a line caught his attention, and without hesitation, he scooped them up by the handful. The numbers ticked upward, Agonizingly slow. Satisfaction, 43.2%. 44.7%. 45.9%. But his hunger and thirst was far from sated. Wei Long's veins pulsed brighter. He stumbled upon a cricket next. Level 1.0 mortal beast, jungle cricket. It tried to leap away, but Wei Long was faster. His jaws clamped down, and the system responded with its cold, mechanical voice. Satisfaction, 47.1%, 100%. Hydration, 23.4%. 100%. Wei Long's tiny body moved instinctively now, his sharp senses leading him from one prey to the next. He devoured centipedes, spiders, even a strange glowing caterpillar that shimmered like starlight. Level 1.1 mortal beast, moonlight caterpillar. The taste was oddly sweet, but Wei Long didn't care. All that mattered was the hunger and thirst that was dug deep in his prehistoric head. Satisfaction, 48.5%. 100%. Hydration, 26.1%, 100%. Finally, he came across a cluster of moths flitting around a glowing mushroom. Level 1.2 mortal beasts, lunar moths. Wei Long lunged into the cluster, snapping his jaws and catching several at once. The warm glow of their wings illuminated his terrifying, glowing veins as he chewed. Satisfaction, 50.1%, 100%. Hydration, 30.2%, 100%. For the first time since the system's warning, Wei Long felt his mind clear. Swoosh! The pounding hunger and thirst in his prehistoric chest subsided, and the insistent voice in his head faded. He stopped moving as his body was still trembling slightly from the frenzy. Wei Long blinked, his rationality returning as he looked at the carnage around him. Scattered wings, crushed shells, and broken leaves marked his path. He stared at his small claws, still faintly glowing, and let out a shaky exhale. What was that? He muttered. Shaking his head, Wei Long suppressed the panic. Focus, he muttered under his breath. He understood. It was the same thing when he was in the upper realm, when the pride was hit. Hunger, thirst and pride seemed to make him act not himself. The bioengineered instinct is taking over me. The bioengineered dinosaur within him was like a shadow stretching its claws across his mind. If he let satisfaction or hydration or pride weaken his hold, he'd lose himself again. He needed a plan. He looked around, scanning the forest with a soldier's discipline. Shelter, water, food, territory. These were his priorities. Always the basics first, a foundation before expansion. His gaze locked on the faint trail leading back to where he had come. The cave. The path twisted through gnarled roots and fallen leaves, an uneven trail marked by his earlier stumble. Soon, the massive tree he had noticed before came into view, its colossal roots cradling the yawning mouth of the cave. The shadows inside were deep and impenetrable. Wei Long stepped cautiously toward the entrance. His clawed toes scraped against the rough bark of roots, and a faint thud echoed as he pressed against the ground to stabilize himself. The air inside the cave was cool, carrying a faint dampness that clung to his skin. Drip, drip. Water droplets fell in slow intervals from the jagged ceiling, disappearing into the earth below. Wei Long ran his claws along the walls, testing the solidity. His claws met resistance sear hard earth and rock. The cave was stable. He nodded to himself. Good enough, there's water too. But his satisfaction waned as he thought deeper. A single entrance made it both a refuge and a potential trap. If something larger or smarter came hunting, he'd be caught. Wei Long stepped back out into the dappled forest light. The idea of making another hole as another exit plan was on his head, but he grimaced, glancing at his small, clawed hands. He wasn't strong enough yet to dig through rock. For now, his camouflage ability would have to be his fallback. Ding! A faint, glowing screen appeared in Wei Long's peripheral vision. He groaned as he read the updated status. Satisfaction, 50%. 100%. Hydration, 30.1%, 100%. Shit, he cursed softly. His eyes darkened, and for a brief moment, the edges of his vision shimmered with a ghostly green aura. He clenched his jaw and fought the creeping influence of his bioengineered side. I need to hunt. The forest greeted him with a flurry of sensations, the distant rustle of leaves, the faint hum of insects, and the musty smell of damp earth. Moving with quiet precision, he scanned his surroundings. His sharp, reptilian eyes quickly spotted a scurrying trail of ants disappearing into a nearby hollow log. He lunged, his claws digging into the rotten wood with a crack. Dozens of wriggling insects scrambled for safety, but Wei Long was faster. He snapped them on time. They tasted bitter, almost metallic. He grimaced but swallowed. Soon, his status updated. Satisfaction, 50.4%, 100%. Hydration, 30.7%, 100%. Not enough, he muttered. I need more. Larger prey meant greater risk, though he wasn't sure if his weakened state could handle it. For now, he focused on smaller targets, beetles hiding under rocks, a caterpillar clinging to a low-hanging branch. The monotonous crunch of chitin became a rhythm that soothed his mind, if not his satisfaction. By the time he returned to the cave, the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor. In his claws and arms, he carried the fruits of his hunt, a bundle of limp insects, their legs dangling lifelessly. Wei Long trudged into his shelter. His claws clicked against the cave floor as he dropped his haul in a pile. He hadn't eaten everything, saving some for another purpose. In his head, he checked his current status. Satisfaction, 51.1%, 100%. Hydration, 32%, 100%. One by one, Wei Long snapped the insects clean in half, the soft crunch of their brittle exoskeletons oddly satisfying. He placed the mutilated bugs near the cave's entrance, carefully arranging them like a bizarre buffet. If an insect could have a funeral, this wasn't it. Sorry, buddies, he thought, though he didn't feel particularly sorry. After all, survival wasn't about being polite. Crouching just inside the shadows, Wei Long let the darkness wrap around him like a comforting old blanket. His heightened senses made the pitch-black surroundings as familiar as daylight, his reptilian eyes slicing through the murk effortlessly. His camouflage melded his faint outline into the rocky contours of the cave wall. The plan was simply bait the bait-eaters. Fishing, but with more crunch. Time dragged on, the silence broken only by the occasional plop of water dripping onto stone. Then, flap flap flap. The sound of wings echoed faintly. Wei Long tensed, his claws digging into the dirt beneath him. The creature appeared, swooping down near the cave entrance. Its leathery wings cast shifting shadows across the cave walls, their veined surfaces like parchment illuminated by moonlight. The beast was small but wiry, with fur the color of charred wood and a face sporting oversized fangs that seemed too big for its own jaw. A pair of glowing, predatory eyes scanned the bait with measured intent. Above its head, faint text shimmered into existence: Mortal Beast Level 3, Titanite Bat. Wei Long smirked, his sharp teeth glinting faintly in the dark. Titanite Bat? Who named you? A drunk scholar? He whispered. Humor aside, this was exactly what he was hoping for. It was bigger, meatier, and, most importantly, not another crunchy bug. As the bat's claws scrabbled at the ground, inspecting the insect pile, Wei Long made his move. Like a predator born from nightmares, he leapt silently from the darkness. His jaws clamped down on the creature's wing with an audible crunch. The bat let out a high-pitched shriek that ricocheted off the cave walls like an alarm bell. It flailed, trying desperately to take flight, but with one wing rendered useless, it stumbled awkwardly along the ground. Wei Long hissed, his reptilian instincts sharpening. The bat turned to flee, but he was faster. His baby dinosaur claws hooked into its scraggly fur, yanking it back with a sudden jerk. Then, with a swift and deliberate move, he drove one of his taloned feet down hard onto the struggling bat's back. The impact forced a pitiful growl from the creature, but Wei Long didn't flinch. No time for struggling, Wei Long muttered coldly. He lowered his jaws and clamped them round the bat's neck. With a powerful, immediate crunch, he severed the creature's life with one movement. The bat twitched briefly, its will to fight already fading. The harsh stillness of nature took over again. Survival of the fittest, Wei Long mused, wiping his mouth with the back of his claw. Nothing personal, buddy. As he began consuming the carcass, a familiar sound chimed in his head. Ding. The host detected and devoured a new type of DNA. Would you like to bioengineer it and take the most suitable ability? Wei Long's lips curled into a grin, his sharp teeth glistening. Do you even need to ask? Of course. The system responded. Ding. The host gained echolocation. Would you like to bioengineer it to its peak potential? He didn't hesitate. Absolutely. Another message appeared, this time less exciting. Ding. To bioengineer this ability to its peak, the host must consume 12 titanite baths during the night. During the process, the host cannot level up nor quench the thirst and hunger. Progress, 1/12. Wei Long froze, blinking at the floating notification. His grin faltered, replaced by an exasperated sigh. So, you're saying I need to turn this into an all-you-can-eat titter buffet? Great. Guess I'll be the Bat Boogeyman now. Still, the promise of fully developed echolocation was tempting, even if it meant chomping through 11 more of these leathery nightmares. He looked down at the now dead bat, its limp body a reminder of the effort required. He tilted his head, then shrugged. Without further ado, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the bat whole in one grotesque gulp. He grimaced at the taste to a mix of burnt leather and raw iron. Bleh. Bat jerky, not exactly five-star cuisine, he muttered to himself. Settling back into the shadows, Wei Long licked his claws clean, his glowing eyes scanning the cave entrance for movement. He was ready. All he had to do now was wait for his next unfortunate visitor. Meanwhile, Wei Long sat back in the shadows for a few seconds, eyeing the floating notifications in front him. He suddenly lifted one claw in thought before making up his mind. You know what? I cancel the bioengineering mission, he said aloud, shrugging. The system's response came instantly, cold and efficient. Ding. Echolocation bioengineering process is cancelled. The host must wait 10 days to bioengineer this ability again. Wei Long blinked. 10 days? He muttered, scratching his head. Didn't see that coming. He sat in silence for a beat, then shook his head with a faint smile. Well, no big deal. What's echolocation worth if I'm out here losing my mind every time I get a little hungry? Priorities first. His gaze wandered back to the entrance of the cave, where his carefully placed bait pile waited for its next victim. The sight made his stomach growl. He groaned, resting a clawed hand over his midsection. Hunger and thirst clawed at his insides like nagging imps. If either dropped too low, he knew what would happen. He didn't want to think about it. It wasn't just losing control. It was like losing himself, becoming a raging beast. That feeling of emptiness, of being dead to his own mind. No, he wasn't letting it happen again. 10 days can wait. Food and water couldn't. And so, the hunt continues. Soon enough, movement near the bait pile snapped Wei Long back to attention. The rustling of leaves and faint skittering sounds signaled new arrivals. His sharp eyes darted toward the source. Several creatures had wandered into the feast he'd laid out. The first was a plump rodent, no bigger than a cat. It had slick brown fur and glowing red eyes that darted nervously as it nibbled on a bug. Above it, faint glowing text read, Mortal Beast Level 2. Ember-fanged rat. Its tiny mouth parted to reveal jagged fangs, the tips faintly glowing as if holding embers. Wei Long's mind raced. Ember-fang rat, a broken barbite enhancing flames? The thought tempted him, but he stayed put, waiting. The second creature approached the pile, flapping down noisily and landing with a sharp caw. A large, vulture-like bird with feathers that shimmered faintly like oil in sunlight picked at the bait. Mortal Beast Level 4. Duskhorn scavenger. A tiny, jagged horn jutted out of its beak, glimmering with airy purple energy. A scavenger bird with dark energy, a broken or maybe a horn-based attack ability. Wei Long flexed his claws as if testing the idea. Useful, but he stayed hidden, his focus sharp, as if the universe was toying with him. The rustling continued, and a third creature ambled into view. A small, lizard-like beast with moss and mushrooms growing along its spine. It flicked its tongue lazily, almost ignoring the insects entirely. Mortal Beast Level 3, Verdant Spore Gecko. Tiny green spores occasionally puffed out of its back, releasing a faint glow. Wei Long inhaled and recognized the subtle, sweet-smelling poison in the air. A spore beast. Poisoned air, maybe? Interesting. A broken bar. Despite his growing curiosity, A louder growl rumbled in his stomach. His hunger and thirst notifications hovered in the corner of his vision, taunting him. Satisfaction, 50.2%, a 50.5%. Hydration, 40.3%, a 41.1%. It wasn't enough. Not nearly. Wei Long clenched his claws. Survival now. Powers later. Wei Long hesitated, his predatory eyes darting between the three creatures. Each offered potential advantages, new abilities to bioengineer, and strength for his growing arsenal. He chewed his lower lip thoughtfully, the tiny ridges of his developing dinosaur teeth digging into his skin. Ember Fang could help me with sharper bites in close combat, he muttered, crouched low as he tracked its jittery movements. Duskhorn Scavenger, Dark Energy Horn Attacker, I could work with that. And the Spore Gecko? Could you imagine the combos with poison spores and camouflage? But his stomach had other plans. Another audible growl forced his priorities to align. Food first, he grumbled, inching closer toward the edge of the shadows. No point in building powers if I am dead before I use them. Plus, I have bioengineered dinosaur toxic scales anyway. Wei Long struck fast. His small but agile form darted into the clearing. The ember-fanged rat barely had time to screech before his claws pinned it to the ground. A sharp twist of its neck ended its struggle. Next was the Duskhorn Scavenger, which attempted to take flight, flapping its oily wings furiously. Wei Long leapt upward, swatting it mid-air with a swipe. His claws shredded through its chest, sending it tumbling back to the dirt. The verdant spore gecko hissed, releasing a cloud of glowing toxins. Wei Long held his breath, using a burst of speed to tackle it before the gas could spread further. Its squirming form fell limp as his jaws crushed its neck with finality. Breathing heavily, Wei Long dragged all three back toward the cave. The taste of the rat's bitter blood and the gecko's earthy flesh weren't appetizing, but they filled his growing hunger. As he worked through his impromptu feast, he noticed the notification ticking upward. Satisfaction, 60.7%, 100%. Hydration, 47%, 100%. Leaning back against the cool wall of the cave, Wei Long exhaled in relief. His body still craved more sustenance, but for now, the dangerous pull of madness had ebbed. He could think clearly again. I'll hit 70 and 60, then consider abilities, he muttered, patting his slightly fuller stomach. Powers are no good without a sound mind. As the quiet settled again, Wei Long felt the first stirrings of comfort. For once, he allowed himself to relax, his body still and heavy from the meal. But that calm was shattered by a faint noise. Crunch. Crunch. The sound of heavy, deliberate steps echoed faintly through the forest. Wei Long's eyes snapped open, and his body froze. His senses went on high alert as he pressed himself deeper into the shadows, holding his breath. What was out there? The presence was suffocating, heavier than the air in the cave, making Wei Long's chest feel like a stone had lodged itself inside. He kept himself perfectly still, not even daring to blink as the sound of footsteps and sniffing became more pronounced. His enhanced senses screamed at him, sharpening to the point of discomfort, every crunch of leaves and shift of weight outside amplifying in his mind like a crashing cymbal. Then, a shape materialized at the cave entrance. A large nose, its damp surface glistening under the faint moonlight, peeked in. Wei Long's claws instinctively tightened into the earth beneath him, carving grooves as his reptilian mind screamed to strike here or run. Ding! The system's notification materialized in the corner of his vision. Mortal Beast Level 11, Fury Wolf. Wei Long's stomach lurched at the sight. The creature's rank far exceeded his ability to fight or escape unscathed. The wolf's nose twitched, sniffing methodically, pulling in the mix of smells lingering from the bait pile and fresh gills. Its breath was hot and sharp, like stale iron, filling the narrow cave with its scent. Stay hidden, stay small. Wei Long mentally chanted, his camouflage blending him seamlessly into the earthy wall of the cave. Suddenly, a high-pitched whistle pierced the tension, sharp and commanding. Wei Long's ears rang, every nerve in his body tightening as he processed the new threat. A human voice. What is it, boy? The voice asked, calm yet authoritative, echoing faintly in the quiet forest. The fury wolf growled low in its throat, a deep rumble that felt more like a tremor through the ground than sound. You smell something strange? The voice continued, tone sharp with curiosity. What is it this time? Spit it out. Wei Long listened intently, frozen in place as the man's words played out. The wolf growled again, louder, pacing slightly outside the cave's entrance. "Ha," the man said, drawing the word out thoughtfully. "A strange mix of scents all in one place. Rodent, scavenger bird, spore beast. Did some poor creature leave a feast behind, or did you stumble onto a battleground?" The wolf gave a single, sharp woof in reply. "Well, nothing above the 8th stage in this area so far. If it's still here, it's likely the weakest kind of mortal beast. Definitely not a threat for new disciples to tame tomorrow." "Disciples?" Wei Long's reptilian eyes narrowed slightly. "A training ground?" The fury wolf sniffed once more, its nose dipping closer into the entrance. Wei Long didn't breathe. His body screamed to act, but his instincts won out. Against something this stronger he had no chance. "Well, we're not here for tiny pests," the man said, his voice softening but losing none of its authority. "Still, double-check the surrounding area. I'll be damned if we let one of the higher stage creatures wander near the disciples' route. You know the drill. Anything above the 8th stage needs to be dealt with swiftly and cleanly. Kill it twice over if you have to." The wolf barked once in acknowledgement before its massive frame turned, its tail brushing lightly against the edge of the cave entrance. For one agonizing second, Wei Long thought it might glance back but it didn't. Outside, Wei Long's sharp ears picked up the wolf prowling through the area. Every crunch of the forest floor, every faint sniff echoed in his mind. He felt trapped, vulnerably, things he hadn't felt since waking up in this strange world. "Find anything?" the man called after a while. The fury wolf woofed in reply. The man chuckled faintly. "A weasel devil at the 8th stage? Ha! Poor thing never stood a chance against you, huh? Tell me, did it struggle? Or did you dispatch it before it even realized what hit it?" The wolf barked, deeper this time, and Wei Long could almost hear the smugness in the man's reply. "Efficient as ever," the man said, his tone dripping with approval. "And nothing higher than that, right? No pesky beast in its 12th stage lurking about?" "I don't want any surprises tomorrow." The wolf let out a softer bark this time, followed by a low rumble. "Good boy. Always thorough, aren't you? Make sure you do one last sweep before we leave." Wei Long's chest ached from holding his breath, his claws itching to move, but he forced himself to stay hidden. The fury wolf's steps circled closer again, the rhythm slow, deliberate, each footfall landing with unnerving precision. It sniffed around the forest floor outside the cave before letting out a short bark once more. The man whistled again, a single sharp note. "Come back, then." "That area's cleared. We're done here. Let's leave this sanctuary alone for now. The new disciples will appreciate the peace here and you deserve a break." Wei Long heard the rustle of movement fade into the distance, the weight of their presence lifting at last. He exhaled slowly, his body trembling with relief as he sank into the shadows of the cave wall. Sanctuary? Disciples? Tamed beasts. Wei Long's mind swirled as he tried to piece them together. He barely noticed the silence that followed. It wasn't comforting. The dread lingered, an invisible weight that coiled around him. Even as he began to relax, his stomach felt heavy. "I really am in a cultivation world." Wei Long crouched at the back of the cave. "Yes, this shouldn't just be any forest. It's a sect sanctuary." His cold, reptilian eyes narrowed as he mulled over the implications of the man's words. New disciples would come here to tame beasts. This must mean the sect specialized in beast cultivation. It didn't matter, though. What mattered was the opportunity it provided me. He stretched his limbs, the cold, smooth scales flexing over lean, taut muscle. His mind was sharp with purpose now. "I would stay weak if I don't do something, not in a place like this." He wouldn't risk sleep tonight, not when there were no threats above the 8th stage mortal beast left in the area. "I need strength." Wei Long crept to the edge of the cave, peering out into the dim, moonlit sanctuary. His bio-engineered mortal camouflage activated, shrouding his small dinosaur-like frame in shadowy hues that blended seamlessly with the terrain. The night was silent, and the only thing he could hear were small winds through the trees and their leaves. Using his predatory senses, he caught faint signs of life ahead. The subtle rustling of grass, the occasional snap of twigs. To him, they weren't random sounds, so they were directions. Each noise painted a clear picture of his prey's position. Good. He slunk forward, silent as a ghost. The first target came into view, a small rodent-like creature, its fur bristling and eyes darting nervously. Mortal beast level 4, bristle spore rat. Wei Long's heart thump. This prey was weaker, but it would suffice. He circled wide, positioning himself downwind. The bristle spore rat twitched its whiskers, oblivious to his presence as his mortal camouflage worked flawlessly. With a sudden burst of speed, Wei Long pounced, his claws pinning the creature in an instant. The rat squealed, struggling briefly before his toxic scales released a faint pulse of venom, paralyzing it. Wei Long then sank his teeth into the soft fur of its neck, the rich taste of iron filling his mouth. As its life force faded, he devoured the creature quickly, not sparing a moment to savor it. Ding. Satisfaction, 62.3%, 100%. Hydration, 55.6%, 100%. Wei Long licked his maw clean. He didn't stop to celebrate. There were more prey waiting. He moved deeper into the forest. He was like a streak of shadow gliding through the underbrush. His reptilian eyes caught movement near a stream. A round, plump creature waddled close to the water's edge. Mortal beast level 4, puddle wriggler. The amphibian's slick, oily body shimmered in the moonlight as it flicked its long tongue into the water, unaware of Wei Long's lurking presence. Without hesitation, Wei Long closed the gap, his scales dampening the sound of his approach. He lunged, snapping the creature cleanly between his jaws. It barely had time to struggle before its limp form slid down his throat. Ding. Satisfaction, 63.8%, 100%. Hydration, 63.2%, 100%. Wei Long's confidence skyrocketed. 2 kills down. He stalked farther into the forest. The next target stood on high alert, its ears flicking at every sound. Mortal beast level 4, leaf trotter hare. Wei Long grinned inwardly. This one wouldn't be as easy. It had sharp instincts and speed. He crouched lower, timing his approach with precision. When the hare's ears twitched toward a nearby rustle, he struck. The hare bolted immediately, but Wei Long's predatory senses anticipated its movements. His claws raked the ground as he gave chase, using the terrain to cut it off. In a final, calculated leap, he landed directly on the hare, his weight pinning it as his jaws clamped down. Ding. Satisfaction, 65.7%, 100%. Hydration, 70%, 100%. Wei Long let out a satisfied hiss as he finished the hare. Suddenly, a system would add something. Ding. The host must keep satisfaction above 65% and hydration above 70% for 3 hours to reach level 6 mortal beast. Wei Long was surprised. I see. Just a little more. A broken bar. Soon, he retreated to a nearby thicket. For 3 hours, Wei Long knew he must maintain this state, keeping his satisfaction at 65% and hydration at 70%. If he could do so, the system would push him to the next stage, level 6 mortal beast. Not long, Wei Long took a deep breath, or at least as deep as his tiny dinosaur lungs allowed. Hunting had been brutal. Not because he lacked skill. Oh no. He was practically a reptilian assassin. The problem was that the sanctuary was a ticking time bomb. Tomorrow, a bunch of disciples were coming. And what did they want? Food? Number? Water? Nope. Enlightenment? Ha! They wanted tameable beasts, and Wei Long, at his adorable but fierce baby dinosaur stage, fit the description of prime, taming material. Oh no, 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 absolutely not. Wei Long fumed internally. I am a proud, independent prehistoric predator with ambitions of world domination or, well, at least survival. So he needed to level up, but at the same time not get too tired for tomorrow. And to make sure he survived or not get caught tomorrow, despite having peak level abilities, despite how easily he could probably chomp through a level 7 or 8 beast if he tried, Wei Long did the logical thing. He avoided them like a scared lizard running from a particularly mean cat. Wei Long's new strategy was simple. First of all, conserve energy. No excessive fighting. No flashy moves. If anyone asked, He was just a humble little reptile trying to make ends meet. Second, he needed to stay under the radar. The disciples were coming to tame beasts, not kill them. The last thing he needed was to show off too much and end up in some sweaty human's beast pouch. Third was smart hunting. Only level 4 Priya, just enough to keep his hunger and thirst at that golden 65% and 70% sweet spot so he won't get hurt. And that was hunting smart. Wei Long slinked through the undergrowth, his mortal camouflage flickering perfectly in the moonlight. He stalked prey carefully, ensuring minimal energy waste. No grand chases, no unnecessary showmanship, just a quick bite, a clean kill, and another meal down the hatch. By the time he meticulously hunted his way to 90% satisfaction and 98% hydration, he was feeling glorious. A full belly, a hydrated body. Life was good. Then, a thought struck Wei Long's reptilian head, a truly diabolical one. What if I captured beasts today, a broken bar, and let them get captured by humans tomorrow? If these humans are near him, I use them as a distraction. That way, when a disciple snatched a beast, he could stalk the disciple. Study the human race of the cultivation world up close. Learn their ways, their strengths, their weaknesses. Pure genius. So, Wei Long immediately put his T-Rex-sized brain to work. Step 1. Containers. With his 6-fingered dinosaur hands, digging was easy. His claws were like built-in shovels. He picked a prime location inside his own cave. Why not just use normal pits in the forest, you ask? Oh, because some nosy sanctuary enforcer might notice. If he kept the captured beasts inside his home, it was his business. No one would check inside a random, small cave. Using pure, reptilian grit and determination, Wei Long dug 10 pits. 10 glorious, beast-sized pits are too deep for prey to escape. With that done, all that was left was the fun part, catching the unlucky volunteers. Wei Long spent the next hour chasing down critters like a prehistoric businessman collecting tax debt. He targeted only creatures that weren't too aggressive or dangerous. Beasts that would make perfect pets are things like scuttle-tail raccoons, soft-horned toads, and breeze feather hawks. By the time it was the middle of the night, his traps were full. With the hard work done, Wei Long stretched his tiny arms, shook the dirt from his scales, and finally took a moment to admire his pure, predatory genius mind. He had a full stomach. He had a hydration level that could make a camel jealous. He had a strategy that would let him study humans. Everything was perfect. And then, disaster struck. Ding. You have leveled up to level 6 mortal beast. Wei Long beamed. Yes. The plan was flawless. Then, another notification hit him like a punch to the face. Satisfaction, 90% A 60%. Hydration, 98% A 68%. Wei Long, a broken bar, excuse me? He stared at the notification. Stared hard. You're telling me a broken bar that leveling up just ate my meal? All that effort, the calculated hunting, the delicate balancing act, the efficient conservation of energy are gone. Wei Long wanted to cry. If dinosaurs could cry. His stomach rumbled. For a long moment, he just stood there, dead inside. And then, realization hit. I have to hunt again? And so, his hunting cycle resumed. With a deep, suffering sigh, Wei Long dragged his tiny yet mighty dinosaur body back into the night. The cycle of food, water, and survival continued, endless, cruel, and painfully unfair. All he wanted was to be a calculated super predator. Instead, he was a bottomless pit of hunger. A very intelligent, very grumpy bottomless pit. Not long, Wei Long had already hunted his way to 66.6% satisfaction and 72.1% hydration. Not bad at all. Then, a notification popped up. Ding. The host must keep satisfaction above 65% and hydration above 70% for 4 hours to reach level 7 mortal beast. Wei Long froze. Wait, a broken bar? Wait, you're telling me a broken bar? All I have to do is keep myself fed for 4 hours, a broken bar, and I level up? He blinked. Was it seriously that easy? No lengthy quests, no spirit beast battles, no mysterious elder handing him an ancient artifact that would unlock his hidden potential after a dramatic backstream montage. Just a broken bar. Eat and hydrate. He could barely contain his excitement. Oh ho. Then what's stopping me from going all the way to level 8? Or higher? He still had over 12 hours before the disciples arrived. If leveling up was just about not starving, he could probably evolve twice before sunrise. Feeling like a reptilian mastermind, he continued hunting. But something was off. At first, devouring smaller level 4 mortal beasts had been enough. But then, his progress started a broken bar slowing down. Instead of rapid notifications, it felt like the system was dragging its feet. Wei Long narrowed his little dinosaur eyes. Wait, am I new to broken bar? Am I getting diminishing returns? His suspicion was confirmed when he stopped seeing level up alerts as fast. Ah, so it's one of those systems. If he kept hunting weaklings, his level ups would take longer and longer. Which meant a broken bar. I need to hunt something bigger. That was when he spotted it. A level 8 mortal beast. A boar. A big boar. It wasn't just some scrawny forest pig either. This thing looked like it had been hitting the gym daily and drinking 3 protein shakes before breakfast. The moment Wei Long laid eyes on it, he felt his inner survival instincts scream at him. Avoid. Bad idea. Don't do it. Turn around and hunt a nice little rabbit instead. But then a broken bar. If eating a level 4 creature had slowed him down a broken bar, would eating a level 8 creature accelerate him forward? Was that the trick to fast leveling? Wei Long's brain kicked into serious overdrive. Soon, he would feel like something was inside his head, like the pros devouring a buff pig. First it was a big meal. Let's be real. This was premium meat. The nutritional value? Off the charts. It could push his satisfaction and hydration sky high. Second was faster leveling. Level 8 was double his current prey level. If this boar had that much energy, would eating it cut down the 4-hour waiting period? Maybe let him level up immediately? Potential new ability. This wasn't just some average pigo, it was a beast. There was no way a level 8 mortal beast didn't have some cool trait to steal. Maybe I get reinforced bones, super strength, lightning fast charge abilities. The possibilities were endless. Preparation for tomorrow. The stronger he was before the disciples arrived, the less he had to worry about being snatched up as some rookie cultivator's pet. A level 6 beast, tameable. A level 8 or 9, much less likely. Respect. The sanctuary animals around him didn't respect him yet. But if they saw him take down this thing, his rep would skyrocket. He would feel like a top predator in this area. He could already picture it. Other beasts whispered in awe as he walked past. That's the baby dino that took down the Hulk boar. No way. You're lying, bro. I saw it with my own eyes. He just crunched its throat. A broken bar, yeah. That was a future worth fighting for. Although it sounds ridiculous, the being inside him, the bioengineered dinosaur instinct, felt like it was telling him to stand at the top, because if he didn't, he would be completely overtaken again by this instinct. But there were cons of fighting this beefy tank of a beast too. Energy drain. Let's say he went all in, fought, and won. The victory would cost him a lot of stamina. Afterward, if something stronger attacked, he'd be weaker than a wet noodle. Injury risk. One bad hit, and he'd be limping into tomorrow. Do injured, weak creatures get captured easily? Yes. Do captured creatures get force-fed disgusting spiritual contracts? Absolutely. Loud fight equals attention. This thing was big. Big creatures made noise when they died. If he wasn't careful, he could attract other predators. A broken bar, or worse, a disciple might patrol this area early. What if it has an ability I can't counter? This wasn't just any level 8 boar. It was here, surviving in the sanctuary. It had to be special. What if it had armor like skin, or a skill that paralyzed prey? Wei Long squinted hard at the boar, analyzing its massive frame. It had dense muscles, thick skin, and tusks the size of his arms. But it looked agile too, meaning he probably couldn't just dodge and run forever. This badly broken bar, it wasn't just about winning. It was about winning efficiently. Soon, he felt like he was going crazy. Not long. Wei Long exhaled. He felt his little dinosaur brain buzzing with calculations. Normally, He wasn't reckless. He had avoided high-level enemies all that night for a reason. But something about this fight felt right. This wasn't arrogance. This wasn't desperation. This was an opportunity. If he wanted to survive this world, if he wanted to stand at the top of the food chain, he had to take risks. With that thought, Wei Long locked eyes on the boar. The plan began forming in his head. He wasn't going to charge recklessly. No, he was going to hunt this beast properly, silent, deadly, efficient. With a flick of his tail, he sank into the darkness of the forest. His mortal camouflage activated, blending him seamlessly with the environment. His predatory reptilian instincts fully engaged. The boar had no idea. Tomorrow, it would have been hunted by disciples. Tonight, it would become his prey instead. Wei Long smirked. Let the hunt begin. Not long. The boar had no clue it was being stalked. But it wasn't dumb either. Reaching level 8 as a mortal beast wasn't just about eating a lotu. It meant instincts sharper than a freshly forged sword. It moved constantly, never staying still for too long. For Wei Long, this was a problem. Every time he crept closer, the boar would suddenly shift direction. Every time he thought he found an opening, the boar would adjust its stance, ears twitching like it sensed something was wrong. Annoying. This thing was faster than him, stronger than him. If he didn't play this right, he'd be the one getting trampled. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the boar finally stopped. It lowered its head to graze, ripping up the grass with its massive tusks. This was his chance. But Wei Long didn't attack immediately. No, biting it now would be stupid. If he lunged, the boar would panic and bolt before his venom could even kick in. So instead, a broken bar. He let his toxic scales do the work. Ever so subtly, his bio-engineered mortal toxic scales, peak, activated. A faint, invisible vapor began seeping from his body, carried by the wind. It drifted silently toward the boar, entering its nostrils, creeping into its ears, coating its eyes, and slipping past its thick lips. And just like that, the poison had already invaded its system. A broken bar without the beast realizing a thing. Wei Long grinned. Nice and easy. But the boar froze. It blinked, it sniffed, and it panicked. The beast suddenly stomped the ground, its body trembling as its instincts finally screamed, "Danger! Danger! Get out of here now!" Before Wei Long could even process what was happening, the buff pig shot forward like a cannonball. Wait, a broken bar? What? The poison was supposed to kick in gradually, weakening its senses before it even realized it was dying. But this boar, a broken bar, was running. Wei Long cursed internally. No, 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 you're supposed to slow down, not speed up. This wasn't good. If it escaped before the venom took full effect, the fight would be over. Thinking fast, Wei Long lunged. His teeth sank into its thick, muscled neck. The boar squealed in shock. But instead of stopping, it ran faster. Wei Long's tiny dinosaur body jerked violently as he was yanked along for the ride. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. He needed to keep the boar off balance, stop it from escaping. So he did the only thing he could. He used his head, literally. With a sharp twist of his neck, he yanked the boar's head to the side. The creature stumbled. Then, with a mighty swing of his body, wham! Wei Long slammed its skull against a tree. The boar grunted in pain, but kept running. So Wei Long did it again. Wham! Again. Wham! Again. Wham! But this stupid, stubborn pig, a broken bar, refused to go down. Wei Long was getting tired. He wasn't even sure if the poison was working fast enough. His jaw hurt. His claws ached. His stamina was dropping. And then, all of a sudden, his grip slipped. And just like that, the boar broke free. Wei Long collapsed onto the ground, panting. The boar didn't even look back. It just kept running and running, disappearing into the distance, leaving Wei Long in the dirt, defeated. Are you kidding me? He lay there, staring up at the night sky. All that effort, all that hunting, for nothing. His grand plan to level up faster, ruined. His dream of getting some awesome new ability from a level 8 beast, shattered. His dignity as a dinosaur, questionable. He groaned. Fine, whatever. I didn't want to eat that stupid pig anyway. Rolling onto his feet, Wei Long huffed and shook the dirt off his scales. He still had time. He still had options. There were plenty of weaker beasts in the sanctuary. No point in chasing a buff pig that got away. He'd just have to go back to hunting level 4 creatures. For now, like he had a choice anyway. Just as Wei Long thought he was safe, ready to rest and pretend his last failure never happened. The ground rumbled. His entire body froze. A split second later, his predatory senses, peak, screamed at him. Something was coming, fast. He turned his head and what did he see? The buff pig, charging at him like a cultivation world sports car with a V16 turbo engine. Wei Long's jaw dropped. Are you serious? Not only was it back, it was faster. Its muscles bulged like an overtrained bodybuilder, its hooves tore into the earth, and its bloodshot eyes were locked onto him like he had personally insulted its entire boar ancestry. It wasn't just running, it was accelerating. This thing had some kind of ability. Wei Long realized something in that moment. Just because I have bioengineering doesn't mean I can underestimate anything in this world. If he had thought like some overconfident protagonist, assuming he could just climb levels and win with ease, he would have been trampled to death right here. But now wasn't the time to admire life lessons, because right now, he was about to get hit by a buff pig bullet. Wei Long licked his lips. That's more like it, he whispered while grinning. Instead of running or panicking, he simply vanished. His bioengineered mortal camouflage, peak, activated, blending him perfectly into the environment. The boar's eyes widened in confusion, but it was too late. It had already reached a speed too fast to stop. It slammed into a tree. Then another, and another. Crash, bang, boom. By the time the boar finally skidded to a disoriented halt, Wei Long was already behind it. And this time, he bit down hard. Gotcha. The buff pig squealed, but unlike before, it wasn't panicking. No, this time, it fought back. It twisted its body, trying to slam him into trees. Wei Long snarled, twisting with it, using his grip to control its movements. It was a battle of strength versus technique, momentum versus control. The buff pig tried to crush him with its weight. Wei Long tried to throw it off balance. It rammed, he redirected. It slammed. He twisted. Wei Long's jaw ached, but he refused to let go. But then, something unexpected happened. Thud. The boar suddenly collapsed. And because of its sheer momentum, both Wei Long and the pig were sent rolling through the dirt. They tumbled and tumbled, a chaotic mess of scales, fur, and pure stubbornness, until finally, they came to a stop. Wei Long immediately scrambled to his feet, rushing toward the boar, ready to bite it again, make sure it wouldn't get up this time. But then, he froze. The boar, a broken bar, wasn't breathing. Its chest didn't rise. Its tusked mouth had frothy bubbles dripping from it. Wei Long blinked. He stared at it for a long moment. Then, slowly, realization dawned. A broken bar. Wait. It actually died? He had given up on his toxic ability. He had decided to end this with pure strength. But in the end, it was his bioengineered mortal toxic scales, peak, that finished the job. Wei Long sighed internally. So I was wrestling a pig for my life. A broken bar when it was already dying anyway. A broken bar. That was a little embarrassing. But whatever. A win's a win. And now, he could eat. Soon, he would bow his head to it while opening his mouth. Bite by bite, Wei Long devoured the buff boar. His stomach expanded slightly as he swallowed the last piece. Then, ding, a system notification appeared. Satisfaction, 99.9%, 100%. Hydration, 99.1%, 100%. Wei Long's eyes bulged. He let out an instinctive, loud exclamation. What? How in the prehistoric hell did it go up that much? Morning came. Wei Long was pissed. He had eaten like a king, fought a buff pig to the death, and even strategized like a true predator. But despite all that, he only reached level 7 mortal beast. Level 8 was right there. And now, the sun was rising, which meant the humans were coming. Something felt off. Wei Long scanned the forest. The beasts that had been everywhere last night, gone. Not a single growl, chirp, or scurry. Wait, a broken bar. Did the buff pig already kill them all? That thing had been running around like a muscle-bound lunatic. Or a broken bar. Did I kill too many? Wei Long squinted. Nah, that can't be it, right? But the more he searched, the more unsettling it became. His predatory senses peak, flared. Something was nearby. Wei Long stilled. Then, without hesitation, he activated his bio-engineered mortal camouflage. Peak. He vanished. From the shadows, he watched. 3 figures moved through the area, their movements swift and precise. Wei Long's sharp hearing picked up their conversation. One of them, a young man in grey robes, spoke first. We need to spread the powder of Su before the disciples arrive. Wei Long's instincts screamed. That name, that powder, bad. The second figure, a woman in dark robes, nodded. Once the powder takes effect, the local beasts will go mad. The new disciples of the Autumn Dragon sect will be annihilated before they can even begin their trials. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. Assassination? These guys weren't normal sect disciples. They were up to something. A smart dinosaur knows when to run. Wei Long saw them spread the powder. A fine, shimmering dust floated through the air. It looked either broken by harmless. But Wei Long trusted his instincts. And his bio-engineered mortal predatory senses, peak, were screaming. This was bad news. Very, very bad. So, being the highly intelligent, self-preserving dinosaur that he was, Wei Long ran. Because he was not about to stick around and find out what that stuff did. He bolted straight back to his cave under the tree. Once he was safely inside, he grabbed one of the creatures he had captured earlier. A random, low-level beast, still wriggling in confusion. Wei Long stared at it. Then he stared back at the area where the powder had been spread. Then back at the creature. Then back at the powder. An idea, a brilliant, mildly unethical, but completely justified idea. Wei Long dragged the creature all the way back to the powdery zone. Then, with zero hesitation, threw it in. Then, quickly backed away and waited. He watched carefully, his sharp eyes locked onto the test subject. For a moment, nothing happened. Wei Long's eyes went wide. Wei Long watched. And he watched closely, because this was science. Dinosaur science. The little raccoon just moments ago, a perfectly normal, struggling level 4 beaster, now sat in the middle of the strange powder. It sniffed. It twitched. Then, its fur bristled. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Wei Long tilted his head. Maybe it doesn't work on raccoons? The raccoon twitched again. This time, it was more violent. Wei Long took one step back. Then another. The raccoon's eyes bulged. Its fur, once a normal mix of brown and gray, turned red. Wei Long's tail stiffened. That's not normal. The raccoon shook violently. Then it suddenly roared. Wei Long flinched. A raccoon, roaring, like a beast 10 times its size. The little creature turned to face a nearby rock. It growled. Attack it. Wei Long's jaw dropped. The raccoon bit the rock. It clawed at the rock. It head-butted the rock. And slammed itself against the rock so hard, it knocked itself unconscious. Wei Long blinked. It lay there, motionless. For a moment, all Wei Long could hear was the wind rustling through the trees. The raccoon's body convulsed. Wei Long's eyes widened. The raccoon twitched, then shook, then twitched again. Wei Long took another step back. Its tiny body jerked unnaturally. Its limbs spasmed. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. It almost looked like its muscles were growing. Wait, they were growing. The raccoon's small frame stretched. Its claws grew longer. Its teeth sharpened. Its eyes snapped open. But those weren't the same eyes as before. Wei Long felt a chill run down his tail. It wasn't just stronger. It was something else entirely. And a ding echoed in Wei Long's mind. Ding. Analyzing target. Wei Long's gaze flickered to the system notification. The raccoon, previously level 4, now level 6 mortal beast. Wei Long's jaw almost hit the floor. This was not normal. What a broken bar, the hell a broken bar did I just witness? Wei Long stared. The raccoon roared again. It turned in circles. It charged at a tree. The tree, a completely innocent tree. It attacked the tree, clawed at the bark, bit into the wood. Then it ran to a patch of grass, and attacked that too. Wei Long watched in horror as the raccoon tried to fight the ground itself. It was punching dirt. It was growling at the air. Wei Long's claws twitched. This is worse than rabies. This was insanity. And that powder was to blame. Wei Long did not need to see more. Time to go. He turned. He left. His cave was waiting. Once he got there, he grabbed a thick wooden log and jammed it across the entrance. Would that stop anything from coming in? Probably not. Did it make him feel better? Yes. Then, finally, Wei Long curled up. He was mentally drained, physically exhausted, and he had a lot to think about. But this time, make sure not to let the power get to him. Suddenly, Wei Long froze. His tail stiffened. His claws curled into the dirt, because he sensed it. A presence, a human presence, far away but getting closer. Wei Long's slit pupils contracted as he focused. His bio-engineered predatory senses worked in overdrive, analyzing everything. A man, a human male. A mortal practitioner, level 6. Wei Long's eyes widened. That's it? That's all this guy was? Just level 6? Wei Long blinked. I'm level 7. This man was weaker than him. A human, weaker than him. A mortal practitioner, weaker than him. Wei Long felt offended, because this didn't make sense. Weren't humans supposed to be terrifying? Weren't they the ones who could tame beasts, wield techniques, and basically cheat their way to power? But this was a joke. A thought crossed his mind. Why not just kill him? One bite, one claw swipe, one ambush, and this human pest would be gone. No more powder spreading. No more rabid raccoons. No more weird conspiracies. Wei Long's eyes gleamed. Yes, this was a good plan. He could do it now. He could await. The man spoke. There aren't enough beasts here, the man muttered, scanning the area. He turned around and left. Wei Long stopped. His plan crumbled instantly. What? Wei Long's eyes narrowed as he followed the man's silhouette with his gaze. He's not spreading the powder? Wei Long's tail twitched. Now, this was strange. Wei Long had assumed these people were just brainless evil cultivators, spreading dangerous powder like it was free seasoning. But this guy? He chose not to. He didn't spread it. Why? Why not? Wei Long's mind raced. Although they are planning to kill the new disciples of the Autumn Dragon sect, he felt like there was something wasn't right. And then a thought hit him. Who are these people? Wei Long remembered the sinister aura around them. Not the usual kind of evil, power-hungry aura cultivators had. This was different. It felt wrong, twisted, corrupt. Wei Long's tail flicked. Are they even part of the Autumn Dragon sect? Wei Long had just assumed they were rebels trying to wipe out the sect's new disciples. But what if they weren't? What if they were something else entirely? What if they had their own sinister goals, like cultivators from other sects? Wei Long's claws flexed. Should he follow them? His instincts told him yes. His logic told him to wait, think about this. So he did. Knowledge is power. He had spent too long just guessing how things worked. If he wanted to survive, he needed real information. They have the powder. Whatever that stuff was, it was terrifying. He needed to know what it did, how it worked, and how to counter it. They could lead him to something bigger. If these guys were working against the Autumn Dragon sect, then who were they working for? If he learns their secrets, he can plan better. Right now, he was just hunting, hiding, and hoping he didn't get tamed. That wasn't enough. He needed long-term survival strategies. They could be stronger than they seem. This guy was only level 6, but what if he had hidden techniques, powerful allies, or traps? The powder could be dangerous. If they had a way to control it, Wei Long could end up falling into their trap. They might detect him. If they had cultivation techniques or special senses, he might not be able to hide forever. He could be walking into a disaster. For all he knew, they were heading into a base filled with dozens of powerful cultivators. Wei Long sat there, thinking way too hard for a dinosaur. If he didn't follow them, he'd stay ignorant. If he did, he could get valuable information. Or he could get captured. Or was he tamed? Wei Long's claws scraped the dirt. Tamed? Absolutely not. He shuddered. That was his worst nightmare. His greatest fear. Being a pet to some weak human. Number. No. Wei Long took a deep breath. His slit pupils gleamed with resolve. All right, he would follow them, because no matter the risk, ignorance was worse than danger. If he wanted to survive this world, he needed to understand it. After all, despite being a bioengineered dinosaur or monster, there are monsters who have different abilities here too. Gotta be brave, even if it meant walking straight into the unknown. Meanwhile, the cultivator moved swiftly, his dark robes billowing with every step. His expression was grim, and his eyes flickered with unease. I need to finish this mission and return before the real Autumn Dragon Sect disciples realize what's happening. He stole a glance at the massive wolf beside him. The Fury Wolf, a terrifying spirit beast. Its fur was thick and bristling, but unlike the Fury Wolf that Wei Long saw earlier, this one was different. Darker, oozing with ominous energy, the same sinister aura that surrounded him. The cultivator gave a low whistle. The wolf's ears twitched. It turned to him with glowing red eyes. Scout and inspect the area, the man ordered, his voice barely above a whisper. The Fury Wolf bared its fangs. It needed no further instruction. Like a violent gust of wind, it disappeared into the shadows. The cultivator exhaled. He reached into his robes and pulled out a dark object. It pulsed with twisted energy, like a breathing heart made of shadows. He made a series of intricate hand seals, and suddenly the dark energy shifted. Transformed. It turned into a black powder, swirling ominously in the air. The cultivator's eyes gleamed. He reached out with both hands to collect it. But snap. Pain. Agonizing, searing pain. His world exploded in agony as something clamped onto his wrist and ripped his hand clean off. Blood splattered. The cultivator's scream died in his throat. What is going on? Because before he could even react, a clawed hand slammed into his throat. His breath vanished. His eyes bulged. And then, he saw it. A beast. A monster. No, a dragon beast. Standing on two massive legs. Thick, muscular arms covered in dark green, scaly skin, a hulking frame, deadly, curved claws, glowing predatory eyes, a long tail that flicked behind it. The cultivator trembled. What is this? His mind screamed. His lungs burned as he struggled to breathe. And slam. The beast threw him down. His body crashed against the ground. Pain exploded through his back. His vision blurred. His ears rang. He coughed, blood splattering his chin. The shadow of the massive reptilian being loomed over him. And the cultivator finally realized he was going to die. Wei Long's claws pressed harder against the cultivator's chest, pinning him like an insect beneath his massive foot. The man twitched in pain, his breath coming out in ragged gasps. His wrist, still bleeding from the bite, trembled as he tried to raise his uninjured arm. Wei Long leaned in, his sharp teeth inches from the man's face. I'm not a dragon. His voice was low, guttural, and filled with quiet menace. The cultivator flinched. Wei Long's piercing, golden eyes glowed in the dim moonlight. I'm a dinosaur. A deep silence followed. The cultivator's eyes widened in shock. Then, panic. Wei Long watched as his expression twisted into a mix of fear and confusion. The man swallowed hard and tried to push himself up, but Wei Long's claws dug deeper, stopping him instantly. It would be so easy to kill him right now. One snap of his jaws, one crush of his claws. Wei Long exhaled. Tch. His slitted pupils flicked toward the dark powder that still lingered in the air. Then, to the strange black orb near the cultivator's broken wrist. A thought crossed his mind. Killing him now means losing information. Wei Long sighed. What a pity. I cannot interrogate this human. But just as he was about to end it, Wei, please. The cultivator's voice came out shaky, desperate. Young Lord Dragon, interrogate me, but please spare me. Please. Wei Long froze. His golden eyes narrowed. Did this guy just a question mark? The man was looking up at him with terror in his eyes. I will answer anything you want to know. For a moment, Wei Long didn't react. His expression darkened. How the hell do you understand me? The cultivator gasped for breath before answering. I am a tamer of the Autumn Dragon Sect. Tamers can communicate with any beast of dragon bloodline. Wei Long stared. He laughed, a low, guttural laugh that rumbled from deep within his chest. You really think I'm some dragon beast? The cultivator frantically nodded. Yes, you must be a higher-ranked dragon beast. No, an ancient dragon. Wei Long snorted. You're lying. His tail lashed against the ground. You're not from the autumn dragon sect. The cultivator shook his head violently. No, I swear. I'm a disciple. Bullshit. Wei Long's patience snapped. His jaws parted, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. I don't care who you are. His voice was cold, emotionless. I just want the truth. But instead of the truther, he got more begging. Please, please, I swear. I am from the Autumn Dragon sect. Wei Long sighed. His claws tightened their grip. Annoying. Crack. The man's neck snapped. His body went limp. Wei Long let out a slow exhale. His golden eyes flickered toward the dark orb on the ground. And then, the black powder. Whatever this stuff is, it's dangerous. He didn't trust it, but he would study it. For now Wei Long's body shimmered. The air around him rippled, and in an instant he vanished. He remained still, his golden eyes unblinking as he observed the ominous fury wolf. The beast had returned, its powerful nose twitching as it sniffed the air, searching for something or someone. Its gaze then locked onto its fallen master. The wolf's ears flattened, and its body stiffened in panic. A low, guttural whimper escaped its throat. Wei Long watched carefully from his hidden spot, his bio-engineered camouflage rendering him invisible to all sensor sight, sound, and even smell. It won't find me. He had tested his ability before and he trusted the information he read about it. As long as the creature is a mortal beast, he won't be found with it. It was that flawless he believed. But then a chilling howl tore through the night. Wei Long's muscles tensed. There was something unnatural about that sound. Something is wrong. The howl wasn't just sorrow. He could feel there was something far worse to it. Something dreadful. Right in front of Wei Long's unbelieving eyes, the fury wolf began to change. It started with its fur. The thick, black fur covering its body peeled away, falling in clumps like dead leaves in the wind. Then came the flesh. Wei Long stiffened. What a broken bar! The hell a broken bar? The wolf's muscles twisted, rotted, and sloughed off its bones as if it were decomposing at an unnatural speed. Next were its internal organs. They liquefied and seeped into the ground, turning into a dark, putrid mist. The creature didn't even scream. It simply crumbled, piece by piece, until only bones remained. Even the bones collapsed into dust. Wei Long barely had time to process what he was seeing. The cultivator's corpse disintegrated too. His flesh burned away like embers in the wind. His robes, his bones, everything turned to ash. Even the blood he had spilled earlier was gone, erased as if he had never existed in the first place. Only one thing remained: the dark orb. It sat there, untouched, in the middle of the eerie silence. Wei Long stared. A deep, instinctual warning clawed at the back of his mind. His bio-engineered predatory senses screamed at him. Dangerous, unnatural, but at the same time intriguing. Wei Long's golden eyes narrowed. He grabbed a stick from the ground, carefully extending it toward the orb. The tip of the stick nudged the orb slightly. Nothing happened. No explosion, no eerie glow, no vanishing act. Wei Long waited. Still, nothing. A slow grin crept onto his reptilian face. Interesting. He extended his clawed hand, but he didn't touch it directly. Instead, he grasped it with only his claws, making sure that no part of his actual flesh made contact. The orb was cold, not just in temperature, but empty. Like it wasn't a physical thing, but rather a broken bar of void. Wei Long's tail flicked. His mind whirled with questions. What the hell was this thing? Was it what caused the wolf and the cultivator to disappear? The cave was quiet, filled only with the soft breaths of slumbering creatures. Wei Long lay curled within the dark recess of his home, his body coiled with the ease of a predator at rest. He was thinking of the first human he killed earlier, but as a soldier, he had to. There are other disciples out there to use and interrogate, and he didn't need that eerie-looking fella that died unexpectedly earlier. Suddenly, Wei Long knitted his brow. Something wasn't right. He heard it. A sound. He did. He is sure. Faint, almost imperceptible. It wasn't the chirping of a cricket, nor the distant cries of a hunting beast. It was something distinct. Voices. Wei Long's golden eyes snapped open. For a brief moment, he remained still, His highly evolved bioengineered senses stretched outward. His nostrils flared as he sniffed the air, but the scent was weak, carried on the breeze from beyond the cave's entrance. He tilted his head. Are they here already? The new disciples of the Autumn Dragon sect? Slowly, he unfurled his body, his tail dragging lightly against the damp earth as he rose. The creatures in the holes he had dug within the cave walls of his captivus remained undisturbed, their tiny chests rising and falling with the rhythmic breath of unconsciousness. Without making a sound, Wei Long slithered toward the entrance, his powerful form moving with an eerie grace. The moment he stepped beyond the cave's mouth, his bioengineered camouflage ability activated, seamlessly blending him into the green forest trees. Then, he moved, slipping through the foliage like a ghost, moving toward the voices. As he neared, the sounds became clearer. Two voices, both human, and they were not friendly. Are you seriously suggesting an alliance? You, of all people? The first voice carried a tone of disbelief, edged with barely concealed suspicion. The speaker was a young man, his breath slightly uneven, as though the conversation had already reached a tense point before Wei Long had arrived. Think about it logically. You and I both know how impossible it is to hunt enough beasts to be accepted as an inner disciple on our own. The second voice was smooth, persuasive, calculated. Wei Long settled himself into a position where he could watch them without being noticed. The two disciples stood in a small clearing, their robes bearing the unmistakable emblem of the Autumn Dragon sect. The moonlight filtering through the trees cast long, jagged shadows across their faces, highlighting the tension between them. The first disciple, the one who had spoken with suspicion, crossed his arms, his brows furrowed deeply. His grip on his sword hilt was tight, though he hadn't yet drawn the blade. You're only saying that because you know you won't be able to meet the requirements alone, he said, his tone dark. You want to use me. Once you get what you need, you'll stab me in the back. The second disciple let out a short, almost amused breath. You wound me, truly. Is that what you think of me? A schemer? He took a slow step forward, his hands clasped loosely behind his back. His smile was thin, sharp. I'm talking about mutual benefit. You see, alone, we're both struggling. The beasts in this area aren't weak, and with how many new disciples there are this year, we both know that our chances of standing out are slim if we don't work together. His voice was velvety, oozing with persuasion, but beneath it, Wei Long could hear something else. Something off. If we form an alliance, we can split the kills, ensure our survival, and eliminate anyone else who tries to outdo us. Think about it. The inner disciple position isn't just about strength. It's about power. It's about knowing how to play the game. Wei Long's eyes narrowed slightly. So the sect values hunting? The stronger their prey, the greater their standing? Interesting. He thought they were here to hunt beasts and tame them. He didn't expect that they could hunt too. But the first disciple was unmoved. His eyes hardened, his grip on his sword tightening even further. I don't believe you for a second. His words were firm, his jaw set. You're not proposing an alliance because you care about us both succeeding. You just want something from me. And I know exactly what that something is. A pause. Wei Long could hear the shift in the atmosphere between them. The second disciple's smile faltered just slightly. Then, in a voice that was almost too calm, he spoke. A broken barrow? The first disciple exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Don't play dumb. You're after my taming cultivation method, aren't you? The second disciple didn't move. But something in his eyes changed. Taming cultivation method? Wei Long's golden eyes widened slightly. Cultivation method? What is that? Was it something unique? Was it something that let humans tame beasts? If so, was it the reason that humans earlier had been able to understand his words? Wei Long's curiosity was piqued. I need to hear more. The second disciple, however, did not seem pleased. His once friendly, smooth expression darkened just slightly. But it was enough. A broken bar? So that's what you think of me, then? His voice was quieter now, more measured, more dangerous. Wei Long felt a shift in the air, a shift in intent. The second disciple took a slow step forward, then another, and another. His posture had changed. No longer was he relaxed, casual. Now, it was predatory. And his voice, when he finally spoke again, was low and sharp, dripping with malice. A broken bar. I suppose that means you're not willing to cooperate, then. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze never leaving the other disciple's face. His fingers twitched at his side. And his next words, were not a question. That's a broken bar. Unfortunate. Wei Long did not blink, did not move. But a slow, knowing grin stretched across his reptilian face. He could tell. He knew the fighter was about to begin. Wei Long's instincts were razor sharp. As soon as the two disciples drew their swords, he knew this was not going to be a simple spar. It was a battle. The young man who had been trying to persuade the other, the one in dark robe, brought his sword up to his lips. Then, he licked it. Wei Long's golden eyes narrowed slightly in amusement. What's that supposed to do? Intimidate? But then, the man whistled. A sharp, high-pitched sound that sliced through the air. Something rustled. Wei Long's gaze snapped toward the source of the movement. From the underbrush, it emerged. A creature, unlike anything Wei Long had seen before. A twisted fusion of insect and plant to a monstrous hybrid. Its body was covered in thick, green, spiky plates, resembling the rough texture of a cactus. Its legs were thin yet sturdy, covered in thorny bristles, and its large, multifaceted eyes gleamed under the moonlight. Wei Long's gaze flicked toward its information. Level 4 mortal beast, Cactuna. The name alone sent a prickle of interest through him. The young man in dark robes smirked as he raised his sword. Let's see how fast you can run. And then, the hunt began. The Cactuna moved first. With a sharp, clicking sound, its body trembled and then exploded in a hail of needle-like thorns. The air whistled as they shot forward in rapid succession, aimed directly at the young man in gray robes. He reacted instantly. His feet dug into the dirt, and with a sharp pivot, he leapt sideways, twisting his body to evade the deadly barrage. The thorns buried themselves into the ground, piercing deep into the earth like miniature spears. Wei Long, still hidden with his bio-engineered camouflage, watched with growing amusement. Not bad. He's quick. But the dark-robed disciple was already in motion. He lunged forward, sword glinting under the sunlight, and with another whistle, the Cactuna launched itself forward. The young man in gray barely had time to react. The insect-like beast scuffled across the terrain with frightening speed, its thorn-covered legs ripping through grass and dirt as it pursued him relentlessly. With a flick of its body, it released another wave of razor-sharp thorns. The young man dodged barely. One of the thorns sliced his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. He gritted his teeth, pushing himself faster. He weaved through the trees, his movements precise, his breathing controlled, but the dark-robed disciple and his beast refused to let up. Every few steps, another barrage of thorns rained down. Wei Long moved silently through the foliage, following the chase with curiosity. His massive feet, built for stealth, made no sound against the soft earth. His muscles were coiled with effortless power, his senses absorbing every movement, every shift in energy. But he did not interfere. He merely watched. The young man in dark robes let out a sharp laugh, his voice carrying through the forest. You think running will save you? I already know how this will end. His tone was light, mocking her, yet there was a sinister tone beneath it. The young man in gray didn't answer. He was too focused on moving, on surviving. But the dark-robed disciple kept speaking. Even if your taming cultivation method is the highest tier, it's worthless if you can't tame a beast in time. You're a fool to think you could survive this without my help. Another whistle, another wave of thorns. The young man in gray twisted his body, narrowly dodging her, but he was slowing down. His breath was becoming uneven, his dodges slightly less precise. And the dark-robed disciple knew it. Just hand it over, and I might let you live. His words slithered through the air, slick with confidence. Your so-called great method, what good is it now? If you had just joined me earlier, this wouldn't have to end like this. His smirk widened as he saw his prey struggling. Just surrender already. Wei Long's interest peaked. He had seen this before, but he didn't quite remember. The young man in gray suddenly did something unexpected. Instead of continuing to flee, he planted his foot firmly into the ground and twisted his body, spinning back toward his pursuer. The dark-robed disciple's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He just a fraction of a second too slow to react. And in that instant a blade flashed. The young man in gray's sword plunged forward. A clean, swift movement, a deadly, precise strike here, straight through the dark-robed disciple's chest. Silence. The forest seemed to become still. The dark-robed disciple's smirk vanished. His breath hitched, a sharp, choking sound escaping his lips. His eyes, wide with shock, flickered down toward the sword embedded in his body. The young man in grey panted, his grip firm on the hilt. His voice, cold and steady, broke the silence. A broken bar. You talk too much. Wei Long's hidden form blinked. Then, slowly, his head tilted. That's it. But here, from the way the dark-robed disciple had acted, Wei Long had assumed he would at least put up a decent fight. Instead, he folded like wet paper. Truly disappointing, Wei Long muttered under his breath. His voice was low, but sharp. And later, something unexpected happened. The dark-robed disciple suddenly laughed. A quiet, rattling chuckle. Wei Long's amusement faltered. His golden eyes narrowed slightly, watching with interest as the dying man's lips curved upward. The sound was weak, but there was something unsettling about it. And then it happened. His body changed. A dark, greenish energy spread across his skin, coating him like a layer of living armor. His flesh hardened, twisted, pulsed. Wei Long's gaze sharpened. The transformation was rapid, unnatural. And the young man in grey, the one who had just landed what should have been a fatal blow, took a long step backward. His expression shifted from satisfaction to fear. And in the shadows, Wei Long grinned. Now, this is getting interesting. Suddenly, Wei Long's golden, reptilian eyes widened in shock. He had been observing the battle, hidden in the foliage with his bio-engineered camouflage, but what he was witnessing now, this was something far beyond his expectations. The young man in grey, who had been on the defensive just moments ago, was now surging with strange power. A violent, untamed energy burst from his body like a tidal wind of pressure, thrumming with intensity in the air. Wei Long felt suffocated, that it sent a prickling sensation across his scales. There's a broken bar. This is cultivation aura. He had sensed different energies before, but this was the first time he had felt one so fierce. And yet, what stunned Wei Long the most was the change in the young man's level. Right before his eyes, the floating status above the disciple's head flickered. Mortal level 4, immortal level 6. Wei Long's sharp claws clenched against the dirt. He advanced. His mind began working. Was this some kind of battle state enhancement? A secret technique? Or was it simply an illusion of power brought by rage? But there was no time to ponder. The air trembled as the battle escalated once more. The young man in grey lunged forward, his sword flashing with whirling cultivation energy. The tip of the blade raced toward the throat of his opponent, but then something stopped it. A different energy, one that felt unnatural, clashed against the traditional cultivation force, repelling the strike effortlessly. Wei Long's sharp eyes locked onto the change. The young man in black clothing, who was now covered in green, chitinous scales similar to his cactuna beast earlier, stood unfazed, his lips curling into a smirk. His newly transformed body radiated an eerie glow, and the air around him seemed to distort slightly. You're still using that outdated cultivation energy? His voice dripped with mockery. Oh, I forgot. You still don't have a beast. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed through the darkened forest, cruel and condescending. Wei Long, still watching from the shadows, narrowed his eyes. What the hell does he mean? The young man in grey took a sharp step back, his grip tightening on his sword. But instead of hesitation, he attacked. Again, and again, and again. He was relentless. Each swing of his blade carried more force, more desire of violence, more fury. His movements were a blur, but nothing landed. The green-scaled disciple barely moved. Every attack met resistance, a strange, unseen force that blocked or softened the blows before they could reach him, and through it he just stood there, smirking. Then he spoke. But this time, it wasn't just a taunt. It was a declaration, a speech filled with unshakable confidence. You still don't understand, do you? He let out a slow, deliberate sigh, shaking his head. Gone are the days of traditional cultivation. Gone are the days of endlessly absorbing spiritual energy from nature, refining it, and struggling for each breakthrough. His eyes gleamed with a sinister light. The world has changed. The era of the old cultivators is over. He raised his scaled arms, flexing his fingers as if marveling at his own transformation. This is the era of temporal beast cultivation. The word sent a chill down Wei Long's spine. Temporal beast cultivation, the young man in black continued, his voice growing louder, more passionate. For centuries, humans sought ways to surpass their limits. And we found the answer not in ourselves, but in the beasts that roam this world. He grinned. By fusing with a beast, by absorbing its spirit essence, we don't just gain strength, we become something greater. The energy around him pulsed, radiating with something unnatural, unstable. We don't just cultivate, we evolve by converting their essences into a unique energy called temporal cultivator essence. Wei Long's mind raced. This is their secret? He had always sensed something off about these cultivators, something different from what he read in books when he was a young man and not joining about the military yet. Now, he understood. They weren't just choosing beasts. They were merging with them, taking their unique spirit energy and converting it into something new. Our temporal spiritual essence. A power born not from the heavens, not from the earth, but from the fusion of two living creatures. The young man in black laughed again, basking in his own revelation. His eyes, glowing with inhuman confidence, locked onto his opponent. Face it. You're obsolete. Your cultivation is outdated. Your techniques are useless, and you are. He raised a finger, pointing directly at the grey-clothed disciple. You're already dead. Silence. Wei Long felt a strange sense of anticipation. Was this it? Had the young man in grey truly lost? Was the battle already over? And then, something unexpected happened. A flash of silver. A sharp, sickening sound. For the first time the smirk disappeared from the face of the green-scaled cultivator. His eyes widened. His mouth, mid-laugh, suddenly went silent. And there, lodged deep within his chest, the sword. Its silver edge gleamed under the moonlight, cutting through his scaled body as if his transformation had meant nothing. The young man in grey stood firm, his breathing heavy, his hands steady on the hilt. And as the realization sank in, the laughter died. The green-scaled young man struggled to speak. His face twisted in horror as thick green liquid oozed from his chest wound. Where he gasped, his voice broken, his hands trembling as he reached toward the sword buried in his chest. But before he could finish, the young man in grey tightened his grip on the hilt and smiled. What? You thought I was a fool? His tone was laced with mockery. You thought I'd come here without merging with a beast myself? That I'd be stupid enough to rely on outdated methods? The green-scaled cultivator's eyes widened further, his mind racing to understand. He coughed, struggling to form words. Butte a broken bar, but your taming cultivation method a broken bar. You can't a broken bar. You can't. Before he could finish, schlick. The sword ripped out from his chest in a brutal, fluid motion. Blood splattered onto the forest floor. His body stiffened. His knees buckled. And then, he collapsed. Lifeless. His glowing, green scales dimmed, his temporal transformation fading away as his human form returned. The young man in grey sneered at the corpse, his white feathered arms slowly retracting as his transformation faded. 3 days. His voice was calm, cold. That's all it takes to tame a new beast. As long as I don't overuse my temporal transformation, it's not that big of a problem. He exhaled, his body returning to normal as he adjusted his uniform. Then a sigh. His gaze shifted down to the lifeless corpse at his feet. He stood there for a moment, silent, before finally crouching down and searching through the dead man's belongings. Pills, a few cultivation artifacts, some spirit stones. Nothing of real value. TCH. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, stuffing the items into his own bag. Then, with a deep breath, he rose to his feet. Or at least he tried to. The moment he took his first step, his body froze. A sharp, unnatural stillness overtook him. His eyes widened. Something was wrong. His limbs felt heavy. His body refused to move. His heart pounded. Poison? No, a broken bar. Did I push myself too far? And then, a voice. A deep, guttural, almost mocking voice. Young man, a broken bar. Let me ask you several questions. The voice reverberated through the forest, low and menacing. The young man in grey instinctively tensed, his body drenched in cold sweat. His mind screamed at him to move here, but he couldn't, because at that moment a shadow materialized before him. Something massive, something inhuman, something with glowing reptilian eyes, and a threat. If you try to move here, the golden eyes gleamed. You die. The young man in gray was struggling to breathe. The weight pressing down on his back wasn't just physical, it was psychological, oppressive, monstrous. He had faced beasts before. He had tamed them, subdued them, and commanded them. Yet now, for the first time in his life, he was the one being in a position of being oppressed. The young man in gray is sure something is wrong with this beast. And this wasn't just any beast. It spoke with intelligence that made it even more terrifying. The moment the reptilian foot pressed down harder, his bones creaked, pain lancing through his ribs. He clenched his jaw. Was this it? Was this how he died? Not by a fellow disciple, not by a failed mission, but by a beast he could understand? No, he couldn't let it end like this. He swallowed hard, forcing his trembling voice to steady. Why, a broken bar, he rasped, his cheek pressing against the dirt. What, a broken bar? What are you? The creature above him let out a low, guttural sound, not quite a growl, not quite a laugh. I'm the one asking the questions here. A fresh wave of dread washed over him. The voice was sharp, intelligent, completely unlike any beast he had ever encountered. This wasn't a mindless predator. This was a hunter that knew exactly what it was doing. A broken bar. From Wei Long's perspective, this human was arrogant. The moment he had seen him fight earlier, the energy fluctuation, the strange power, Wei Long had hesitated. Level 6 to level 9 in an instant? That was an absurd jump. Even he, with his superior bioengineered physiology, had never experienced such an unnatural leap. This made him curious about anything. But Wei Long needed to be cautious. After all, this young man in gray is now level 9. Even if his abilities are bioengineered. As a soldier, he knew not to underestimate anyone, especially if he is not going straight for the kill. So he made sure to wait. And now this human was beneath his foot, his body trembling, his breath ragged. Wei Long had no fear anymore. Strength alone wasn't enough to overcome pure instincts, superior hunting skills, and overwhelming advantage. The way this human tensed beneath him, the way his heartbeat pounded in terror, it was proof that Wei Long's decision to wait is a good decision. His clawed foot pressed down harder, feeling the delicate balance between pressure and bone-snapping force. Then, with a quiet menace, he whispered, I'm going to ask you several questions. Wei Long's cold reptilian eyes locked onto the young man in gray as he towered over him, pressing him further into the ground. A lot of questions, he emphasized, his voice carrying an unnatural calmness that made the young cultivator's heart pound even harder. And you will answer them. The young man in gray gritted his teeth but ultimately nodded. He had no choice. His life was hanging by a thread, and this creature with this terrifying bipedal reptilian beast was an enigma. A talking beast was already unheard of, but an interrogating one? Impossible. Yet, here he was. For sure, this is a ground dragon. Soon, they spoke. He spoke calmly, answering the beast's questions about cultivation, temporal cultivation, levels of cultivation, cultivation techniques, traditional methods and more. After all, this creature was just a beast. It didn't matter if it was understood. It could never cultivate the way humans could, right? A broken bar, right? But the more the interrogation went on, the more he realized that this beast wasn't just listening. It was understanding. It was processing. It was analyzing every single word he said. And that was dangerous. He was helpless right now. He had used too much energy fighting the young man in black earlier. If he tried to fight back now, he would lose instantly. But he couldn't just sit here and accept death. No, he needed a way out. Think, he mumbled internally, his mind swirling as he tried to piece together a solution. If I attack now, I'll die. If I stay still, I'll die later. This beast is stronger than a normal mortal beast. Its intelligence makes it even worse. But intelligence can be exploited. Even the smartest human can be deceived, or so can a beast. His body trembled slightly. He couldn't fight. He couldn't run. But a broken bar, what if he could confuse it? His best chance was using a pure temporal essence from a dead temporal cultivator. Normally, When a cultivator absorbs a beast's essence, it transforms into a human-compatible energy. But if a beast absorbed pure temporal essentia broken bar, it would experience an artificial breakthrough. That sounded like a good thing, but it wasn't. It would forcefully increase the beast's cultivation but leave it in a dizzy, unstable state. And if that happened, he could escape. He clenched his fists. But this is a creature who holds a draconic Tao essence, and the treasure in his chest only affects those who hold temporal Tao essence. So can he scare the beast and use its own intellect against it? Will this work? There's a high chance it won't. If the beast resists the essence, I'll die. If it realizes what I'm doing before I act, I'll die. If my energy isn't enough to escape, I'll die. Buta broken bar. I have no choice. Without warning, the young man in grey flicked his hand. A small, glowing sphere materialized from his palm. At the same time, his body shimmered, his skin transforming as white feathers spread from his limbs. Wei Long's eyes widened. Water. He braced himself. Was the man about to attack? But no. Instead, the young man in grey tossed the glowing object onto the ground and turned to flee. Wei Long's battle instincts kicked in. His past life memories as a soldier resurfaced. This looked way too familiar. A retreating enemy, an unknown object left behind, a strange glow. It was just like here. A bomb. Panic went through all parts of his body. He didn't even wait. He bolted. His powerful reptilian legs carried him away at terrifying speed, his bio-engineered survival instincts screaming at him to get as far away as possible. The scene ended with Wei Long vanishing into the trees, escaping just in time. A broken bar. Not long but far away, Wei Long finally slowed down, his padded dinosaur feet pressing into the damp earth. He had run far too far, but even though his body wasn't tired, his mind was exhausted. His thoughts spiraled. What now? Someone had seen him. Not just a regular cultivator, but a high-level disciple from the Autumn Dragon sect. Would he be hunted? Would the sect search for him? Would he be forced into the light before he was ready? Wei Long's claws tightened. He hated the idea. He needed to remain unknown, hidden, a ghost in this forest. He was not ready for exposure. But the problem was a broken bar. He was weak. No matter how many combat instincts he had from his past life as a soldier, no matter how intelligent he was compared to other beasts, in the eyes of this world's cultivators he was nothing. And then there was that thing the young man in grey had left behind. What was it? Wei Long gritted his teeth. It hadn't exploded or caused destruction, so was it really a bomb? He had assumed so based on his past experience, but now, suddenly, his body wavered. A strange weightlessness took over him. His body felt a broken bar light. Too light. As if he was floating on a cloud. What is this? A wave of unfamiliar comfort surged through him, making his sharp, predatory mind momentarily slow. His claws twitched. His vision blurred. And then, ding, a system notification blinked in front of him. Ding. The host has reached Mortal Beast Level 8. Ding. The host has reached Mortal Beast Level 9. Ding. The host has reached Mortal Beast Level 10. Ding. The host has reached Mortal Beast Level 11. Wei Long's pupils shrank. What? 4 levels in an instant? His mind snapped back to full awareness as he immediately checked his body. His muscles were surging with power. His bones felt denser, harder. His entire being felt like it was evolving. But then, a gut-wrenching sensation spread through him. Ding. Host's satisfaction, 2.9%. Ding. Host's hydration, 5.1%. Wei Long's eyes widened in horror. He had no food, no water. His body had been forcefully enhanced beyond his controller, but at a terrible cost. He needed to eat. He needed to drink. Now, his breath hitched. His vision darkened at the edges. And then, his eyes changed. A terrifying teal glow surged through his pupils, his reptilian irises flickering between intelligence and pure, primal hunger. A shiver ran down his spine. His instincts screamed. And he realized far away, the young man in grey collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath. His chest rose and fell rapidly. His body ached from the fierce battle. His spirit energy strained from his earlier transformation, but what left him the most shaken was that creature. His hands trembled as he tried to steady himself. That thing, it wasn't just some ordinary beast. It was too intelligent, too dangerous. His heart pounded. He thought back to the moment it appeared behind him. He hadn't even sensed it, and when it spoke, the raw threat in its voice was something he would never forget. It wasn't just a simple threat of violence here. It was the kind of cold certainty that only came from something that knew it could kill you whenever it wanted. That thing. It wasn't just strong, it was an ultimate predator. His breathing shook. He had faced countless beasts before, battled all kinds of cultivators, but nothing had ever made him feel like he a broken bar prey. He clenched his fists. I barely got out of there alive via broken bar. A bitter smile spread across his lips as he recalled his desperate gamble. That essence, the pure temporal essence he had purchased from an auction for a fortune, had been meant for something else entirely, but he had no choice but to use it as a last-ditch effort to escape. His eyelids fluttered. A sigh, a deep, exhausted sigh. I'm broke now. All the spirit stones he had saved, all the resources he had planned for his future, everything are gone. But Dina, his lips curled into a smirk. He tricked it. That beast, that terrifying reptilian monster, had been fooled. A glint of pride shone in his exhausted eyes. It was a gamble, a massive risk. Because in reality, that essence shouldn't have worked. Draconic Tao essence and temporal Tao essence don't mix. That creature, it clearly held the draconic Tao essence. If the essence he left behind had any effect at all, it should have been a minor disruption at best. But he had taken a risk. And somehow, it worked. That thing must have some weaknesses after all. A broken bar, and one of them is its own intellect. It must have thought that I left something, so it went in another direction. A broken bar, ha ha. A deep exhale with a laugh of realization. His shoulders relaxed. His body still hurt, but he had made it. He survived. But Dina, a violent throb in his chest. Thump. His breath hitched. Thump. His vision blurred. Thump. Suddenly, his legs gave out. He fell to his knees. A choked gasp left his lips as something warm and wet dripped down his chin. He lifted his hand. Blood. Squishy, blackened blood. A cold realization struck him. Poison. No, a broken bar Caesar. He felt it earlier when the beast had captured him. A strange sensation. A slight discomfort beneath his skin. He had ignored it. But now, his stomach twisted. His fingertips went numb. That beast, a broken bar, it had poisoned him? His throat tightened. Had it always planned to kill him, even if he escaped? A flash of terror. No, a broken bar. No, a broken bar. His breath turned ragged. His pulse pounded. His spirit energy flared as he tried to purge the foreign substance from his body. Buta. Boom. The ground shook. His head snapped up. Another tremor. The air around him thickened. A deep, guttural roar ripped through the forest, sending shockwaves across the land. A roar so massive it felt like the very heavens were shaking. The young man in grey froze. His blood ran cold. And Thena. The beasts ran everywhere. Rare, powerful beasts of all kinds, creatures that would normally never flee. Creatures that fierce cultivators would had a hard time to kill if they fought Thema. All of them were running. Why? His mind screamed for answers. And Thena. His eyes widened in horror. The ground trembled again as a massive shadow stretched over him. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. A towering figure. Muscles are rippling, monstrous muscles. Scales are shimmering, radiating with an unnatural teal glow. And those eyes. Teal. Piercing, unforgiving. A surge of pure, primal terror shot through his spine. His entire body locked up. He tried to scramble back, his hands clawing at the dirt, his body shaking. His breathing turned shallow. His lips trembled as he stared in horror. "There's a broken bar, this can't be." His voice caught in his throat. The same creature, the same terrifying predator, but bigger, stronger, and no longer restrained. He felt his own heart falter. And Thena. The creature moved. It walked forward with its massive dinosaur feet, each step making the ground tremble like each were a menacing stomp. The young man in grey felt his heartbeat hammering against his ribs. His breath came in short, shallow gasps. His mind was racing, There's a broken bar. This shouldn't be possible. How did this creature jump from mortal beast level 6 a broken bar to level 11? It was impossible. It defied all logic. A normal temporal Dao essence and draconic Dao essence are completely different kinds of essence. A normal beast that absorbed different kind of essence would take years or decades to advance even a single stage. Even with the best resources, the highest quality beast cores, and top-tier cultivation techniques, a leap of 5 entire levels in mere moments was unthinkable. No. The young man felt his whole world crumbling. Was this a broken bar? Was this even the same creature from before? Maybe this was a different one. Yes, that had to be it. This thing in front of him, it wasn't the same. It couldn't be. But isn't the danger worse through since it's a stronger one? But it smirked. A smirk, a familiar smirk, a smirk that sent a chill down his spine, as if it was saying, you can't escape. His vision blurred, his body froze, his hands shook. No, this is not my end. He screamed in his mind, this is not my end. He wanted to run. He wanted to fight. He wanted to do anything to get out of this situation. Buta. The creature was already there. It stood right before him. The young man squeezed his eyes shut. This was it. It was going to tear him apart. It was going to devour him. He braced for agony, for death, for the end. But then a broken bar. Nothing, no pain, no claws sinking into his flesh, no teeth ripping him apart. Just a broken bar. Silence. What? His brows furrowed. He hesitated. And then, slowly, cautiously, he cracked open one eye. And what he saw shook him to his core. The creature, a broken bar, wasn't looking at him. It was looking beside him. His gaze followed its line of sight, and his breath hitched. The scroll, the taming cultivation method, the very thing he had protected with his life, hidden from the other disciples, treated as his most prized possession. The beast was a broken bar. Looking at it. Why? What was it doing? His thoughts spiraled into chaos. And then, something happened that made his blood run cold. The creature bowed its head toward him. A soft glow enveloped its body. A gentle, eerie light rose up between them. His breath caught in his throat. Isn't this a question mark? He knew this phenomenon. He had read about it. He had studied it. This a broken bar. This was how it happened in the ancient texts. This was how the first temporal beast cultivators were formed. When a beast acknowledged a human as its master with its entire life, his mind reeled. His heart pounded. This was an opportunity. He clenched his fists. His eyes burned with determination. Yes. This was fate. This was destiny. He was chosen. The heavens were smiling upon him. The creature was willingly offering itself to him. He couldn't waste this chance. He refused to let this pass. His breathing quickened. His hands trembled as he reached forward. The bond was about to form. He could already feel the connection. This was it. This was the moment where he would become ear. But then, his expression twisted. His vision blurred. His head spun. Wait. Something was wrong. Why a broken bar? Why did it feel like a broken bar? Like he was the one being tamed? His face turned pale. His heartbeat slowed. Number. This wasn't right. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He was supposed to be the master. He was supposed to be in control. Then why? Why did it feel like he was the prey? His lips quivered. His throat went dry. And then, his face twisted into pure, absolute horror. Wei Long's mind was in chaos. His reptilian body twitched, a strange tickling sensation crawling down his spine. It wasn't painful. It wasn't hunger. It was something else entirely. His head felt groggy, as if something was wiggling deep inside his brain. What a broken bar is this? Then, memories flooded in, not his own. A human's, a boy, a young cultivator, a pathetic, clanless fool thrown away by his family. Why? Because his aptitude for taming was too low. Because he could only tame normal temporal beasts. That was all. That was the reason they abandoned him. Wei Long felt an inexplicable frustration. That human a broken bar, that boy a broken bar. He had nothing. No home, no family, no future. Yet, he didn't give up. Instead, he found one rare beast, A Bashok, a dual-attribute temporal beast wielding both temporal Dao essence and wind Dao essence. A white-feathered predator, swift and lethal. Unlike the single-attribute temporal beasts that other disciples in the Autumn Dragon sect tamed, his beast was different. His companion was stronger. Wei Long could see everything, all of it, the countless conflicts, the enemies, the people this young man offended. 7 of them, 7 powerful figures within the sect who wanted him dead. Zhao Shen, a prodigy of the inner sect, humiliated when his beast was defeated by the Bashok. Yun Ma, cold, calculating alchemist, lost a valuable temporal beast core because of him. Gotan, a powerful outer sect disciple, tried to steal his Bashok but failed. Han Yu, our wealthy noble's son, the young man in grey, exposed his underhanded tactics. Lin's a beast tamer obsessed with perfection, disgusted by his talent despite his low aptitude. Fang Ru, our sect elder's distant relative, jealous of his rapid improvement. Mo King, a secret temporal Dao researcher, suspects the young man knows a hidden method. Wei Long's reptilian eyes widened. What kind of protagonist nonsense is this? This human a broken bar. He wasn't just unlucky. He was walking disaster bait. Why did I tame this guy? Wei Long's claws clenched. Wait, a broken bar. Wait, waiter. He suddenly realized something more terrifying. Wasn't my satisfaction and hydration almost at 0? How a broken bar? How did I end up here? His mind flashed back. He remembered the insanity, the hunger, the desperate, uncontrollable thirst. When his hydration and satisfaction reached dangerous levels, he lost all reason. He devoured beasts in a frenzy. He slaughtered anything that moved. He tore into creatures like a monster from a nightmare. Then he saw the human, the young man in grey. His prey, Buta. He didn't eat him. He tamed him. Wei Long's breathing hitched. Why did his insane, feral, bioengineered instinct choose to tame a human instead of eating him? And then a terrifying realization struck him. He was in one of the Autumn Dragon sect's sanctuaries, inside the sect's territory, surrounded by cultivators powerful enough to kill him in an instant. If he had continued his rampage, he would have attracted the attention of someone stronger, someone he couldn't escape from. So his beast instinct made a choice, to ensure survival, to not become prey himself. He tamed a human. And then, as if confirming his terrifying thought, a notification appeared. Ding. Host's satisfaction, 50%. Host's hydration, 50%. Cultivation methods. 1. Bioengineered cultivation method, a modified form of the standard temporal beast cultivation method. Bioengineered cultivation method originally allowed taming of temporal beasts from level 1 to level 8 mortal beasts. Due to engineering modifications, the host can now tame temporal beasts up to level 12 mortal beasts. New function unlocked. Can also tame humans in a level or mortal realm. Wei Long's entire body stiffened. His reptilian eyes dilated. His cold-blooded heart skipped a beat. What did I just do? His gaze snapped to the human before him. The young man in grey's eyes twitched. His fingers moved. His consciousness was returning. Wei Long doesn't know what to do next. He didn't just tame a human, he enslaved one. And now, that human was waking up. And Wei Long had no idea what would happen next. Suddenly, after regaining his consciousness, Zhu Fang lay flat on his back, staring up at the sky. A deep breath, then a grin spread across his face. Ha ha, broken bar phew. I did it. Wei Long blinked. What? Zhu Fang clenched his aching fist, his chest rising and falling. I tamed it. I finally tamed it. After all these years. A powerful beast is mine. He laughed. His body was broken. His limbs were trembling. He had narrowly escaped death. Yet he was grinning like an idiot. Wei Long felt his entire soul leave his body. Tamed me? Didn't I just tame you? Suddenly a system notification flashed in front of him. Ding. Although the host has successfully tamed the human, due to the bioengineered cultivation method, the tamed human has been modified to believe that he is the one who tamed the host. All commands issued by the host will be interpreted as voluntary actions to please their tamed beast. Wei Long's reptilian pupils shrunk to slits. What a broken bar. So this damned cultivation method didn't just make him capable of taming humans, it made them believe they tamed him? Wei Long almost burst into laughter. So that's why this idiot is celebrating? He actually thinks he's my master? For a moment, Wei Long considered playing along. He lifted his clawed foot and kicked Zhu Fang hard. Swoosh! The young man's body flew through the air. A sharp crack echoed as bones snapped. Wei Long winced. Maybe that was too much. But Zhu Fang struggled back to his feet, his arms shaking, his face covered in sweat. Instead of being angrier, he smiled and bowed. Yeah, broken bar, I'm fine, very fine. Wei Long stared, his reptilian mouth slightly open. What the hell? Zhu Fang staggered, every movement screamed pain. Yet his eyes were filled with determination. I needed that. I must become stronger. Ha ha ha. As expected of my beast, training me so harshly already. Thank you. Wei Long felt his soul leave his body a second time. Before he could even process the absolute nonsense happening in front of him, Zhu Fang suddenly grabbed his shoulders with a death grip. His hands were trembling, his eyes bloodshot. My beast, listen to me carefully. Wei Long tried to wiggle free, but Zhu Fang did not let go. Wei Long froze. Damn it! Why does this feel like an interrogation? Do you know what this means? Do you know what just happened? Zhu Fang's voice shook. Wei Long blinked. A broken bar? What? Zhu Fang took a deep breath. Then he shouted, I am a disciple of the Autumn Dragon sect, but not an official one. Wei Long tilted his head. Zhu Fang continued, his voice growing even more dramatic. Unnamed disciples like me are just glorified janitors. We're at the bottom of the bottom. Even pigs in the sect get treated better than us. Wei Long suddenly had a very bad feeling. To become an outer disciple, we need to collect at least 50 beast cores. Wei Long paused. A broken bar 50. Yes, and to become an inner disciple, we need to collect 100. Wei Long stiffened. A broken bar 100? Yes, which means we need to start hunting immediately. Zhu Fang's face shone with desperation. Wei Long slowly turned his reptilian head. The entire forest, the absolute carnage, the countless beasts he had devoured. He had already killed at least 100 of them. Should he help him? Just as Zhu Fang was about to rush forward, a loud voice boomed from the sky. The trial competition has officially ended. Hunting is no longer permitted. The words hit Zhu Fang like a bolt of lightning. He froze. His pupils shrank. He fell to his knees. A broken bar number. The voice continued. All participants without the required number of beast cores will remain as unnamed disciples. Zhu Fang's hands shook. His lips quivered. His entire soul shattered. No. Tears. Actual, real tears. I worked so hard, I almost died. I even tamed a beast. And now I'm still a janitor? He collapsed, screaming, kicking the dirt. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. Wei Long stared. Was this guy actually crying? Zhu Fang grabbed the dirt beneath him and squeezed it like he was crushing the heavens themselves. I have suffered so much, so much, so much. And now I'm going to be a permanent janitor? Wei Long felt second-hand embarrassment. Zhu Fang grabbed his leg. His entire face was covered in dirt and tears. His soul completely broken. He looked up, his face filled with pleading despair. A broken bar, what do we do? Wei Long blinked. A broken bar we? Zhu Fang's grip tightened. If we go now without beast cores, I'll be a janitor forever. And so will you. I mean you'll be my beast. My beast cannot be a servant beast. That's an insult. We have to do something. Wei Long felt his head spin. What the hell was happening? His plan was to escape once this was all over. Now, suddenly he was part of this guy's existential crisis. Zhu Fang's grip tightened further. His eyes glowed with insane determination. We have to find a way. Wei Long's entire body stiffened and then a single word slipped from his reptilian lips. What? Wei Long narrowed his glowing reptilian eyes as he processed everything Zhu Fang had just said. He asked, through their mind connection, can't we just leave the sect? For a moment, Zhu Fang froze. Then, He grabbed his hair. Ugh, I wish. Wei Long flinched. A broken bar? What? Zhu Fang clenched his fists as his eyes filled with frustration. The sect doesn't work like that. The moment we agreed to take the trial, we had two choices, sir. He lifted two fingers dramatically. One, we could leave the sect and return next year to try again. Wei Long tilted his head. That sound either reasonable. A broken bar. And the second? Zhu Fang's face twisted. Two, we take the trial now, but if we fail, we are stuck as sect workers forever. We cannot leave. We cannot try again. We become permanent cleaners. Wei Long's reptilian eyes widened. Forever, forever. Wei Long paused. He slowly turned his gaze toward the mountain. In the memory of Zhu Fang that he saw earlier, there was a massive sect surrounding them. It was huge, like a little city, with towers as tall as mountains, with thousands upon thousands of disciples, with sect elders who could probably kill him with a flick of their finger. This was no small place. Wei Long closed his eyes. He understood now. If they failed, they weren't just losing a competition, they were losing their freedom. Zhu Fang was still panicking. He grabbed his own shoulders. He paced back and forth. What do we do? What do we do? Maybe I can bribe someone. No, wait, I don't have money. Or maybe I can hide and sneak into the sect library. No, they'd catch me. His voice rose and rose. His panic spiraled out of control. Vina. Wei Long spoke casually, like it was nothing. Only 50 cores, right? Zhu Fang froze. He turned toward Wei Long, stunned. What? The requirement to pass, it's just 50, right? A broken bar. Why yeah? Wei Long tilted his head. Then, before Zhu Fang could react, he opened his mouth wide. Zhu Fang's eyes bulged. Clack, 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 thud, thud, thud. BZZZZZT. Rattle, 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 thump, thump, thump. A literal avalanche of beast cores spilled from Wei Long's mouth. Zhu Fang gasped. He froze. His entire body stiffened. He saw 1, 2, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, and Vina, 61. He stopped breathing. For a moment, the world stood still. Vina, awake. Wei Long flinched. Zhu Fang threw himself onto the ground, rolling, laughing, screaming. His face was madness itself. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Thesa, this is a miracle. Wei Long's tail flicked. A broken bar. You're overreacting. Zhu Fang grabbed the beast cores, holding them like they were his own children. He shook. His tears fell like flowing rivers. How did I get so lucky? First, I made a contract with a powerful beast. Then, I got the beast cores I needed. Then, I even got extra. He held his head. His face contorted. What did I do to deserve this? Was I a saint in my past life? Did the heavens favor me? Wei Long felt second-hand embarrassment again. This guy broken bar was seriously dramatic. Zhu Fang suddenly threw his arms open. He looked up at the sky. Sect Master, look. Zhu Fang, I am no longer a nobody. I am a genius. A genius. Wei Long groaned. He couldn't take it anymore. Swoosh. Wei Long lifted his leg. Crack. Bang. His tail whipped out. Zhu Fang soared through the air. Crash. He landed. And Vina. Silence. Wei Long sighed. Finally. The insanity had stopped. For now, Zhu Fang lay there, unmoving. Wei Long watched him. Would he get up? A broken bar number. Good. Time passed. A long while. Vina. Zhu Fang stirred. His fingers twitched. His eyes fluttered open. A broken bar? Huh? What a broken bar happened? Wei Long ignored him. Something felt off. He didn't know what. Buta. A feeling of instinctual terror crawled up his spine. Zhu Fang blinked. Then, suddenly, he felt it too. A strange pressure. A feeling of doom. Slowly, both of them looked up at the sky. And Vina. Their bodies froze. What a broken bar is that? What a broken bar is coming? Why does it feel a broken bar like death? Soon the air shifted and the wind blasted on their faces. A terrifying pressure blanketed the land. Wei Long's scales bristled. His instincts screamed, warning him. Danger. Vina. A figure descended from the sky. A cultivator in a pristine white robe. He moved gracefully. His steps were silent. Yet, every motion carried authority. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. Zhu Fang gulped. The cultivator stopped before them. He glanced at Zhu Fang. Vina. He turned their gaze to Wei Long. Suddenly, He frowned and spoke. "Is this your tame beast?" Wei Long's tail flicked. His reptilian eyes flashed with fury. "Tamed? Who was tamed?" His rage surged through their spiritual connection. Say contracted. "Not tamed." Zhu Fang tensed. Then, nervously, he stammered, "Am I a broken bar contracted beast?" Wei Long snorted. The cultivator in white simply raised an eyebrow. He studied Wei Long again. Then, they spoke once more. "Why is this mortal beast in the 11th stage?" Zhu Fang hesitated. Then, he turned toward Wei Long, seeking help. Wei Long shrugged. He wasn't going to clean up Zhu Fang's mess. Zhu Fang bit his lip. Then, he turned back and forced a smile. "Yeah, broken bar. I gave him a treasure to reach that level. Earlier, he was only at the 6th stage." The cultivator in white sighed. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and shook his head. Their gaze darkened. "You've destroyed its future." Zhu Fang's eyes widened. "What?" Wei Long's expression darkened. "Destroyed?" The cultivator continued, calmly. "It's clearly a ground dragon, a dual-attribute beast to a temporal Dao beast and a draconic Dao beast." They sighed again. "But you destroyed it." Crack. Wei Long's claws dug into the ground. His instincts raged. "Destroy? Destroy?" He almost lunged forward, almost tore this arrogant bastard apart. "Buta!" Before his rage erupted. The cultivator smiled. A strange, knowing smile. "Oh, this one is spicy." His tone changed. "I apologize, little dragon." Wei Long froze. His tail twitched. The cultivator smirked, as if he knew he wanted to attack, as if he found it amusing. The two locked eyes. A silent battle raged between them, and some sort of opposing invisible electrical energy burned in the space of the gazes. Wei Long's scales burned with barely contained fury. The cultivator's gaze remained calm, dangerous, powerful, like they held absolute confidence over their position. Wei Long's instincts screamed, "This humana!" He wanted to kill this one. Buta. Could he? It doesn't matter. He is pissing him off. Zhu Fang, sensing the invisible electric charge of hostility between them, panicked. He quickly blurted out, My beast cause. I have 62, more than enough. Right?" The tension in the air broke. The cultivator in white glanced at Zhu Fang. Then, he nodded. "I can see that." "But Dina," his eyes sharpened. "But why are they so fresh?" Zhu Fang gulped. Then, quickly, he explained, "I made a contract with this powerful ground dragon. All the cores are from the beasts he ate." The cultivator's eyes flickered. He studied Wei Long again. Wei Long stared back. Finally, the cultivator nodded. And not long it spoke. "All right, wait for 2 days." Zhu Fang perked up. 2 days? For what? "For your official disciple status." Wei Long's eyes narrowed. The cultivator continued, "During these 2 days, you may stay here or hunt more monsters. Once you become an outer disciple, you will take missions in the outer circle of the sect while performing your duties. So, I suggest you tame more savage beasts." Then, without another word, the cultivator flew away. Wei Long did not move. His scales bristled. His instincts boiled with rage. That cultivator, a broken bar, looked down on him, mocked him. Wei Long's mind burned. His body trembled. Kill, kill, kill. For a moment, he felt his bio-engineered dinosaur instinct take over. For a moment, he almost went feral. For a moment, the world stood still. Then, Wei Long flinched. Zhu Fang threw himself onto the ground, rolling, laughing, screaming. His face was madness itself. "I can't believe it! I can't believe it! Thesa, this is a miracle." Wei Long's tail flicked. "A broken bar, you're overreacting." Zhu Fang grabbed the beast cores, holding them like they were his own children. He shook. His tears fell like flowing rivers. How did I get so lucky? First, I made a contract with a powerful beast. Then, I got the beast cores I needed. Then, I even got extra. He held his head. His face contorted. "What did I do to deserve this? Was I a saint in my past life? Did the heavens favor me?" Wei Long felt second-hand embarrassment again. This guy, a broken bar, was seriously dramatic. Zhu Fang suddenly threw his arms open. He looked up at the sky. "Sect Master, look. Zhu Fang, I am no longer a nobody. I am a genius." "A genius?" Wei Long groaned. He couldn't take it anymore. Swoosh. Wei Long lifted his leg. Crack. Bang. His tail whipped out. Zhu Fang soared through the air, Crash. He landed. And Thena. Silence. Wei Long sighed. Finally, the insanity had stopped. For now, Zhufang lay there, unmoving. Wei Long watched him. Would he get up? A broken bar number. Good. Time passed. A long while. Thena. Zhufang stirred. His fingers twitched. His eyes fluttered open. A broken bar, huh? What a broken bar happened? Wei Long ignored him. Something felt off. He didn't know what. Buta. A feeling of instinctual terror crawled up his spine. Zhufang blinked. Then, suddenly he felt it too. A strange pressure. A feeling of doom. Slowly, both of them looked up at the sky. And Thena. Their bodies froze. What a broken bar is that? What a broken bar is coming? Why does it feel a broken bar like death? Soon the air shifted and the wind blasted on their faces. A terrifying pressure blanketed the land. Wei Long's scales bristled. His instincts screamed, warning Hema. Danger. Thena. A figure descended from the sky. A cultivator in a pristine white robe. He moved gracefully. His steps were silent. Yet, every motion carried authority. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. Zhufang gulped. The cultivator stopped before them. He glanced at Zhufang. Thena. He turned their gaze to Wei Long. Suddenly, he frowned and spoke. Is this your tame beast? Wei Long's tail flicked. His reptilian eyes flashed with fury. Tamed? Who was tamed? His rage surged through their spiritual connection. Say contracted. Not tamed. Zhufang tensed. Then, nervously, he stammered. Am I a broken bar contracted beast? Wei Long snorted. The cultivator in white simply raised an eyebrow. He studied Wei Long again. Then, they spoke once more. Why is this mortal beast in the 11th stage? Zhufang hesitated. Then, he turned toward Wei Long, seeking help. Wei Long shrugged. He wasn't going to clean up Zhufang's mess. Zhufang bit his lip. Then, he turned back and forced a smile. Yeah, broken bar. I gave him a treasure to reach that level. Earlier, he was only at the 6th stage. The cultivator in white sighed. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and shook his head. Their gaze darkened. You've destroyed its future. Zhufang's eyes widened. What? Wei Long's expression darkened. Destroyed? The cultivator continued, calmly. It's clearly a ground dragon, a dual-attribute beast to a temporal Dao beast and a draconic Dao beast. They sighed again. But you destroyed it. Crack. Wei Long's claws dug into the ground. His instincts raged. Destroy? Destroy? He almost lunged forward. Almost tore this arrogant bastard apart. Buta. Before his rage erupted. The cultivator smiled. A strange, knowing smile. Oh, this one is spicy. His tone changed. I apologize, little dragon. Wei Long froze. His tail twitched. The cultivator smirked, as if he knew he wanted to attack, as if he found it amusing. The two locked eyes. A silent battle raged between them and some sort of opposing invisible electrical energy burned in the space of the gazes. Wei Long's scales burned with barely contained fury. The cultivator's gaze remained calm, dangerous, powerful, like they held absolute confidence over their position. Wei Long's instincts screamed, this humana. He wanted to kill this one. Buta. Could he? It doesn't matter. He is pissing him off. Zhufang, sensing the invisible electric charge of hostility between them, panicked. He quickly blurted out, my beast cause. I have 62, more than enough. Right? The tension in the air broke. The cultivator in white glanced at Zhufang. Then, he nodded. I can see that. But Thena, his eyes sharpened. But why are they so fresh? Zhufang gulped. Then, quickly, he explained. I made a contract with this powerful ground dragon. All the cores are from the beasts he ate. The cultivator's eyes flickered. He studied Wei Long again. Wei Long stared back. Finally, the cultivator nodded. And not long it spoke. All right, wait for 2 days. Zhufang perked up. 2 days? For what? For your official disciple status. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. The cultivator continued. During these 2 days, you may stay here or hunt more monsters. Once you become an outer disciple, you will take missions in the outer circle of the sect while performing your duties. So, I suggest you tame more savage beasts. Thena, without another word, The cultivator flew away. Wei Long did not move. His scales bristled. His instincts boiled with rage. That cultivator, a broken bar, looked down on him, mocked him. Wei Long's mind burned. His body trembled. Kill, kill, kill. For a moment he felt his bioengineered dinosaur instinct take over. For a moment he almost went feral. For a moment he almost attacked. Buta. The cultivator left immediately. Wei Long breathed heavily. He forced himself to calm down. He forced the instincts back. He would have been taken over again. He was still too unstable, too hungry, too weak. Zhu Fang, sensing the boiling fury in Wei Long, quickly changed the topic. Let's go catch more beasts, more cause, more taming. Wei Long, still staring in the direction the cultivator left, remained silent. He nodded. A broken bar, fine. He needed to eat. He needed to hunt. He needed to gain more abilities. During this entire time here, all he did was satisfy his hunger. But he never hunted with purpose. He never absorbed useful abilities. He needed to fix that before he left her. Before he entered the sect fully, he needed to devour. He needed to grow stronger. Wei Long turned around. His claws dug into the earth. His eyes gleamed with hunger. Zhu Fang nervously followed, as they disappeared into the wilderness. As Wei Long walked through the forest, his claws softly pressing into the dirt, his mind churned. He kept replaying a certain event in his head. The moment his bioengineered dinosaur instinct took over, it had tamed a human cultivator. Wei Long had never intended to do that, but his instincts did. And why? To preserve its own survival. Wei Long's reptilian eyes gleamed. Does that mean a broken bar? The bioengineered dinosaur instinct only activated when his life was in danger. Could he, a broken bar, use it in critical situations? Could he control it just enough to turn the tide of a battle? He hadn't even considered this when he first realized he was in a sect sanctuary. Now, a plan formed in his mind. He smirked. If he played this right, he could have an ultimate trump card. But there was also a risk. He could lose his mind. It seems he only needed to use it when necessary. The only possible reason he didn't lose his mind completely was because of the bioengineered instinct. He had wanted to save itself. Suddenly, Zhu Fang, who had been nervously following Wei Long, stopped. He inhaled deeply. Then, he raised his hand and chanted, upon the winds of time, where feathers dance in the ever-flowing currents of fate. Heed my call. Descend from the boundless skies, my beast companion Abashok. Wei Long blinked. What the hell was that? Did cultivators always talk like that? Before he could comment, a burst of white light descended from the sky. A majestic beast landed before them. It had snowy white feathers that shimmered under the sunlight. Its body was plump and round, almost like a boulder covered in soft down. Its short wings flapped, sending a gust of wind. It had a sharp hawk-like beak and piercing golden eyes. Its legs were short yet sturdy, equipped with razor-sharp talons. It looked like a creature built for both flight and endurance. Bashok, a dual-attribute temporal and wind beast. Zhu Fang smiled when it descended. Bashok, you are free to roam. The white-feathered beast flapped its wings proudly. Then, as if remembering something, Zhu Fang suddenly gestured toward Wei Long. I forgot. Bashok, meet Wei Long. Wei Long, meet Bashok. Bashok turned toward Wei Long. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Bashok's expression changed. It froze. Then its golden eyes widened in horror. A primal fear surged through its body, because it knew. As if it saw through the illusion, Zhu Fang did not tame Wei Long. Instead, Wei Long tamed Zhu Fang. Bashok opened its beak, about to expose the truth. Buta. Wei Long's reptilian gaze locked onto it. A silent command. A single threat. A look that said, dare to speak a broken bar and I will end you and your beloved master. Bashok trembled violently. Its wings twitched. Its body stiffened, and then it shut its beak. Wei Long smirked. Good bird. Zhu Fang noticed the trembling of Bashok. He blinked. Bashok, what's wrong? Before the white-feathered beast could react, Wei Long suddenly spoke. Why doesn't it have a name yet? Zhu Fang hesitated. Then, he sighed. I can't give it one yet. Why? Wei Long asked. his gaze never leaving Bashok, because it hasn't reached the phase of awakened beasts yet. Wei Long hummed in response, but his eyes stayed locked on Bashok. Bashok understood. It knew this was no ordinary ground dragon. This was no tamed beast. If Wei Long was the real controller here, then its life and Zhu Fang's life were both in his claws. It trembled uncontrollably. Wei Long smirked. Now it knows its place. Suddenly the air shifted. A heavy, oppressive aura filled the surroundings. Wei Long's instincts screamed. Bashok shivered. Zhu Fang froze. They all felt it. Something was wrong. Something ominous was coming. Wei Long's reptilian eyes narrowed. His tail flicked. His claws tightened. Whatever it was, a broken bar. It was close. Very close. Wei Long's heightened senses tingled like an alarm. His reptilian eyes snapped toward the source of danger. Something was coming. From the bushes, rustling, a sudden blur shot out. A black fox-like creature with two tails lunged at them. Its eyes were bloodshot, its fur matted, and its mouth foamed as if it were rabid. But Wei Long was faster. With one powerful swing, his thick, muscular tail slammed the creature mid-air. Bang! The fox-like beast soared through the sky before smashing against a tree. It let out a horrid screech before going still. Buta. That wasn't the end. The bushes rattled. More creatures emerged. Their bodies twitched unnaturally, their eyes hollow, their movements erratic. Something was terribly wrong. One by one, the creatures crawled from the shadows, each more twisted than the last. First beast, the fox. The black two-tailed fox, the one Wei Long had just smacked, was still twitching in pain. Its fur seemed to be rotting, as if something cursed it from the inside out. Second beast, the ravenous hound, a canine beast, dragged itself forward. Its body was covered in scars, its stomach bloated unnaturally. Its mouth hung open, revealing rows of jagged, uneven teeth that didn't belong to a dog. Dripping saliva boiled upon touching the ground. Third beast, the bone-crested vulture, a massive bird with no feathers, only patches of exposed bone, stood with crooked legs. Its wings twitches uncontrollably, and its eyes were milky white, void of any intelligence. It let out a hollow caw, sending a shiver through the air. Fourth beast, the skinless boar, a bull-like beast that had no skin, stumbled forward. Its raw, red muscles twitched with every movement, and every step left bloody footprints behind. Yet, it showed no pain, only pure, mindless aggression. Fifth beast, the six-armed giant rat. From the shadows, the largest creature emerged. A monstrous rat, twice the size of the other beasts, with 6 muscular arms. Its fur was falling off in patches, revealing grayish, pulsating flesh. Its yellowed teeth were long, curling outward unnaturally. Its 6 claws dug into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. This one was different, stronger, more ominous, and its presence felt wrong. But Wei Long dealt with them easily. Before Wei Long could finish them off completely by devouring them, Zhu Fang grabbed his tail. Wait! Don't eat it! Zhu Fang's voice was urgent. Wei Long snapped his predatory head toward him. His sharp teeth gleamed as he growled. Why? Zhu Fang gulped. Then, he took a deep breath. Because he broken bar, this is not natural. These beasts have been corrupted by a broken bar demonic Tao essence. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. He was unfamiliar with Tao essences. He only knew of the temporal Tao essence, which governed beast taming and allowed harmony between humans and beasts. But these a broken bar. This was different. Explain. Wei Long demanded. Zhu Fang nodded, then began. There are 2 main paths to beast taming, the right way and the wrong way. The natural path of taming, beast tamers form bonds with creatures using the temporal Tao essence. This energy allows for mutual growth. A tamer and their beast grow together, sharing power, emotions, and experiences. With proper care, beasts can awaken their intelligence, evolve, and reach their full potential. It is the method used by sect disciples, noble families, and righteous cultivators. However, there is another way, a darker way. Some tamers are impatient. They do not care for the growth of their beasts. They do not nurture them. Instead, they forcefully control them by torturing or not treating them right to release the demonic Tao essence. Demonic Tao essence is cruel. To release it, one must break the will of a beast. It forces unnatural mutations. It makes beasts stronger, but at a cost. They become twisted, unstable, and rabid. They feel no pain. They never disobey. They fight until death, and worst of all, their minds are shattered. They become puppets, nothing more than tools to be used and discarded. Zhu Fang's expression darkened. The beasts we just fought are broken bar. They were demonic path beasts. Wei Long stared at the six-armed giant rat. It growled, its mouth foaming, its eyes hollow yet filled with mindless hunger. Zhu Fang continued, voice grimmer. If there are beasts affected by demonic Tao essence, that means there are demonic path beast tamers nearby. Wei Long gritted his teeth. So that's what this was. Somewhere, a demonic beast tamer was controlling these monsters. And these types of tamers were never alone. Zhu Fang grabbed his scaly arm. We should leave now. Wei Long didn't respond, because something clicked in his mind. A memory. Could it be Broken Bar? He suddenly turned toward the deeper part of the forest. Without a word, he took a step forward. Zhu Fang's eyes widened. Wait. What are you doing? Wei Long stopped. His golden reptilian eyes glowed. Then, he spoke. Stay here. Don't follow me. Zhu Fang paled. Are you insane? If we get caught? Wei Long turned his head slightly. A silent warning. Then, his eyes shifted to Bashok. A silent command. A look that said tell him nothing. Bashok trembled. Wei Long vanished. His body shimmered as his bioengineered camouflage activated, and within seconds he disappeared and blended completely in the forest. Wei Long moved silently through the darkened forest, his bioengineered camouflage concealing his presence. His golden reptilian eyes flickered with a strong sense of what would happen next if he went to what he believed that source of it all. He had to go, even though Zhu Fang warned him, even though the creatures he encountered were twisted beyond reason. It didn't matter, because floating before his vision was a system notification. Ding. Expose yourself to the demonic Tao Path essence. This exposure is beneficial to the host. The host is advised to go to where it originated. Current exposure, 21%. 100%. Wei Long's claws clenched. This was an opportunity. The demonic Tao essence might have been toxic to ordinary beasts for what he observed, but he wasn't an ordinary beast. He was bioengineered. His instinct whispered that this could make him stronger. And in a world of cultivators, old beings, and monstrous enemies, power was all that mattered. Especially if his bioengineered dinosaur instinct would continue to drag him into trouble in this cultivation world. Wei Long wasn't a fool. He needed power fast. And so he moved forward, heading straight toward the corrupted orb. But he wasn't alone. Suddenly a rustle. The undergrowth shook violently. Then a dark blur lunged from the shadows. Wei Long's eyes snapped toward it. A small beast the size of a fox but horrifyingly deformed. One after another, they emerged, each more terrifying than the last. A weasel-like creature scurried toward him. But its eyes were missing. Only two gaping, empty sockets stared at Wei Long. Black liquid dripped from them, sizzling upon contact with the ground. Its body was covered in writhing veins, pulsating unnaturally. Yet it moved as if it could see him perfectly. Wei Long's tail whipped out. Crack. The creature explodes upon impact. Black mist rose from its remains. Ding. Exposure increased to 22%, 100%. However, not long after, the trees above shook violently. Then a small, twitching creature dropped down from the branches. It landed on all fours. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. A squirrel. Buta. It had no skin. Its raw, red muscles were exposed, pulsating as if they had their own will. Its jaws unhinged, revealing a gaping maw filled with rows of needle-like teeth. Then it screeched. A noise so piercing it sent vibrations through the air. Wei Long's pupils contracted. His claws ripped through its body. Blood sprayed, but the blood turned into mist. The same black mist as before. Ding. Exposure increased to 22.5%, 100%. It seems there are more. A low, guttural growl echoed from the bushes. Wei Long turned, and then another fox-like creature emerged. But something was horribly wrong. Its head was not that of a fox, instead a massive centipede's head had replaced it. Its mandibles twitched, clicking together with a sickening sound. Dozens of tiny insect-like legs wriggled from its throat, moving independently. Wei Long's tail lashed out. Bang! The creature was sent crashing into a tree. It twitched violently then went still. Ding! Exposure increased to 23%, 100%. Realizing what is happening, Wei Long stared at the black mist rising from the corpses. His claws flexed. He had tested it. Each of these small mutated beasts only raised his demonic Tao exposure by 0.5% or 1%. That meant if he truly wanted to reach 100% quickly a broken bar, he had to go to the source. His gaze lifted up beyond the dark trees, where the corrupted orb was waiting. Wei Long's mind was made up. He would go without hesitation, without stopping, without cancelling his camouflage. And so, he melted into the darkness, silent, unseen, heading straight to where it could be. Not long, Wei Long stopped at the mouth of the cave. His reptilian eyes widened in shock. What a broken bar is that thing? Before him, a horrifying abomination stood, its grotesque form twitching in the dim light. It was unnatural. A mistake of creation, a nightmare given flesh, a true appearance of horror. Its body was a hideous fusion of beasts, insects, and plants. Its head was elongated, half covered in patches of fur and insect-like scales, its jaw splitting open vertically to reveal a gaping maw filled with needle-thin teeth. Two massive, insect wings jutted from its back, but their edges curled unnaturally, lined with thorn-like protrusions. One arm was a scaled dragon's claw, blackened and oozing venom. The other was a massive paw, fur-covered, but the fur writhed like living tendrils. Its legs were a monstrous mismatch. One was a bird's talon, sharp enough to pierce stone, while the other was a thick, reptilian turtle foot, each step crushing the ground beneath it. Vines and flower-like growths coiled round its torso, blooming with eyeballs that swiveled independently, staring at Wei Long. It was wrong. It was disgusting, and it was familiar. Soon, something flashed on Wei Long's head. Wait. This thing, it looked like it was a combination of the creatures he captured last time. The creatures he was planning to use as a distraction in case a cultivator found him here. It wasn't like this before. Wei Long's pupils contracted. He quickly scanned its stats. Status: name, Forest Glum. Main Dao attributes: Terror Dao, Shadow Dao. Other Dao attributes: Gu, Verdant, and Venom. Level: 12. Mortal Beast: 12. Wei Long froze. This thing was higher level than him. Much higher. It was just still lying or whatever it was doing. It's not moving. Ding. A system notification flashed before his vision. Warning. If the host fails to expose himself to the demonic Dao Path essence within 30 minutes, the orb's effect will become untraceable. Time remaining: 30 hours 0 minutes. Wei Long's head felt like it was slammed on a hard concrete wall. This means that if he didn't get to the orb in time and expose himself near it, he would lose this opportunity forever. He gritted his teeth. He had two choices: fight the grotesque beast and force his way inside, or retreat and lose the chance to grow stronger. His bioengineered instinct urged him a fight, but his rational mind hesitated. The creature was stronger than him. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. Wei Long still hadn't moved. The forest glum twitched, its many eyes blinking in different directions as if it knew he was there. It was waiting. Wei Long exhaled sharply. His decision was made. He had to fight. Wei Long struck first. His tail whipped out a bang. The creature blocked it. Its reptilian claw clamped down on his tail, stopping it midair. Wei Long's pupils shrank. Shit. He lunged, fangs bared, aiming for its exposed throat. Schlick. A vine shot out from the beast's torso, impaling Wei Long's shoulder. Blood splattered. Wei Long roared, twisting his body violently. His claws ripped through the vine, severing it. But the severed vine morphed into the wriggling worm and tried to burrow into his flesh. Wei Long's eyes flashed. No, you don't. His bioengineered body twitched, and his scales heated up. Sizzle. The worm burned away, unable to pierce his radiation-infused flesh. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes remaining. Wei Long was heavily injured. His left leg was cut deeply by the creature's bird talons. His chest was scraped open, exposing his ribs. But the forest glum was also injured. Its right wing was torn. Its left arm was broken. Yet it still stood, unyielding, It was blocking the cave entrance. Wei Long panted heavily. His vision swayed. If this continued, he wouldn't make it. Wei Long's mind raced. Should he keep fighting, or abandon the orb? His golden eyes flickered with hesitation. He had been back down before, so this is nothing new. However, now there was a time limit. Was this worth it? The forest glum twitched, preparing another attack. Wei Long's claws tensed. He had to choose now. And at that moment he felt it. A terror. Wei Long's blood ran cold. This fighter, should he just leave and focus on self-preservation and see another day? Wei Long froze. A moment ago he was on the verge of collapse. But now he felt nothing. No pain, no exhaustion. His wounds were gone. Wei Long's golden reptilian eyes flickered downward. His chest, his tongue scales, the deep gashes from the creature's talons, all of them were now gone. Unconsciously, his predatory maw suddenly twisted into a smirk, and he looked like he did it instinctively. On his head, Wei Long remembered, he wasn't just a bioengineered beast with mortal toxic scales, peak mortal camouflage, peak mortal reptilian communication, peak mortal predatory senses, peak. He had something far more dangerous. The ability that made him a top predator. Bioengineered mortal healing, peak. A very powerful ability. A low growl rumbled from his throat. If this creature couldn't kill him instantly, then nothing mattered. He could go all out. Wei Long's muscles coiled. Then a boom. He lunged forward, recklessly. No more caution, no more hesitation. The battle was about to turn into a bloodbath, and he didn't care what will happen next. The forest glum screeched. Its eyeballs and the flowers swiveled wildly, sensing danger. Wei Long's claws flashed. Shrip. One of its insect wings was ripped off. The beast howled. Black blood splattered across the cave walls. It retaliated. A thorned vine shot toward Wei Long's neck. He didn't dodge. Stab. It pierced through his flesh. But Wei Long didn't stop. Instead, he clamped his jaws around the vine and a crunch. Rip-tight-off. The forest glum twitched in pain. In a single minute, Wei Long tore through its scales. His tail slammed into its legs, breaking one of its bird talons. The forest glum shrieked. When it became too minute, so the beast retaliated surely. A mass of writhing vines wrapped around Wei Long's limbs, squeezing, crushing. His bones cracked. But instead of fearing pain, he just chuckled. After another minute, Wei Long snapped his jaws forward. Bite. His fangs punctured its throat. The beast's Gutao essence reacted. A swarm of small parasites exploded from its wounds, crawling into Wei Long's scales, and some of them didn't feel like parasites. They were like acid that was eating his flesh bits to bits. Wei Long ignored it. His healing was faster than the acid-like parasites could devour him. 5 minutes passed. The forest glum weakens. The grotesque abomination twitched. It was gravely injured. It limped. Its flower eyes dimmed. It was still standing. Wei Long? He had dozens of wounds. His scales were torn. His bones fractured. Yet he was still healing. Not long. The forest glum panicked. It was a level 12 mortal beast. It had power. It had strength. But it was fighting something that wouldn't die. No matter how many times it struck her. No matter how many wounds it inflicted her. Wei Long just kept coming. Again, and again, and again. The forest glum took a step back. For the first time in its life it felt fear. Not long after, the forest glum collapsed. It wasn't dead, but it was just beyond broken. Its insect wings were shredded. Its reptilian leg was crushed. Its vines were withered. It couldn't move. It couldn't fight. It had lost. Wei Long stood above it. He exhaled. Then without another glance he walked past it with a sadistic smile on his face. Wei Long ignored his wounds as his scales regenerated on its own. His flesh knitted itself back together. Without hesitation he stepped inside the cave, and then a notification flashed. Ding! The host is now exposed to the demonic Dao path. Wei Long's golden eyes gleamed. Finally, it was time to see what this power could do and find the answer why it is beneficial for him. Wei Long stepped deeper into the cave. The air thickened and a strange atmosphere permeated. Suddenly, He flinched as the Omnisaur pressed down on his small yet powerful Tyrannosaurus-like body. Was this really beneficial for him? His predatory instincts screamed at him to retreat. He shook his head. Wei Long was not an ordinary beast. He was not just a dinosaur. He was a bioengineered apex predator. Created, engineered, designed to be the strongest, to evolve beyond limits, to consume all and rise above all. Suddenly a cold sensation. Wei Long's golden reptilian eyes snapped downward. Something was crawling. A dark, writhing energy. It coiled around his small, yet deadly feet. It slithered up, like shadowy tendrils, sinking into his flesh. Ding. Exposure, 24%, 100%. Wei Long gasped. The pain began. And it was hell. At first, it was like pins and needles. Then it grew sharper, like thousands of barbed wires wrapping around his muscles, tearing, slicing, burrowing into his very core. Wei Long's limbs locked up. His jaw clenched so hard his fangs cracked. His tail thrashed. The cave walls trembled from his struggles. Exposure, 30%, 100%. Then he felt something inside him ruptured. Like his organs twisted, or his bones cracked. And his veins also felt like they were set ablaze. Wei Long collapsed. His claws dug into the stone floor, carving deep trenches. The agony wouldn't stop. It wasn't enough. It just started. Exposure, 40%. 100%. Wei Long couldn't move. The demonic Tao essence wasn't just hurting him, it felt like it was violating him, tearing into his cells, ripping apart his genetic structure. It wasn't trying to kill him. It was trying to remake him, to corrupt him. Exposure, 50%. 100%. Wei Long saw himself, but different. Not his past self but his now dinosaur self, a beast of pure shadows. Scales that bled darkness, eyes that glowed like molten stars, fangs dripping with abyssal venom, a creature of madness and destruction. Was this what the demonic Tao path wanted to turn him into? Would he lose his mind? Would he become one of those rabid beasts? Exposure, 60%. 100%. Wei Long howled. His voice here was not his own. It was deeper, more primal, more ancient, more monstrous. Exposure, 70%. 100%. Wei Long convulsed. His scales cracked open. Black mist oozed out. His muscles spasmed violently. He felt like he was melting, like his entire existence was being rewritten. He tried to fight it. It's like the demonic Tao essence had no mercy and it wanted to devour him whole. Exposure, 80%. 100%. The pain reached its peak. Wei Long felt his mind breaking. He felt himself slipping. His bioengineered instincts screamed at him, adapt, overcome, survive. But could he? Could he truly endure this? Was this the end? Exposure, 90%. 100%. Wei Long's breath shuddered. His vision darkened. His heartbeat slowed. His entire body turned numb. It was as if he had died. Exposure, 100%. 100%. Ding. The host can now absorb demonic Tao beasts. Wei Long lay still. His breath was ragged. His mind was blank. His body completely numb. For a moment he thought he had lost something. Or had he gained something? Wei Long forced himself to stand. His muscles trembled. His legs wobbled. He was alive. But nothing felt different. No power. No surge of strength. Just a broken bar. A single message. The host can now absorb demonic Tao beasts. That's it? Wei Long's eyes narrowed. Was that all? After all that pain? Damn. He clenched his jaws in frustration. But then he remembered. He needed to try something first. The forest glum. The grotesque abomination. It was still outside, still breathing, still twitching, but barely alive. Wei Long stepped forward. His golden eyes gleamed. A deep, rumbling chuckle escaped his throat. Then he spoke. You'll make a good nutrient in my stomach, better than dying here with no purpose. Wei Long licked his fangs. The forest glum twitched at his feet. Its grotesque, misshapen body shuddered as it took its final breaths. A tangled mass of fur, scales, insect wings, and mismatched limbs. Even dying, it looked utterly wrong, like a nightmare stitched together by a madman. But to Wei Long it looked somewhat delicious. Am I seeing something wrong this time? He thought, closing his eyes and opening his predatory mouth. A chomp. His jaws clamped down, bones snapped like dry twigs. Dark ichor burst, coating his tongue. The taste hit him instantly, and it was a savory. Wei Long's golden eyes widened. Is this for real? His forked tongue flicked out, savoring the aftertaste. This wasn't like the bland, gamey flesh of the savage beasts he had eaten before in this sanctuary. This was something else, something richer, something that made his very cells hum with satisfaction. I need to make sure, Wei Long thought. So he ripped another chunk free. A mix of feathers and flesh, soft yet firm, melting on his tongue. There was a deep, smoky flavor that clung to his teeth, like roasted meat marinated in some forbidden darkness. It was intoxicating. It was exquisite. Wei Long tilted his head back, swallowing an entire limb. It slid down his throat with a satisfying gulp. Holy shit, he mumbled in disbelief. Every bite filled him with a warmth that spread through his core. Not just warmth or power. It was like his body was absorbing something greater. Something beyond just meat and bones. Nah, fuck this, Wei Long said to himself, like he had never eaten in his entire life. His claws sank into the beast's side, carving through flesh with ease. Black essence leaked from the wounds, seeping into the stone. Wei Long didn't waste a drop. He lapped at the dark liquid, letting its bitterness dance across his tongue. The taste to a TT was like eating the day and night itself. Dark, bitter, bright, yet strangely addictive. Wei Long tore through the creature with pure carnivorous joy. Feathers fluttered, scales cracked, organs burst between his fangs. He devoured everything, bit by bit, until there was nothing left. Wei Long licked his chops, his breath heavy. "My broken bar, I didn't expect these. A broken bar, that was amazing." He had never tasted anything like it. His tail swished in satisfaction. Ding, you have absorbed the genes of a perfect target. Due to being a creature created to be a top predator, the soul and the body are not affected by its negative effects. Creating new bioengineered abilities. You may select one of the following 7 options. 1. Bioengineered mortal dragon sigh, peak. 2. Bioengineered mortal eating rocks, peak. 3. Bioengineered mortal soaring speed, peak. 4. Bioengineered mortal digging ground, peak. 5. Bioengineered mortal palm tree destroyer, peak. 6. Bioengineered mortal silent fart, peak. 7. Bioengineered mortal ass grinding, peak. Wei Long froze. His golden eyes narrowed. What to choose? My broken bar. Why does this feel wrong? He thought. The system had never done this before. 7 choices, and every single one of them had the word bioengineered attached to it. That was new. Normally, whenever Wei Long ate a beast, he only got abilities that were exact copies of the creatures he devoured. Weaker. Basic. If he wanted a peak level ability, he had to consume dozens of the same creature at the exact same level. It should be same level. A tedious, painful grind. But now, just one beast, just one meal, and he could pick a fully optimized, peak tier ability. Wei Long's mouth curled into a smirk. These a broken bar. This changed everything. He scanned the list. Then, without hesitation, he picked bioengineered mortal soaring speed, peak. Instantly a sensation spread through his limbs, like a wild storm awakening in his muscles. His bones tingled. His tendons tightened. A strange lightness filled his body as if gravity itself had weakened. Wei Long flexed his legs. A gust of wind kicked up, swirling dust around him. He stomped down. Whoosh! His body blurred. For a split second he felt like he had soared. Not jumped. Soared. Ding. Name, Wei Long. Level, 11 mortal beast. Age, 2 days. Race, dinosaur hybrid. Current stage, juvenile dinosaur. Innate ability, predatory bioengineering. Clan, blue eyes white heaven dragons. Innate bioengineered abilities, bioengineered mortal healing, peak. Bioengineered mortal toxic scales, peak. Bioengineered mortal camouflage, peak. Bioengineered mortal reptilian communication, peak. Bioengineered mortal predatory senses, peak. Bioengineered mortal soaring speed, peak. Innate bioengineered hidden instincts, unknown. Wei Long let out a deep, rolling laugh. His voice echoed through the cave. Speed. Speed meant he could catch. Speed meant he could escape. Speed meant he could control the battlefield. He looked down at his claws. The demonic Tao essence had given him a shortcut to power. A wicked grin stretched across his predatory maw. He flicked his tail. His eyes gleamed. I need to hunt more. A broken bar. His body blurred. The wind roared. He vanished. Not long after, Wei Long prowled through the dense forest, his golden eyes gleaming. The air was thick with humidity, carrying the scent of beasts, blood, and damp earth. His tail swayed low, his body moving in perfect silence. He was hunting. But something was wrong. Very, very wrong. He had already killed and devoured 3 beasts. A deer-like creature with shadowy veins crawling beneath its skin. A spiny rat, its red eyes twitching as it attacked without fear. A capybara-like beast, its body reeking of dark corruption. Yet nothing. No new bioengineered abilities. No system notification. No surge of power. Just delicious meat. Wei Long licked his bloody fangs, scowling. Something wasn't adding up, he mumbled. He knew these beasts were infected. He could smell the demonic Tao essence seeping from them. Yet, unlike the forest glum he devoured earlier, they weren't granting him anything. His tail flicked in frustration. Was it luck, chance? Did he need to gamble every time he ate a demonic beast? That thought made his claws tighten. If this was just about luck, then it meant he had to devour hundreds, maybe thousands, just to get something useful. Wei Long snorted. Figures. Of course, power wouldn't come easily. Nothing in this brutal world was easy, and if it was probably a trap. Still, that didn't mean he would stop. Even if the odds were low, as long as he kept eating, eventually he'd get stronger. And the stronger he got, the more beasts he could hunt. It was simple, a game of patience and numbers. And Wei Long was willing to play. So he kept hunting. He chased a limping fox, its body racked with dark boils. He stalked a 2-headed vulture, its feathers slick with foul energy. He tore apart a mutated snake, its scales hissing with eerie whispers. Each time nothing. Each time he grew more irritated. Each time his body ached from the effort. Wei Long paused, panting. His muscles burned, his breath coming in short, heavy bursts. Why is there nothing? He mumbled in frustration and confusion. His body was stronger, but even he had limits. And this endless hunt? It was exhausting. Still, Wei Long gritted his teeth. This wasn't working. He had to change tactics. Maybe find a den of demonic Tao beasts instead of random strays. Something that guaranteed corruption instead of relying on pure luck. But before he could make a plan, something caught his eye. Far ahead, a group of figures stood in a clearing. Wei Long's pupils shrank. Humans. 5 of them. What are they? They were dressed in dark robes, their clothes embroidered with twisting blood-red patterns. Each one carried a jagged weapon, a hooked saber, a serrated spear, a long staff etched with eerie runes. Their chi flickered like black fire, crawling along their skin. Demonic cultivators? Wei Long guessed correctly. After he already encountered one, Wei Long instinctively activated his bioengineered camouflage. His scales shifted, blending into the surrounding shadows. He lowered himself, and decided to just watch, listen and observe. After all, the cultivators weren't alone. They were surrounded by pig-like beasts, each one twice their size. Thick leathery skin, glowing crimson eyes, curved tusks dripping with dark saliva. The creatures snorted and pawed at the ground, their bodies radiating an unnatural aura. Mortal beast level 10 to 11. Wei Long would see their faces. The cultivators looked frustrated, angry, tired. They spoke in low, hushed tones. Where is the other orb? Wei Long's eyes flickered. Orb? Don't tell me. He could only widen his eyes. A younger-looking cultivator spat on the ground. We needed both to activate the formation. Without it, we're stuck here. Another, an older man with a long scar across his cheek, growled. Damn it. Where is he? Did he get caught or something? The warning soul flag is not activated, so it means that the Autumn Dragon sect still seems to be clueless to our presence. So what could have happened to the holder of that orb? A third cultivator, a woman with hollow eyes, spoke coldly. Either it was taken, or something ate it. Wei Long's heart skipped a beat. Ate it? That sounded familiar. No, it should be the one he killed they were talking about and the orb he absorbed. The scarred man cursed. We don't have time for this. We need to report back. If we don't return with the orbs, snap. Everyone froze. Wei Long's spine stiffened. The cultivators' heads jerked up. The pig beasts grunted, their ears flicking toward the treetops. Something was coming, something big. Wei Long cursed internally. This was not the time to get caught. He stayed perfectly still, his body blending into the shadows. He had no idea what was about to appear. But whatever it was, it had all of them on high alert. Even the demonic cultivators looked at a broken bar, worried. A sudden hum filled the clouds up ahead. It started as a low vibration, like the distant rumbling of a storm. Then, a deep, resonating voice erupted across the entire forest, shaking leaves from trees and sending beasts scurrying into the underbrush. Alert! 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 Unauthorized demonic cultivators have been detected within the trial grounds. Identified individuals are at peak mortal cultivator levels. Warning to all participating disciples: immediate evasion is required. The voice was monotonous, but it sounded like it was panicking. It stretched endlessly, drilling into the mind of everyone who heard it. It wasn't merely a warning. It was a command, a desperate and panicked order that shook the very air with each syllable. The trees trembled, the ground vibrated, the wind howled, carrying the words far and wide. Do not engage. I repeat, do not engage. Reinforcements will arrive in exactly 2 days. Survival takes priority. All disciples are instructed to evade immediate confrontation and make sure to hide. Wei Long stayed perfectly still in his camouflaged form. The announcement boomed above him, but his expression remained blank. There was no shock in his eyes, no panic, no fear. He simply listened. Be warned. These individuals may possess unstable demonic artifacts. Repeat. They may possess unstable demonic artifacts. Interacting with these cultivators will result in instant disqualification and a possible death. The voice continued for what felt like hours, detailing survival strategies, listing known demonic tactics, and emphasizing the absolute necessity of avoiding battle. But Wei Long? He wasn't worried. He had no reason to be. He had no master to obey, no trial to pass, and most importantly, he wasn't one of those weak, naive disciples who needed to run. Still, he made sure to hide well in the foliage. His golden eyes narrowed, watching the 5 demonic cultivators below. A feeling of something missing suddenly causes his chest to tighten. A strange sense of forgetfulness, like something was missing. Something important. Something he should have remembered. But what? On the other hand, the 5 cultivators, who had been standing in tense silence, suddenly erupted into curses. Damn it! This changes everything. One of them growled, his voice twisted with frustration. Reinforcements? 2 days? This wasn't in the plan. The woman with hollow eyes spat to the side. Calm down, fools. Panicking won't solve anything. Her voice was cold, measured, but there was an undercurrent of unease. Even though she knew that this situation was bad. The scarred man, their supposed leader, gritted his teeth. TCH. The second orb is missing. The formation is useless. If we don't act fast, we'll be the ones hunted down. A younger cultivator stepped forward, his face pale with fear. We should leave now, before those reinforcement dogs track us down. Leave? The scarred man's gaze hardened. You think we can just run, and return empty-handed? His voice was laced with fury. What do you think will happen when we get back to the sect without completing our mission? You think they'll just pat us on the head and let us live? Silence. A cold, suffocating silence. Then what do we do? The youngest cultivator snapped, his desperation leaking through. We're stranded. The orb is gone. If we stay, we die. If we go back, we die. What the hell are we supposed to do? His voice echoed through the trees, filled with raw frustration. The hollow-eyed woman sighed. The answer is simple. They all turned to her, waiting. She smiled, a cold, cruel smile. We kill them. A broken bar. A beat of silence. Kill who? The youngest one asked. His voice sounded hesitant. The hollow-eyed woman tilted her head. Who else? She turned to the scarred man. We kill the disciples. Every single one of them, The youngest cultivator flinched. The scarred man stared at her for a long moment. Then, he smirked. "Hey, you're right." His hungry gaze turned toward the depths of the forest. "If we can't complete the formation, we ensure the job is done another way. We make sure those brats never return." The youngest cultivator hesitated. His fingers tensed around the handle of his weapon. "Buta." He said nothing, because deep down, he knew there was no other choice. Watching on the side, Wei Long narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. The moment these cultivators made their decision, they moved with eerie certainty, like they had planned for this possibility all along. They reached into their pockets. Wei Long watched closely. Each one of them pulled out a small, dark pill. A pill that reeked of something foul. Something unnatural. Something corrupt. Without hesitation, the cultivators fed the pills to the pig-like beasts. The moment the pills touched their tongues, the creatures jerked violently. Their muscles spasmed. Their bodies convulsed. Their eyes rolled back, and a deep, guttural snarl tore from their throats. They began to change. Their bodies trembled, twisted, expanded. Dark veins bulged beneath their skin, spreading like cracks in glass. Their tusks lengthened, warping into grotesque, jagged fangs. Their eyes darkened, turning into soulless black voids. A thick, oily mist began to ooze from their pores, spreading an aura of corruption that made the air itself sickening to breathe. Wei Long's stomach churned. This was not normal. This was not natural. This was something far worse. The demonic cultivators watched with satisfaction. The scarred man grinned. "Good. This should do the trick." He gestured forward. "Go, hunt down every disciple in the area. Leave no survivors." The beasts snorted, their bodies now overflowing with demonic energy. Their breath steamed, warping the air around them. Their hooves dug deep into the earth, ready to charge forward. They stumbled. Wei Long grinned. The pigs they weren't moving properly. Their legs shook. Their bodies wavered. They took one step forward, and then another, and then they collapsed. All of them collapsed one by one. Bam, 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 bam. Soon a silence ensued. The cultivators stood frozen, staring at the twitching, collapsing pigs. The beasts were supposed to become stronger and not fall apart like rotting corpses. Their muscles convulsed violently, dark veins bulging as their bodies jerked and spasmed. The black mist around them twisted, no longer a sign of power. "Teeth is a broken bar. This isn't right." The youngest cultivator's voice quivered, his face draining of color. His fingers trembled as he pointed at the dying beasts. They were supposed to reach peak mortal beast level. How are they already dying? The scarred man's expression darkened. His eyes darted between the pigs and his own fingertips, which were beginning to tingle. His throat felt a broken bar dry. His stomach churned. Something was wrong, very wrong. The hollow-eyed woman suddenly cursed. "We've been poisoned." Her voice was sharp, like a dagger piercing through the tension. She glared at the pigs, her pupils shrinking. "It's not just them. It's us." The youngest cultivator stumbled back, eyes wide with terror. "Poison? How? We never even touched those damn pigs." The scarred man growled, rubbing his arms. His breathing became heavier. His vision blurred. It clicked. His teeth gritted. "The Mr. Broken Bar. It's the damn mist." The hollow-eyed woman's expression tightened. She quickly reached into her robes, pulling out a small jade bottle filled with an emerald green liquid. "Antidotes. We still have them." Her voice was clipped, controlled. Even as panic swirled in her gut, she forced herself to move with precision. She uncorked the vial. Whip. A shadow flickered through the air. Something whipped past them, too fast to see. A tail, a scaled, muscular tail. It lashed out like a whip, striking the woman's wrist. Smack! The jade bottle flew from her grasp, flipping through the air. Crack! It shattered against a tree, spilling its precious liquid into the dirt. Silence again. "Water." The woman's voice caught in her throat. Her fingers twitched. Her pupils shrunk to pinpricks. Then, a sound. A low, guttural growl. A deep, primal rumble from the darkness beyond the trees. Something moved. Something big. Something fast. The youngest cultivator barely had time to scream before a chomp. A blur of fangs and scales lunged from the shadows. Crunch! It bit down right into the skull of the closest cultivator. Bone snapped, flesh tore, blood splattered, the body jerked. The beast dragged him away. Whoosh! In an instant, the cultivator was gone, disappearing into the trees, swallowed by the darkness of the ever-hungry forest. Silence. A thick, suffocating silence. The remaining four stood in horrified stillness, their breaths shallow and quick. Their minds raced. What just happened? What was that? Formation. Now. The scarred man barked. His voice cut through the shock like a whip. His hands flickered through complex symbols, and the others, though still shaking, followed immediately. Whoosh! A barrier erupted around them, a shimmering, flickering dome of energy, a defensive formation. Something designed to keep beasts out. Something designed to buy them time. The cultivators stood back to back, weapons drawn, eyes scanning the darkness. Their breaths were ragged. Their bodies trembled. They weren't just surrounded. They were being hunted. Don't move. The scarred man's voice was a low hiss. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. His knuckles whitened from the force. The seconds dragged on. 1 minute passed. Then another. Nothing happened. Nothing moved. A drop of sweat slid down the youngest cultivator's cheek. His fingers twitched. His lips parted. Maybe a broken bar, maybe it left. The scarred man said nothing. His grip on his sword tightened. His instincts screamed number. One of them shuddered. A sudden, sickening wave of dizziness crashed over him. His vision blurred. His chest tightened. His stomach churned. Something was wrong. He fell. His body collapsed, hitting the dirt with a dull thud. The others spun toward him in alarm. Their voices overlapped. Hey, what's wrong? Get up. This isn't funny. Shit. He's not moving. Another gasped. His body swayed. His hands clutched his stomach. His lips parted. I can't. A broken bar. He fell, one by an ear. Their bodies dropped. Their limbs twitched. Their breathing grew shallow. Their panicked whispers faded into nothing. They never saw it coming, never realized that they were already dead men walking. As the last cultivator's body hit the ground, silence filled the clearing once more. A soft rustle, a shift in the underbrush. Leaves trembled as something moved through the shadows. And a figure emerged. Wei Long. His scaled body moved slowly, deliberate, with unhurried confidence. His golden eyes gleamed, catching the faint moonlight. His nostrils flared, drinking in the scent of blood and fear. His powerful tail swished, lazily flicking through the grass, and his jaws, his predatory jaws, curled into a slow, knowing smirk. A low guttural rumble escaped from Wei Long's prehistoric throat. Not a warning, not a threat, but a chuckle. Low, raspy. It sounded like he was brimming with amusement. His scaled body stepped fully into the moonlight. The cultivators lay sprawled across the ground, their limbs twitching, their bodies shivering under the invisible grip of his bio-engineered mortal toxic scales. Peak. They could still move, but barely. They could still think, but their minds were fogged by pain. Their eyes met his, and in them he saw horror, pure, undiluted horror. They now knew this was no ordinary beast, no mindless monster. This was something far worse. Wei Long's golden gaze flicked over them lazily, watching them struggle. They weren't dead yet, but they will soon. He just needed to. Eel. A blur of black fur and rotting flesh suddenly shot toward him. One of the demonic pigs, its body half decayed from the combined effects of his poison and its own corrupt essence, had somehow managed to stand. Its glowing red eyes were wild with madness. Its body twisted unnaturally, its muscles snapping and shifting as it lunged. A final, desperate attack. Wei Long's lips curled. His muscles coiled. Chomp. His powerful jaws snapped down midair, sinking deep into the boar's skull. With its body breaking down due to the unique effect of his bio-engineered skill, the flesh of the boar became more tender. Next thing happened. A bone shattered, flesh ripped. Then a sickening crunch echoed through the night. Warm, thick blood coated his tongue. The boar's body gave a final, violent twitcher. Then it slumped, limp, lifeless. Wei Long chewed lazily, his sharp teeth making quick work of the beast's skull and flesh. Then, With one final gulper, he swallowed. And then, ding! A notification flashed. You have absorbed the genes of a perfect target, creating a new bioengineered ability. A broken bar. Wei Long froze. His golden eyes blinked. He's been waiting for this since forever. Now it's happening. Unreal. Then, ding! New ability created. Bioengineered mortal thick skin. Peak. Wei Long stared. His jaw hung slightly open. Then, he snapped his mouth shut. What? No, wait, a what? His tail flicked. His head shook. His thoughts spiraled. He had expected poison resistance, or maybe something demonic. But this, thick skin? Wei Long suddenly let out a sharp laugh. His whole scaled body trembled slightly from the force of it. Ha, ha, my skin's already thick. Now it's even thicker. What am I, a walking fortress? His tail slammed against the ground, sending a small cloud of dirt flying. His excitement grew. He had eaten plenty of beasts before. Some gave him abilities, some didn't. But to think that these demonic Tao creatures had genes so strong that they immediately created a peak-level ability. His eyes gleamed. A dangerous idea crept into his mind. What if a broken bar? What if he ate another one? His gaze snapped toward the other pigs. Their bodies twitched, poisoned but still filled with corrupt power. His claws flexed. His hunger spiked. Hey! Without hesitation, he lunged. His teeth sank into another pig's rotting skull. Another crack, another gulp. Blood coated his throat, thick and heavy. Buta. Ding! Wei Long paused mid-step. Another notification. You have devoured a demonic Tao beast of the same level and ability. New ability created. Bioengineered awakened thick skin. Peak. Wei Long froze. His brain stalled. Then, he blinked. A broken bar. Wait. His tail twitched. His pupils shrunk slightly. His thoughts raced. Awakened? He read the message again, and again, and again. He had only reached level 11 mortal beast. He wasn't anywhere near the awakened realm. But this ability, his claws dug into the dirt. A slow, creeping realization spread through him. Does this mean a broken bar? If I keep eating demonic Tao creatures, a broken bar, can my abilities evolve past my current realm? His heart pounded. A sharp thrill rushed through his blood. His scales tingled. His claws curled. These a broken bar. This changed everything. Yaha! I'm a damn genius. His tail slapped the ground with excitement. His mind spun with possibilities. If his thick skin evolved, what about his healing? What about his speed? What about every other ability he had? His jaw clenched. His eyes burned with new hunger. Wei Long needed more demonic Tao beasts. More power, more evolution. He nodded firmly. His decision was made. From now on, his hunt would change. He would no longer just hunt to survive. He would hunt to evolve. But then, a sudden force slammed into his side. Bang! Pain exploded through his ribs. His vision blurred. His ears rang. His body was sent flying, crashing through the underbrush. Darkness swallowed his sight. His mind spun. His body ached. Then, everything went black. The darkness lasted only a second. Wei Long's vision snapped back into focus. The forest was still there. The bodies of the demonic cultivators were still there. Buta. Something was wrong. One of them stood. His flesh writhed, dark energy oozing from his body. His robes were torn, his skin warping, merging into something bestial. Wei Long's golden eyes widened. This wasn't normal. The cultivator's arms thickened. His skin twisted, turning into coarse, black fur. His fingernails sharpened, stretching into clawed hooves. His once human face distorted, his mouth stretching into a ball-like snout, his tusks lengthening, his eyes glowing red with madness. A fusion? Wei Long muttered. A temporal cultivation form. A technique where a cultivator fuses with a beast to gain its strength, sir, at the cost of their own humanity. Wei Long gritted his teeth. They weren't dead. They had been playing possum. Suddenly, the remaining four rose to their feet. Dark energy crackled around them. Their bodies pulsed with twisted power. The poison he had inflicted on them was gone. Tch. Wei Long's tail flicked. He had underestimated them. The cultivators turned to each other, speaking in voices laced with mockery. Even with intelligence, a beast is still a beast. One sneered. It thought it was clever, hiding in the shadows, poisoning us, attacking from the dark. But in the end, it used nothing but its instincts. How pathetic. Another chuckled. A mere animal trying to challenge cultivators? Ridiculous. Wei Long's claws dug into the dirt, his jaw clenched. These weaklings were laughing at him. But enough. A deeper voice cut through the conversation. The leader, his crimson eyes flickered toward Wei Long, studying him carefully. Then, his gaze shifted toward the mangled corpses of the demonic boars. HMPH. If not for the sacrifice of the blood boar sect's sacred beast, a broken bar. His voice held a strange reverence. We wouldn't have been able to neutralize the poison in time. Another cultivator nodded. Indeed. We must offer our thanks. Without the boar's essence, we would have died. The blood boar sect is truly profound. Even a single beast they provide us is enough to turn the tides. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. They had used the boar's sacrifice to buy time and cure themselves. And now, they were. Enough chatter. The leader took a step forward. His aura flared. Dark tendrils of demonic chi coiled around him like living shadows. One by one, the other four assumed their stances. Their hands moved into intricate seals, their bodies exuding violent energy. The air trembled. A sickly, oppressive pressure filled the forest. Wei Long felt it instantly. They were preparing to fight. No, they were preparing to kill him. His muscles tensed. His instincts screamed. He was fast. He was strong. But 5 against 1? This wasn't going to be easy. The leader smirked. Then, he lifted a hand. Do not kill it. The cultivators froze. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. What? The leader's smirk widened. His red eyes gleamed with something sinister. This beast, a broken bar, is no ordinary creature. His voice was slow, cold, calculated. I want it. His lips curled into a cruel smile. I will tame it. Wei Long stilled. His pupils shrank. His claws flexed. His fangs paused. Tame him? A deep, croaky laugh echoed through the forest. A sound that didn't belong to anything human. It was guttural. It was predatory, but sounded so amused. Wei Long's golden eyes gleamed. His tail flicked. His scales rippled, releasing a sickly, purple aura. The air thickened with the venomous scent of his bio-engineered toxic scales. Who'll tame who? His voice was hoarse, sharp, mocking, like a predator toying with its prey. The trio of demonic cultivators flinched. Their bodies stiffened. Their eyes widened. It talked. But ha 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 ha. The cultivators suddenly grinned. Their shock turned to glee. A talking beast. The most sought-after creatures. The blood boar sect will definitely let us go if we tame it. Without hesitation, they swallowed pills. Their chi flared. Dark energy pulsed around them. Their hands moved in intricate seals as they launched forward. Swoosh, bang. Wei Long didn't move. He didn't block. He didn't even react. He just looked at them straight with his reptilian eyes. Yet a broken bar. The moment their attacks landed, they bounced back. The trio staggered. Their feet skidded. Their faces contorted in shock. What? Why a broken bar? Why did we get pushed back? Something's wrong. Then, one of them froze. His voice shook. A broken bar. Isn't these a broken bar the ability of the blood boar sect's sacred beasts? The thick fat, the one that reduces damage by 30%? They stared at each other. Their minds raced. Their breaths quickened. But they calmed down. So what? One of them sneered, forcing himself to smirk. We were just caught off guard. It's just a defense technique. He stole our sacred beast's ability. So what? He's still just a mortal beast. As long we try to hurt it enough, it would go down. Their chi surged. Their confidence returned. This time, they attacked with full power. Their palm strikes tore through the air. Their spiritual weapons glowed. Their chi-infused strikes shot straight toward Wei Long. And then a bang. They were sent flying again. Crack. A tree snapped as one of them crashed into it. Thud. Another hit the ground, coughing up blood. And another one was just fine. However, something seemed to happen to him as he was staring straight in shock. Soon it's not just him. The other 3 as well. Silence. Their faces drained of color. Their bodies trembled. At a broken bar. What is going on? How did our full power attacks do nothing? This is impossible. Wei Long's chuckling filled the space. Low, menacing. His glowing eyes locked onto them. And then he spoke. Slowly, clearly, deliberately. Do you want to know why? The cultivators gulped. A cold shiver ran down their spines. They didn't want to know, but they had to. Wei Long grinned, baring his razor-sharp teeth. I didn't just steal your beast's ability. He took a step forward. The cultivators flinched. I upgraded it. Our broken bar. He paused and added, in a top-notch way. Their eyes widened in horror. Wei Long licked his lips. His voice was slow, amused, and utterly terrifying. Now, I cannot be hurt by anything below awakened beast's peak level. He tilted his head, eyes gleaming. And even if something stronger treats a broken bar, if it's just a peak awakened beast, a broken bar, their attack will still be reduced by 60%. His claws flexed, his tail swayed, his smirk widened. We broken bar have no chance. Silence. The cultivators turned and ran. Run. We can't win. We have to escape. But the moment they moved, Wei Long disappeared. A blur. A phantom. A shadow weaving between them. Buta. He wasn't flying. He was walking, slowly, casually, just fast enough to always stay ahead of them. Their breathing turned erratic. Their legs weakened. Their minds screamed, monster, a broken bar. He's toying with you, a broken bar. We're trapped. Wei Long stopped. They stopped. He turned to them. His eyes glowed brighter. His fangs gleamed. His voice was dark. You have no escape. The cultivators froze. Their bodies locked in fear. Wei Long tilted his head. He took another slow step forward. His tail dragged across the ground. The sound of scales scraping against stone filled the air. He smiled. Buta broken bar, I am interested in something. Wei Long stood tall, his golden eyes gleaming in the dim light of the forest. His gaze swept over the four trembling cultivators, their dark robes tattered, their confidence shattered, their bodies still twitching from the residual poison in their veins. He could smell their fear, sweet, addictive, like the scent of a cornered prey. But he wasn't in a hurry to end this. No, that would be too boring, he thought. He tilted his head, his reptilian features twisted into something almost human, a smirk. Then, he spoke. His voice was low, gravelly, almost amused. You know, a broken bar, I've always been fascinated by the demonic cultivator sects. The four cultivators stiffened. They weren't expecting this. Wei Long began to pace, slowly, each step is calm and silent. With his padded dinosaur feet, his claws scraped against the earth, the sound filling the tense air like a serpent slithering through dry leaves. Such a broken bar, fascinating system you all have. His voice was smooth, dripping with curiosity. The way you gather power, a broken bar, through blood, sacrifice, and raw ambition. His tail flicked. His scales shimmered. You see, I am quite different from other beasts. I think. I observe. I analyze. He turned his golden eyes back to them. And I've realized something. Silence. The four didn't dare to breathe. Wei Long's voice dipped lower, almost a whisper. I admire your methods. Their eyes widened. Shock flickered across their faces. What is this beast thinking? Why are all the hairs on their bodies standing up? But before they could process it, Wei Long sighed. A deep, rumbling sound. However, a broken bar. His tone shifted. Dark, sharp, cold. His golden eyes narrowed. A predatory gleam flashed in them. What displeased me, a broken bar. A broken bar was how you thought you could tame me. His scales bristled. His tail slammed into the ground. The earth shook. The four cultivators fell to their knees. Desperation, terror. Their breaths turned ragged. Mighty beast, we were wrong. Forgive us. It was arrogance, stupidity. We a broken bar. We should have never thought to claim you as a mere pet. It was foolish, absolute foolishness. Please forgive us. They bowed. Their foreheads pressed against the dirt. Their voices cracked, pleading, begging, like prisoners at an execution. Wei Long watched them, and then he laughed. A deep, guttural, bone-chilling laugh. A predator's laugh. Ha 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 ha. Low, amused, and filled with danger. Then, his voice softened. Relax. Calm down. His words slithered into their ears like a gentle whisper, soothing yet deceptively sharp. The cultivators froze. I was merely disappointed, Wei Long continued. But perhaps a broken bar, I was too hasty in my judgment. His golden eyes flickered. His claws flexed. His smirk widened. Perhaps a broken bar, I can still let myself be tamed. The cultivator's eyes snapped up. Wei Long grinned. His fangs gleamed under the moonlight. But it would be fair if it was the strongest among the four of you. The air shifted instantly. Tension coiled around them like an invisible noose. The cultivators stilled. Their eyes darkened. Wei Long's meaning was clear. One of them, a broken bar, must survive. The rester would die, and they should kill each until the last one of them dies. Silence. The cultivators stared at each other. The realization settled into their bones. They weren't fools. They knew this creature was intelligent, a beast that could speak, think, manipulate. What if this was a trap? What if, the moment one of them killed the others, Wei Long would slaughter the last one standing? What if he never intended to be tamed at all? Doubt crept into their minds. Their hands trembled. Their breathing grew uneven. But then their eyes widened. Their thoughts shattered. Wei Long moved, and then he did something unthinkable. Slowly, a broken bar. Menacingly, a broken bar. The monstrous reptilian creature lowered himself. His massive body crouched. His powerful limbs folded. His gleaming head dropped, and then he bowed. The cultivators stopped breathing. Their minds screamed. Upon Wei Long's head a glowing rune appeared, pulsing, ancient. A symbol of submission. A beast surrendering itself or broken bar willingly. These a broken bar. This was unheard of. A talking beast was already beyond rare. But a beast with intelligence, with power, bowing, offering itself to be tamed. This was a broken bar. This was legendary. The four cultivators suddenly trembled. Their fear a broken bar had now twisted into something else. Yes, a broken bar. It was agreed. Soon enough, their gazes shifted. They were no longer looking at the beast. They were looking at each other with side eyes. But this time there was no camaraderie. There was no loyalty, no shared fear, no united desperation. Instead there was hostility. Their grips tightened on their weapons. Their chi trembled in their veins. Their breaths grew sharper. They all knew. They all understood. The one who survives would gain something far beyond what they ever imagined. And just like that, the auras of the four individuals flared. A gust of wind swept through the battlefield. The air was thicker. It was heavy with invisible tension. The four cultivators suddenly backed and stepped away from each other. Their eyes gleamed with a mix of suspicion, calculation, and silent bloodlust. Wei Long grinned. His golden eyes glowed ominously as he lifted his head slightly, watching them with a mocking gaze. Suddenly, he felt disgusted by their appearance. TSK, TSK, Wei Long clicked his tongue. You four look like animals, baring your fangs at each other. A chuckle rumbled from his throat, a low, guttural, almost cruel, how ugly. Transform back to your human forms. He tilted his head, or I won't accept any of you as my master. The cultivators stiffened. They hesitated for a mere second, but the greed in their eyes burned brighter than ever. A beast of this level, intelligent, powerful, upgradable, unimaginable potential. And so without another word they complied. Their bodies trembled as they reversed their temporal cultivator transformation. Their muscles shrank, the beastly features receding as dark chi wrapped around them like a cloak. Their flesh twisted, bones cracked, and then in just a few breaths they returned to their human forms. Four figures stood facing each other. Tension coiled like a serpent ready to strike. Wei Long let out a soft exhale, and then he leaned forward, watching, waiting, grinning. He had no idea how sinister looking he was right now. Toying them was fun after they told him that they would tame him. And immediately, the battle began. Boom! The ground shattered as the first attack exploded. One of the male cultivators, a man with ashen gray hair and sharp, hawk-like eyes, vanished in an instant. His movement technique left behind an afterimage. Swoosh! A gleaming black dagger appeared in his hands. It hummed with a corruptive energy, a poison. He dashed forward, aiming directly at the leader's neck. Buta clang! A black spear swung up from the leader's side. The impact sent the dagger-wielding cultivator skidding backward. The leader, a man with long dark red hair and sharp crimson eyes, grinned. Too slow. His spear pulsed with demonic chi, black mist curling from its tip. But then a swoosh! A shadow flickered behind him. The female cultivator struck. She wielded a twin-bladed scythe. Her chi was silent, deadly, precise, like a viper striking from the dark. Her blade curved towards the leader's throat. A clang! A third blade was intercepted. The fourth cultivator, a burly man, bald-headed with an intricate black tattoo spiraling across his face. His weapon a massive, jagged great sword. He sneered, pushing the woman away with brute force. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Tricks, lies, and blood. They fought like wild beasts. Flickering shadows, roaring flames, spiritual energy clashing violently. Weapons met in a deadly waltz, each movement laced with deception, calculation, and killing intent. The dagger user flashed between opponents like a ghost, aiming for weak spots with his poisoned blade. But he was forced back again and again by the leader's brutal spear techniques. The female cultivator danced between shadows, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Her twin-bladed scythe was like a whispering death. The brute with the great sword didn't care for subtlety. Every swing of his massive weapon tore the earth apart. Each blow shattered trees, sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The leader, the strongest of them, remained calm. His spear spun through the air like a black viper, lashing out with deadly precision. He dodged, countered, forced his enemies into positions that favored him. A born strategist, a natural warrior. But then a twist. The gray-haired dagger user lunged once more, his poisoned blade aimed for the leader's ribs. But the leader grinned and whispered, "Too predictable." SHK. The spear spun, a clean, merciless thrust right through the dagger user's heart. The man stiffened, eyes wide, mouth opening and no words, just to a strangled gurgle. The leader twisted his spear, and with a brutal puller ripped it out. The body collapsed, lifeless, blood pooling on the ground. The first Neo was dead. Wei Long grinned. One down. His voice was mocking, entertained. The fight continued, but the balance shifted. Now only three remained: the leader, the great sword brute, and the female scythe wielder. The brute roared, attacking the leader again. The woman circled around them, watching, waiting, and then at the perfect moment she struck. Not the leader, but at the brute. Her scythe carved through his side. Deep, merciless. The brute howled in pain, eyes filled with rage. "You traitor!" SHK. Her second blade slashed his throat. Blood sprayed. The brute gurgled and fell. Now only two remained. Wei Long's eyes gleamed. The battle was almost over. The woman smirked. "I always planned to kill them anyway." She wiped blood from her scythe. "They were too slow." The leader chuckled. "You are interesting." His spear spun. "But you are also weak." They clashed, dark-chi colliding in a final battle of speed and power. Her agility versus his overwhelming strength. Blades flashed. The wind howled. The ground trembled. And then a final strike. A swift end. The woman fell. The leader stood. Blood dripped from his spear. The victor, the strongest. Wei Long smirked. But then, his gaze flickered. On the ground, hidden from the leader's sight, of the woman's fingers, a broken bar twitched. Still alive. Only Wei Long noticed. The dust had barely settled. The battlefield was silent, except for the faint crackle of demonic chi lingering in the air. The leader stood tall, his crimson eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Three bodies lay still, lifeless. And yet, the taste of victory felt incomplete. He turned his gaze toward the creature who had orchestrated this madness. Wei Long. The golden-eyed dinosaur sat there, his massive body relaxed, tail flicking lazily against the ground. His sharp teeth were exposed in a grin. Mocking, watching, waiting. The leader took a step forward. His spear, still dripping with blood, rested against his shoulder. With pride swelling in his chest, he confidently spoke, "Now, beast, I am the victor." His voice was deep, commanding. "Kneel. Accept me as your master." Wei Long's eyes narrowed. His claws tensed slightly against the dirt. Pissed. Oh, he was definitely pissed. But instead of snarling, instead of lashing out, he smiled. A chilling, eerie smile. "It's not over yet." The leader frowned. "What?" But before he could react, a presence emerged behind him. Swift, silent, merciless. A hand clamped onto his arm. Another wrapped around his throat. And a voice, familiar, venomous, filled with unrestrained hatred. "You never had a choice." The leader's entire body stiffened. That voice, impossible. She was supposed to be dead. The woman's arms locked around him like iron chains. Her grip tightened, suffocating. Her breath hot against his ear, trembling with both fury and despair. She whispered, "You're finished." But she didn't stop there. She spoke and spoke, pouring out everything she had been suppressing for years. "You think you are untouchable, don't you? You always have." Her nails dug into his skin. "You walk like the world belongs to you, like people are mere stepping stones beneath your feet." She let out a bitter laugh. "But you forgot something, dear leader. Her grip tightened further. You forgot the ones who made you. The leader gritted his teeth. You think you can hold me down? But she only laughed. I don't need to hold you down. Her voice became a whisper. I just need to make sure you don't walk away. And then as she kept going and going, an avalanche of words, like some hidden bitterness that had been locked away for too long. You talk about victory, but you wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for me. Her voice shook with unrestrained rage. Who was the one who stood by you when you were nothing? Who was the one who cleaned your wounds, who gathered resources, who eliminated your enemies in the dark? She let out a breathless laugh. Me. The leader clenched his fists. You talk too much. But she only smirked. You were never a leader. You were just a coward pretending to be one. You were a weakling who needed others to push you forward. Her grip tightened. And I was the biggest fool of them all. Her voice broke here not with weakness, but with pain. A pain that had been buried for too long. And then the leader suddenly a broken bar, smirked. Calm, unshaken smirk. He let out a chuckle. Are you done? His muscles flexed, and with one powerful movement he shrugged her off. The woman's eyes widened. In an instant he was free. The leader cracked his neck, rolled his shoulders and let out a sigh. Did you really think I didn't know what you were planning? His voice was laced with amusement. He turned his gaze toward Hera, cold, calculating, amused. You are always so predictable. He took a step forward, every action of so painfully obvious. His fingers traced the hilt of his spear, and then he explained. You thought I wouldn't suspect a final attack, after you faked your death? He chuckled. You always hide in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. His eyes gleamed. But the thing I saw broken bar I let you. His voice dropped into a whisper. Because I wanted to see how far you would go. He sighed, as if disappointed. And you disappoint me, as always. Then, with a smirk, he delivered the final blow. This is exactly why I never chose you. The woman froze. Her breathing turned ragged. Her fingers trembled. And he continued tearing her apart, piece by piece. You were useful, I'll give you that. But you were never the best. There was someone else. Always. His smirk widened. Someone who was smarter, stronger, a broken bar, and far more valuable than a broken bar just like her. The woman's hands curled into fists. Her body shook. She knew. Oh, she knew. The girl the leader had deep infatuation. And yet, hearing it from his lips, hearing him confirm it, it felt like a blade to her chest. The leader sighed, almost amused. You're nothing more than a bitter, abandoned pawn. And now, you'll die like one. The woman's rage exploded. Her fingernails dug into her palms, drawing blood. Her chi surged violently, unstable. Her eyes burned with pure, unfiltered hatred. And then she moved, fast, desperate, reckless. She lunged. The leader chuckled, a low, pitying laugh. You idiot. Even if you injure me. His spear spun. It won't be permanent. But she smiled. Good. Her voice was wild, unhinged. At least I'll hurt you. Her eyes gleamed. Even if I die. And then as she struck, the moment the woman's blade found its mark, a deep, sickening sound echoed in the stillness of the forested area. The blade sank deeper. The leader's breath hitched. His body stiffened. His eyes, once filled with arrogance, widened in disbelief. The woman herself faltered. She had expected him to counter, to smirk, to sneer, to mock her one final time before breaking free. But instead she felt it. The sudden surge of power, a terrifying, overwhelming force coursing through her body. Her muscles tightened, her blood boiled. Her chi roared like an untamed beast. And suddenly her blade pushed even deeper. Flesh tore, bones cracked. The leader gasped. His mouth opened, but only a few words came out. How did you? His body, once proud, once unshakably, began to tremble. He tried to speak, to curse, to demand an answer, but only blood spilled from his lips. His vision, once sharp and clearer, began to blur. This wasn't possible. He was supposed to win. He was the strongest. He was the leader. He was His body soon collapsed. The woman stood above him, her breath ragged, uneven. Her arms, once weak, trembling with exhaustion, felt strangely powerful. How did I? She asked herself. Her fingers still clutching the handle of her weapon felt unshakable. She stared down at the man who had tormented her for years, who had used her, who had betrayed her. And now he lay there, lifeless. She had won. Suddenly, a grudging laughter, deep, guttural, and mocking, shook her from her thoughts. She turned, He's a broken bar. She finally understood. The monstrous, golden-eyed reptile was watching her with amusement. His tail flicked lazily, his massive jaw lined with rows of sharp teeth curled into a smirk. His eyes gleamed, like a predator who had just witnessed something truly entertaining. Ha! Wei Long let out a raspy chuckle, a low, grating sound as if he knew what she was thinking. You saw his face, didn't you? The woman's breath hitched. His face. For a memento it's confirmed. That exact moment, his eyes widened. His expression shifted. That look of disbelief, that look of utter betrayal, that look of realization too late to change his fate. Her lips curled into a smirk, shook her head and let out a breathless laugh. You're right. She shook her head, a slight grin forming. It was hilarious. Silence. The tension faded. The blood on the battlefield was still warm. But something shifted. The woman turned toward Wei Long, her expression unreadable. She took a slow, steadying breath. Her muscles still ached from the poison, from the battle, from the sheer exhaustion weighing on her bones. But her mind was clear. She had won. She had survived. And now she had a choice. She exhaled, lowered her weapon. Then, with deliberate slowness she bowed, her voice steady, respectful, devoid of arrogance. Now that I've won a broken bar, can I tame you? Wei Long's brows lifted slightly, his tail twitched. His head tilted curiously. Most people after seeing his power, after witnessing his intelligence would demand submission, would act entitled, would treat him as lesser. But she didn't. She understood. She knew how to play the game. She wasn't irritating. A slow, amused chuckle rumbled from Wei Long's chest. His golden eyes gleamed with intrigue. Impressive. He lowered his massive dinosaur head. A glow, soft yet ominous began to pulse from his forehead. The woman stepped forward. Her fingers still slick with blood reached out, slowly, carefully, with reverence. Her palm pressed against the glowing mark, and then everything around them changed. The world seemed to have faded and the air thickened. A rush of spiritual energy surged through the ground. The sky, once dark and silent, shimmered with unnatural light. The woman's body stiffened. Her chi stirred violently. Something was a broken bar, wrong. At first, it was subtle. A small, nagging feeling in the back of her mind, like a whisper, like a presence, like watching something. Then it grew stronger. Her heart pounded. Her breath quickened. She felt something was invading her, not her body, not her chi, her very soul. Soon, the woman widened her eyes. Her fingers twitched. Her breath shaky, uneven. Something was terribly wrong. And then, the realization of what was happening came to her. She wasn't taming him. He was taming her. Her body froze. Her mind screamed, but her limbs refused to move. This wasn't a broken bar. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. She was the one who won. She was the one who was supposed to control him. And yet, she felt it. Chains, unseen, unbreakable chains wrapping around her very soul, binding her, locking her, trapping her. Her lips parted, trembling. Her breath came out in short gasps. She tried to resist, tried to fight back, tried to break free, but it was too late. The bond had been formed, and she was no longer the master. She was the servant. After the taming, Wei Long's golden eyes flickered. Something felt off. The bond was complete, but something was wrong. He looked down at the woman, her face, her expression, pure, unfiltered horror. His head tilted, his brows furrowed. Why a broken bar? Why did she look so shocked? Didn't the system erase her memories? Ding! A sudden, mechanical chime echoed in Wei Long's mind. A translucent system notification materialized before his eyes. Warning: due to the target's demonic cultivation nature, the bioengineered cultivation method has failed to erase memories. However, full subjugation remains intact. Wei Long's brows lifted slightly. A rare flaw in his perfect system? That was unexpected, but not entirely problematic. His golden reptilian eyes flickered toward the woman. Xina's body trembled. Her fists clenched. Her breathing was uneven, shaky. She was processing it. The unthinkable reality that she had been enslaved. And yet, she could still remember. Wei Long chuckled darkly. His massive dinosaur form loomed over her. Then, in a casual, almost mocking tone, "You ignore it. It's not that big of a deal." Xina's head snapped up. Her lips parted slightly. Her mind raced. Beauty, she understood. She had no choice. Soon, Her trembling stopped. Her fingers unclenched. Her breathing steadied. With the slow motion of surrendering her, she lowered her head. A silent acceptance, a submission without resistance. Wei Long's eyes gleamed. A smirk curled across his monstrous jaw. Good. His voice was low, approving. She was smart. She understood her position. She will be useful. Wei Long's tail flicked lazily. His massive frame shifted slightly as he regarded her. Then, with a tone of casual curiosity, tell me about your sect. Xina's expression darkened. Her hands clenched into fists once more, but this time, out of bitterness. Her voice cold, resentful. "A broken bar can't go back there." Wei Long's brows lifted. He tilted his head, a silent invitation to continue. Xina exhaled sharply. "Demonic cultivators are hunted in this land. The Autumn Dragon sect and the so-called righteous sects dominate the Shinoa continent." Her lips twisted in disdain. "We have no sanctuary, no foothold, no lasting power. Every time a demonic sect rises, they are crushed." Wei Long's eyes narrowed. "No demonic sects?" His reptilian mind clicked. This changed everything. Xina's gaze sharpened. "Only a handful of us survive and the shadows. We exist, but our numbers are few." Her voice dropped lower. "And a broken bar am too low in rank to know where they are." Wei Long frowned. The information was frustrating. The entire continent was a fortress of righteous cultivators. That meant his original plan of infiltrating a demonic sect was impossible. He needed demonic sects to get stronger fast. He let out a low, thoughtful hum. Then his gaze locked onto Xina. "What would it take for you to be accepted back into your sect?" Xina hesitated. Then, her voice fell flat. "Blood." She lifted her gaze, dark and emotionless. "I have to kill many of them." "The righteous ones?" Wei Long nodded slowly. "Killing humans?" That wasn't a problem. He had been a soldier in his past life. He had seen the depths of human cruelty. And now, he wasn't human anymore. To him, this was just another war, and in war, only the strong survived. Suddenly, Wei Long would mumble he had to do this. He could still remember the one who trusted him in the lower realm of the Blue Eyes White Heaven Dragon clan. His golden eyes darkened. If they ever descended to this realm, or if they ever came for him again, he needed to be stronger, far stronger. A slow, dangerous smile spread across his massive jaw. His tail flicked lazily. Then he spoke again. His tone low, thoughtful. "Tell me, Xina broken bar." His eyes glowed with an unreadable intensity. "What is the ultimate goal of every demonic sect?" Xina hesitated. Her brows furrowed. Then she answered honestly, "I don't know. But from what I've heard, a broken bar, its influence, power, control." Her voice was measured. "They want to carve a place in Shinoa. They want to rewrite the rules." Wei Long's mind turned. A slow, brilliant idea took root. He wasn't just thinking about survival anymore. He wasn't just thinking about getting stronger. He was thinking bigger. A way in. A way to change the very balance of this continent. Not by destroying a demonic sect, not by joining one, but by creating one. A low, menacing chuckle rumbled from his chest. He lifted his head, his golden eyes gleaming with a new purpose. Then, with absolute confidence, he declared, "I will turn the Autumn Dragon sect into a demonic path cultivation sect." His smirk widened. From the inside, Xina's breath hitched. Her eyes widened. "What, a broken bar?" Wei Long's grin deepened. "And I already have the perfect tool for the job." His claws tapped against the dirt. His tail curled behind him. His voice low, sinister, filled with amusement. "The first humanite made a broken bar Zufang." Beneath the towering blackwood trees of the vast forest surrounding the Autumn Dragon sect, a hidden group of young disciples gathered in a well-concealed thicket, their expressions ranging from boredom to smug arrogance. Though they were under strict sect orders to stay hidden and avoid all contact with demonic cultivators, their actual reason for staying out of sight had little to do with fear or obedience. They simply didn't care about the sect's warnings. To them, the demonic cultivators were just another obstacle, one that, while seemingly dangerous to the weak-willed, was nothing but an inconvenience to the well-prepared. And they were prepared, more than prepared. They knew they were strong. They knew they were clever. They knew they had traps, plans, and strategies that would make them unstoppable if they ever truly had to fight. A disciple with a lean but muscular build, dressed in a dark green robe, leaned against a tree, arms crossed. his expression full of impatience and annoyance. His name was Qian Mu, and he was one of the more experienced named disciples. TCH. This is ridiculous. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head in frustration. Hiding us from demonic cultivators? What do they take us for, outer sect disciples? Another disciple, a tall and sharp-eyed youth named Liu Jing, scoffed as he played with a small, intricate formation disc in his hands. Right? Like, are we really supposed to sit here and cower while those so-called righteous sect elites get to take all the glory? Liu Jing rolled his eyes dramatically. If we actually fought, we'd wipe the floor with those demonic cultivators. Do they even understand the level of preparation we've done? A third disciple, a woman with an elegant but arrogant air, named Zhang, let out a mocking laugh, flipping her long black hair over her shoulder. Exactly, she smirked. It's honestly insulting. The sect thinks we're weaklings who would just die the moment we see a demonic cultivator. If they knew how well prepared we are, they wouldn't even worry about us. Qian Mu nodded firmly. That's what I'm saying. We've spent months setting up formation traps, preparing poison weapons, and training in anti-demonic techniques. He gestured around the hidden clearing, where various traps lay in wait, hidden beneath leaves and dirt. If a demonic cultivator shows up here, they're dead the moment they step inside. Liu Jing grinned, flipping his formation disc between his fingers. We even have a multi-layered formation system. If they trigger the first layer, they'll be bound. If they trigger the second layer, they'll be hit with paralyzing poison. And if they somehow survive that, Zhang finished the sentence with an arrogant smirk. Then the third layer will outright kill them. Simple as that. The disciples, rather than feeling worried or scared, began to laugh among themselves, their arrogance thick in the air. They weren't just confident in their safety. They were eager for a fight. They wanted a demonic cultivator to show up. They wanted to prove that the sect's warnings were pointless. They wanted to show the elders that they weren't just in-name disciples, they were warriors. Qian Mu cracked his knuckles, grinning. Honestly, part of me hopes a demonic cultivator does show up, just so we can show them how useless they are against actual preparation. Liu Jing scoffed. They probably think we're just random weaklings who ran to hide the moment we heard demonic cultivator. Little do they know, we've been waiting for them. Zhang smirked, crossing her arms. It would be hilarious, actually, watching some overconfident demonic path scum walk into our formation, only to be helpless and struggling while we casually finish them off. I'd love to see the look on their faces. With every word, the arrogance in their voices deepened. They genuinely believed that no demonic cultivator could outmatch their strategy. They had spent too much time planning, setting up their countermeasures, practicing their techniques, and refining their formations for there to be even a slight chance of failure. The mere thought that they could lose never crossed their minds. Liu Jing stretched lazily. Man, it's a shame we actually have to wait. If the sect weren't so damn strict, I'd go hunting for them myself. Qian Mu grinned, his sharp canines glinting in the dim light. Oh? Who says we can't do a little scouting of our own? The sect said to hide, but they didn't say we couldn't set traps along the way. Zhang's eyes gleamed with excitement. That a broken bar is a brilliant idea. They were at their peak of arrogance, fully convinced of their own superiority, completely blind to the subtle, creeping danger that had already begun to unfold. Then, it happened. Suddenly a sharp, unnatural sound cut through the air, a soft, nearly silent thud. Something fell. Qian Mu, Liu Jing, and Zhang froze mid-conversation. Their eyes snapped toward the sound. One of the other disciples who had been standing just a few steps away, had collapsed. For a single, horrifying second, no one spoke. No one breathed. No one moved. The moment the first disciple collapsed, the once smug and overconfident group of unnamed disciples of the Autumn Dragon sect found themselves spiraling into confusion and panic, their minds racing to make sense of what had just occurred. At first, it seemed impossible. Nothing should have been able to get past their defenses. Nothing should have been able to bypass their formations without them noticing. Nothing should have been able to bring one of them down so silently that not even their keen senses could detect it. But the proof lay right before their eyes. One of their own had fallen, unmoving, and with no sign of struggle. Qian Mu's breath hitched as he quickly stepped forward, eyes scanning the fallen disciple. "Check them now!" he barked, his voice sharp with urgency. Liu Jing, still clutching his formation disc, immediately dropped to his knees, pressing 2 fingers against the disciple's neck. Cold, unmoving, no heartbeat, no breath. Liu Jing's hands trembled as he slowly turned his head to the others, his face paler than moonlight. Teeth era broken bar dead. A shockwave ran through the group. Jiang staggered backward, her face twisting in disbelief. That doesn't make sense. There's no wound, no blood, no sign of an attack. Another disciple, a young man with short cropped hair named Sunren, clenched his fists. Then what the hell happened? People don't just drop dead for no reason. Qian Mu's teeth gritted together, his sharp jawline twitching with frustration. This has to be an illusion technique. That's the only explanation. If it was an illusion, why are they not waking up? Liu Jing snapped, his voice shaking with something bordering on hysteria. We trained against illusions. We know how to break them. If this was an illusion, we'd be seeing inconsistencies. But look at them. They're not breathing. They're not moving. They're just He cut himself off, unable to finish the sentence, because even saying it felt too real, too terrifying. Qian Mu, refusing to accept what was happening, spun around sharply. "Check the traps." His voice boomed, a desperate attempt to regain control of the situation. Something had to come through. "We'll find the break-in point." Immediately, the group split apart, each disciple rushing to check the barriers, formations, and traps they had painstakingly set up to ensure their safety. Jiang ran her fingers along the formation inscriptions, her lips moving rapidly as she recited the activation phrases, ensuring they were still intact. Liu Jing knelt beside the hidden spike pit, checking the fine trip wires they had strung along the perimeter. Sunren examined the poison-laced cool drops hidden beneath the leaves, ensuring they were still undisturbed. Everywhere they looked, they found the same answer. Nothing was wrong. The formations were untouched. The barriers remained unbroken. The traps were still active. There was no entry point. And yet, something was here. Something had already entered. Something had already struck them down. And they had no idea how or why. The tension that had been simmering beneath the surface exploded into raw frustration and fear, their once strong camaraderie shattering like glass under pressure. Jiang, eyes wild with panic, spun toward Qian Mu. "You said this place was secure. You swore that nothing could get through." Qian Mu's veins bulged at his temples as he snarled, "It is secure. You saw it yourself. The formations are still active. That means whatever is killing us didn't break in. Maybe one of you let something in without realizing it." Liu Jing's face twisted in fury. "Are you accusing us? Do you think we're so incompetent that we wouldn't notice a threat entering our own camp?" Sunren's eyes darted between them, his breaths shallow and uneven. "Everyone, shut up. This isn't the time to fight. We need to figure out what's happening before we all end up." Thud. Silence. They froze. The argument died instantly, replaced by an almost suffocating stillness. Slowly, their heads turned. Another disciple had fallen. No sign of struggle, no scream, no warning, just silence, cold, lifeless, gone. A choking dread crawled up their spines. Something was picking them off. Something they couldn't see. And it was still here. "No!" Jiang screamed, stumbling backward, her legs trembling beneath her. Liu Jing's fingers dug into his hair, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "This isn't possible. This isn't possible. Nothing can kill like this. Nothing." Qian Mu's face darkened, his grip on his weapon tightening to the point that his knuckles turned white. "Stop panicking. We can still fight. We just need to." Thud. Another body dropped. This time, the disciple landed right next to them, and that was when the panic turned into sheer, unrelenting terror. Qian Mu's body tensed, his instincts screaming at him to run, but his pride held him in place. Liu Jing's breath hitched, and he turned wildly, his eyes darting in every direction. "We need to move. We need to move. We're sitting ducks here." Jiang's teeth clattered as she struggled to draw her weapon, her hands shaking too violently to hold it properly. We can't even see it. How do we fight something we can't even?" Thud, thud, thud. 3 more collapsed. The remaining disciples were now barely 5 in number. Their faces were drained of color, their bodies frozen in sheer horror. Suddenly, adding to their fear, a low, guttural sound filled the hideout they were in, making the air warmed up with a predatory aura, a sound so deep and primal that it sent an instinctual wave of dread through their bones. It was through the flickering shadows of the forest that they saw it. A creature unlike any sizes of the beasts they met in the trial. Its massive frame loomed over them, standing on two thick, powerful legs, its body covered in dark, reinforced scales that seemed to absorb the dim light of the forest. But what sent an icy shudder through their spines were its arms. Unlike the short, stubby limbs of a normal Tyrannosaurus rex, this creature's arms were long, muscular, and inhumanly powerful, built not just for gripping but for ripping apart prey because of its long and strong sharp claws. Its deep-set eyes glowed with an unnatural intelligence, as if it understood their terror, as if it enjoyed watching them fall apart piece by piece. And then the shadowed beast stepped forward, making the last of their courage shattered. Wei Long's massive claws sank into the damp soil as he stepped forward, his enormous frame casting a shadow of despair over the last remaining disciples. The moment he deactivated his bioengineered toxic scales, the air around them lost its lethal corruption, but the sheer weight of his presence alone kept them paralyzed with terror. Their once proud arrogance had been shattered into dust, and now, all they could do was stare up at the apex predator before them, their minds screaming at them to run, yet their legs refused to obey. Wei Long, feeling confident that they were already too mentally broken to resist, decided it was time to tame them. He extended his will, reaching into the depths of their souls. But then a sharp, invisible force struck him, a deflection. His eyes narrowed, confusion flashing across his mind as a system notification abruptly appeared before him. Ding! Taming failed. Reason: host is currently at mortal beast level. Current available tame slots: 2 halves. Unable to tame additional humans or beasts until evolution. Wei Long's brow twitched. What? He had never encountered such a restriction before. His entire planet to slowly convert the Autumn Dragon sect into a demonic path sect under his controller depended on taming as many of these so-called righteous disciples as possible. He had envisioned building his own network, a farm of resources, ensuring that he would have an endless supply of cultivation materials and willing followers. But now, too, he could only tame 2 at a time. His tail lashed out behind him, uprooting a tree in his irritation. This plan was now completely broken. A soft whisper of movement drew his attention, and Xian appeared beside his massive dinosaur feet, her crimson eyes glowing in the shadows of the blood-soaked battlefield. She glanced up at him, reading the flicker of dissatisfaction on his face, before her gaze drifted toward the trembling disciples. "What's wrong?" she asked, her tone surprisingly calm despite the massacre unfolding before them. Wei Long exhaled through his nostrils, his frustration ebbing slightly. "I can't tame more than 2 humans or beasts at a time," he admitted, gritting his teeth. Xiana's eyebrows raised slightly, as if she hadn't expected him to be bound by such a restriction. But rather than commenting on it, she simply folded her arms and said, "Then that means killing them is the only option." Wei Long turned his yellow, reptilian eyes toward her, his mind already switching gears as he recalculated his next move. "Even though I can't tame them, would killing them be enough for you to return to your sect?" he asked, his voice low and smooth, but carrying an undertone of cold calculation. Xiana nodded immediately. "It should be." But then, after a brief pause, she added, "However, eliminating the disciples is only part of the requirement. To fully secure my return, I would have needed to activate the orbs." Wei Long's gaze sharpened. "The orbs?" Xiana sighed, rubbing her temple. "A method the blood boar sect choose to mark major kills. If I had activated one, it would serve as undeniable proof of my success. Without it, my return isn't guaranteed. A broken bar, but with enough bloodshed, I should still have a chance." Wei Long's eyes closed briefly, his mind whirring with strategies. Then, in a voice devoid of hesitation, he said, "Go ahead." "Kill them." Xiana's smirk returned, her blood-stained sickle gleaming under the moonlight. "With pleasure." And then as she moved, her body blurred, vanishing in an instant before reappearing behind the nearest disciple. A whisper of steel, a fountain of blood. A head rolled across the ground before the remaining disciples could even scream. Terror flooded their veins. The second disciple stumbled back, desperately attempting to summon a talisman. But Zaina's sickle curved through the air, severing his hand before he could activate it. His scream pierced the night, but it lasted only a second because in the next moment, Zaina's foot slammed into his chest, sending him sprawling backward, where he landed on the corpse of his fallen comrade. She raised her weapon higher and brought it down. The wet crack of bone echoed. Wei Long simply watched, unmoved, as she danced through the slaughter, her movements sharp and efficient, like a reaper harvesting a field of souls. One by one, they fell. Some tried to flee, but the moment they turned their backs, a red blur streaked across the battlefield, and their lives ended in an instant. Within moments, silence fell once more. The once arrogant unnamed disciples of the Autumn Dragon sect were now nothing but lifeless corpses, their spilled blood seeping into the soil. As the final cries of the dying disciples faded into the night, Wei Long allowed himself to sink into deep thought, his tail twitching slightly as new possibilities unfolded in his mind. His original plan had failed, but that didn't mean he couldn't adjust. He needed a way to ensure Zaina could return safely, because having an informant inside the Blood Boar sect could be invaluable to him. So, as the scent of blood filled the air, Wei Long began to mutter several plans under his breath, his mind analyzing the problem from every angle. Option 1. Find an alternative method to prove her strength, or perhaps by having her single-handedly hunt down a strong enemy to bring back a worthy trophy. Option 2. Have Zaina align herself with a splinter faction within the sect, or if she couldn't prove herself to the whole sect, she might be able to win favor with a smaller, influential group. Option 3. Use manipulation to spread rumors, plant evidence, create a narrative that ensured her value was indispensable to the Blood Boar sect. Option 4, the most brutal but possibly the most effective, eliminate the one who would oppose her return and force her way back in through pure dominance. His muttered plans continued, each one more ruthless and strategic than the last. But in the end all of them boiled down to one simple truth: strength is everything. It didn't matter whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, her power was the only true qualification. And if Zaina wanted to secure her place, she simply had to be strong enough to make them accept her. As the last disciple's corpse cooled, Zaina flicked her sickle, sending blood splattering against the tree bark. She turned to Wei Long. It's done. Wei Long opened his golden eyes, a dark amusement flashing within them. Then let's get you strong enough to ensure your return. Without hesitation, Zaina bowed her head in acknowledgement. She was his tamed beast now. As Wei Long's massive frame moved through the dark forest, his heavy steps caused the earth to tremble slightly beneath his weight. Zaina followed closely behind, keeping up with his long strides, her sharp crimson eyes constantly scanning the surroundings as if expecting danger at any moment. Wei Long, his mind still preoccupied with strategies, suddenly turned his serpentine gaze down toward her. "Do you have any other beasts?" he asked, his tone casual but carrying an undertone of calculation. Zaina shook her head immediately. The blood boar you killed was the only one I had." Wei Long tilted his head slightly, his dinosauric brow furrowing. "What?" Something wasn't adding up. "Then how did you transform into your temporal form earlier?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "I already killed all your beasts, didn't I?" Wei Long knew how the temporal Dao beast transformation worked. It was a law of this immortal world. An absolute truly atemporal cultivator could only transform if their beast was still alive. The moment a beast died, the temporal cultivator lost access to their transformation abilities. Zaina, however, had still transformed even after he had slaughtered her blood boar. There was only one explanation. Demonic path cultivators had a different rule. Zaina sighed slightly, rubbing her temple as she glanced up at Wei Long's questioning gaze. Demonic path cultivators can still transform for a short time after their beasts die, she explained. It's an unnatural method, forceful, but it allows us to keep fighting even if all our beasts are dead. Wei Long mumbled under his breath. "So, Doesn't that make the demonic cultivator's path better? At first glance, it seemed like a superior method, not having to worry about a beast dying mid-battle and still being able to transform into a temporal form. That sounded far more efficient than the method used by righteous cultivators. However, Xina shook her head firmly. No, it's not better. Wei Long raised an eyebrow. Why not? Xina took a deep breath before explaining. Our beasts can't grow past the limit of our cultivation. Wei Long's golden pupils narrowed slightly. Xina continued, her tone calm but filled with an underlying bitterness. For example, I am currently in the temporal cultivation of the 8th stage of mortality. That means that if I ever break through to the awakened realm a broken bar, my beasts won't grow along with me. They'll be permanently stuck at their current level, which is below awakened level. Wei Long's massive tail swayed slightly, his mind processing this information quickly. So, that means a broken bar, he muttered. Xina nodded knowingly. Yes, natural temporal cultivators, like the ones from the righteous sects, have it differently. Their beasts grow alongside them. No matter how strong the cultivator becomes, their beasts will continue to evolve. But for us, demonic path cultivators, a broken bar, we constantly have to find new monsters to tame, which is not only dangerous but also extremely unpredictable. Wei Long could see the problem immediately. For righteous sect disciples, their beasts would never fall behind. They would continuously grow, getting stronger in sync with their masters. But for demonic cultivators, their beasts were temporary tools, never truly reliable in the long run. Once they outgrew their beasts, they had to find new ones. That meant they constantly risked death. Finding a new beast meant facing the danger of it refusing to be tamed. Sometimes, the beast might turn against them and kill them outright before they even had a chance to claim it. Wei Long tapped his razor-sharp claws against the ground, deep in thought. Why can't you just tame the same beast again? He asked. Xina let out a bitter chuckle. Because once a demonic cultivator loses control over a beast, it becomes even fiercer than before. She met his reptilian gaze, her eyes filled with a knowing look. Even if we somehow manage to tame it again, the beast will be harder to control. It might betray us in the middle of battle. It might even kill us the moment we lower our guard. It's a gamble every single time. Wei Long nodded slowly, absorbing her explanation. I see. So, that was the fundamental difference between the two paths. Righteous sects had permanent companions, growing stronger together in harmony. Demonic path cultivators had temporary beasts, forced to constantly replace them with stronger monsters at every stage of their journey. It was a cycle of survival, a constant struggle against both man and beast. Wei Long suddenly grinned, his fangs gleaming under the moonlight. Then let's get you a new beast. Xina blinked in surprise, but before she could respond, a sudden rustling in the nearby foliage made both of them snap to attention. Emerging from the bushes, a creature stepped into the open, its eyes glowing with an ancient intelligence. It had the body of a chicken, but its tail was long and rat-like, extending nearly twice its body length. At the very tip of its tail was a sharp, oversized spearhead, gleaming ominously under the night sky. Wei Long's eyes locked onto it instantly. A beast. His bio-engineered toxic scales shimmered as he released a deadly wave of poison, intending to weaken it immediately. But nothing happened. The creature did not react. Wei Long's eyes widened slightly in surprise. It's unaffected? Most of the creatures would flinch a little every time the mist of his toxic scales entered them, but this one. Before he could ponder further, Xina gasped audibly, her expression filled with shock. That's a dragarooster. Wei Long glanced at her sharply, his curiosity piqued. A what? Xina's gaze remained locked on the creature, her expression filled with awe and disbelief. She took a deep breath before explaining as Xina's voice took on a reverent tone as she began her explanation. The dragarooster is an extremely rare beast. It carries the diluted bloodline of an ancient dragon, making it one of the most prized creatures in the entire sanctuary of the Autumn Dragon sect. Even we demonic path cultivators desire it, but for different reasons. She continued, her voice filled with admiration and caution. Long ago, a rogue alchemist sought to create a hybrid beast that could rival the legendary sky serpents. He captured hundreds of dragons, experimented on their eggs, and eventually a broken bar. He created this monstrosity. It was meant to be a failure, a disgrace to the dragon lineage. But it survived, and it thrived. Xina's fingers tightened around her sickle as she continued. Its tail is one of its deadliest weapons, able to pierce through even the strongest defensive techniques. Its feathers are tougher than steel, and its natural immunity to poison makes it nearly impossible to kill using conventional methods. Her voice lowered slightly. Even the demonic path cultivators have longed to capture one, but none have succeeded. If we can get this beast a broken bar, it would be an invaluable asset. Wei Long's eyes gleamed with interest. A dragon bloodline, a rare creature sought after by both righteous and demonic cultivators. And it was standing right in front of them. He took a slow step forward, his massive form towering over the Dragarooster. Then, he asked the one question burning in his mind. What if it meets another predator? Xina's breath caught in her throat as she watched Wei Long step forward, his massive dinosauric form radiating an overwhelming sense of power. A broken bar. Are you really going to fight that thing? She couldn't comprehend his decision of facing a special rare beast like the Dragarooster was a death wish. It wasn't just about raw power, it was about the natural counters at play. Wei Long possessed 3 known abilities: bioengineered toxic scales A, rendering him highly toxic; advanced camouflage A, allowing him to blend into his surroundings; extreme defense A, making his body nearly impervious to damage. But none of those mattered here. The Dragarooster countered all of them. It was immune to poison, nullifying his most dangerous ability. It had sharp senses, making camouflage useless, and its spear-like tail and bladed feet could likely penetrate even his defenses if given the chance. And worst of all, it was level 12 peak. Wei Long was only level 11 near peak. That meant he could be harmed, and if things went wrong he could die. Xina's eyes widened in realization. Wait, Wei Long, she called out urgently. But he stopped on his own. Something she said had caught his interest. Wei Long turned his enormous head, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. A special rare beast, you say? Xina quickly nodded, relieved he was listening. She took a deep breath before explaining. Yes, in the beast hierarchy, there are different classes. Normal beasts are the weakest of all, possessing only 1 temporal ability. Savage beasts are a step above, possessing 2 temporal abilities. Rare beasts are even stronger, possessing 3 temporal abilities. Special rare beasts are the apex class, possessing 4 temporal abilities. Xina pointed at the Dragarooster, her voice filled with unease. That thing a broken bar, it has 4 abilities. That means it's more dangerous than almost anything else in this sanctuary. Wei Long went completely silent for a moment. Then he laughed. A deep, guttural, almost terrifying laugh. It sent shivers down Xina's spine. Her hands instinctively clenched her weapon tighter as she stared at Wei Long's expression. At it was pure excitement. He finally understood the classification system. But at the same time, a broken bar, he realized something else. He grinned, revealing his razor-sharp fangs, his massive frame shaking with amusement. So, according to what you know, I should be weaker than this thing, right? Xina froze, her breath hitching. She had only seen him use 3 abilities so far. If special rare beasts had 4 a broken bar, did that mean Wei Long also had 4 abilities? Her body trembled slightly at the thought. A normal person wouldn't think too much about it, but to hear a broken bar, it was terrifying. Wei Long might not be a mere rare beast, he might be a special rare beast himself. Before she could process her emotions, Wei Long lifted his foot to take another step forward. But then a cock-a-doodle-doo, a high-pitched, echoing call suddenly pierced the air. Wei Long froze mid-step, his eyes widening slightly. Another cock-a-doodle-doo followed. Xina's body stiffened instantly. Her eyes darted around frantically, before she hissed in a hushed tone, "Wait." Wei Long's gaze snapped to her, annoyance flickering in his expression. What now? Why was she so insistent on stopping him? Xina swallowed hard, her voice urgent. That was a territorial call. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. And just as he was about to ask what that meant, a second dragarooster emerged from the forest. Its crimson eyes gleamed with hostility. It wasn't looking at them. It was looking at the first dragarooster. Wei Long immediately understood. This was a territorial battle. Both dragaroosters began circling each other, their predatory gazes locked onto one another. Their sharp, steel-like claws scraped against the ground, and their spear-tipped tails twitched, poised to strike at any moment. Xina and Wei Long remained completely still, watching as the tension thickened between the two beasts. Then they attacked. The first dragarooster launched forward, its bladed feet flashing in the moonlight. The second reacted instantly, its tail whipping forward like a spear, aiming straight for its rival's throat. Clang! The first strike clashed as their weapons met in midair, sending sparks flying into the darkness. Neither gained the upper hand. Both dragaroosters immediately adjusted their stances, their movements eerily smooth as they prepared to clash again. The second dragarooster feinted, faking a low kick, before abruptly twisting its body, sending its razor-sharp tail slicing through the air. The first dragarooster, however, anticipated the maneuver. It ducked low, its talons digging into the dirt, before springing forward at an unnatural speed. Shing! Its bladed feet lashed out like swords, striking at multiple angles at once. The second dragarooster barely had time to counter, using its tail to deflect 3 strikes in quick succession. Clang! 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 Each strike sent shockwaves rippling through the air, the force so intense that the ground itself cracked beneath them. Wei Long watched in fascination as they continued their deadly duel, their movements flawless, their instincts razor-sharp. "Is this wildlife of the immortal world?" he exclaimed in fascination. It's the first time he sees one since he was always the one hunting, killing and fighting. Unlike human warriors, who relied on technique and training, these beasts fought purely on instinct and reflexes. They had no wasted movements, no hesitation, only pure, lethal precision. A true battle of apex predators. And yet neither could gain the advantage. They were perfect equals, their attacks and defenses cancelling each other out with every exchange. They clashed again and again, their movements growing faster, their strikes more ferocious, their battle turning into a violent storm of flashing blades. Each time their spear-like tails met, it sounded like metal crashing against metal, echoing through the night like a song of war. Their golden claws gleamed under the moonlight, their every motion a masterpiece of deadly efficiency. After what felt like an eternity of relentless combat, they finally separated. Both dragaroosters stumbled back, panting, their bodies covered in thin, shallow cuts, proof of their evenly matched abilities. Their eyes remained locked onto each other, neither willing to submit, yet both beginning to realize this fight wasn't going to end quickly. They were too evenly matched. Xina let out a shaky breath, her heart pounding. She turned to Wei Long, her voice barely above a whisper. "The broken bar, they really are terrifying." Wei Long, however, simply grinned. His gaze never left the dragaroosters as he muttered, "They're strong, yeah, broken bar." His claws tightened slightly, his muscles tensing in anticipation. "But that just makes this even more interesting," he said with greed and hunger in his eyes. Xina froze, her breath caught in her throat as she observed Wei Long's expression. His golden reptilian eyes gleamed with something a broken bar unsettling. Saliva dripped from the edges of his razor-sharp teeth. His entire dinosauric maw was parted in a grin, his massive fangs fully displayed a horrifying yet strangely amused smirk. This was not the look of a mere observer. It was the look of a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Xina hesitated. For a moment, she considered saying "Let's capture them." But seeing his hunger, feeling the dangerous aura radiating off him, she immediately dismissed the thought. Wei Long was still a beast that knew what it meant to devour and grow stronger. If she said anything now, it might not end well for her either. So, she stayed silent. Her focus shifted back to the dragaroosters, who had already resumed their battle. But now, their movements were slower. Their feathers were stained with blood, their breaths heavy as they circled each other once more. But despite their exhaustion, Their battle only became more violent, more savage. The losing Dragarooster was desperate, its every movement fueled by pure instinctual survival. Its spear-like tail lashed out, aiming for the throat of the stronger Dragarooster. But the winner, despite being exhausted, still had enough strength to react. With a sharp sidestep, it barely avoided the fatal strike, countering immediately with a brutal kick. Shing! Its razor-sharp talon sliced across the weaker Dragarooster's chest, leaving behind a deep, bleeding gash. The injured Dragarooster screeched, staggering backward. But it wasn't done yet. With one last desperate surge, it lunged forward, its tail whipping at full force. You aimed directly at the winner's eye. A lethal blow. But just before impact, the victorious Dragarooster twisted its head to the side. The spear tail missed by mere inches, and in that instant it unleashed its strongest attack yet. Both of its bladed feet flashed forward a slash. The losing Dragarooster's chest was torn apart in one clean motion. It let out a final, weak gurgling cry before its body collapsed onto the dirt. Blood pooled beneath it. It was over. The stronger Dragarooster stood victorious, heaving, its feathers stained with its rival's blood. And then it threw its head back. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The sound was deafening. It wasn't just a callow, it was a declaration that he is the winner of the territorial dispute. A roar of dominance that echoed through the forest. The strongest had survived. Buta. That would be its last crow. Suddenly, not far away from it, swoosh, a shadow flashed forward at terrifying speed. Zaina's eyes barely registered what happened. In the fraction of a second, Wei Long moved, and he moved fast. The victorious Dragarooster sensed him immediately. Buta. It was too late. It was too exhausted to react properly. All it could do was instinctively counterattack. Its spear-like tail shot forward, aiming directly for Wei Long's chest. Thunk. The attack landed. The sharp point pierced into Wei Long's thick scales. Buta. It barely scratched him. Zaina's eyes widened. What a broken bar? Wei Long didn't even flinch. Wasn't the attack from the tail of the Dragarooster's supposed to be able to penetrate through any defense? Suddenly, Wei Long's massive claws swung downward and with one effortless swipe, he knocked the Dragarooster's tail to the side like a twig. Then, chomp! His jaws snapped shut around the Dragarooster's head. Crack! Its skull shattered instantly. Zaina gasped, her entire body freezing in shock. It happened so fast. Too fast. And then, a memory surfaced in her mind. When she and the other demonic cultivators fought each other a broken bar. Wei Long had done the exact same thing. The exact same technique. Back then, before the others could even react, Wei Long had instantly killed his first target. A one-strike kill, a brutal, efficient, true predator's kill. Zaina's breath turned shaky. No wonder a broken bar, no wonder he's so confident. Wei Long was not just strong, he was a monster. A terrifying beast whose instincts and abilities made him a true apex predator. And then, gulp. Wei Long swallowed the first Dragarooster whole. He wasn't done yet. His eyes slowly turned toward the fallen, weaker Dragarooster. The one that had already lost the battle. It was dying, its breath weak. But for Wei Long, that didn't matter. A meal was a meal. He stepped forward, opening his gaping maw once again, and with one swift motion, he swallowed the second Dragarooster, too. And then, ding, a sound echoed in his mind. Wei Long's eyes gleamed with intense predatory light. A bright screen flashed before Wei Long's eyes. He froze. This was a broken bar. New bioengineered abilities acquired. 1. Bioengineered awakened steel feathers, peak. 2. Bioengineered awakened dragon call, peak. 3. Bioengineered awakened chimera tail, peak. 4. Bioengineered awakened poison immunity, peak. Wei Long's golden pupils dilated. What a broken bar? How could this be? Eating a special rare beast gave him 4 awakened abilities at once, and not just any abilities, they were at peak rank. It didn't make sense. When he devoured the blood boars from the demonic cultivators, nothing like this happened. Yes, he grew stronger, but he never gained 4 awakened abilities in one go. Something was different this time. Suddenly, A thought hit him like a lightning bolt. Wei Long's expression darkened. He turned his gaze towards Aina. She was looking at him with confusion. Why did Wei Long look so shocked as he stared into thin air? Before she could say anything, Wei Long's deep voice rang out. "Tell me, Aina, the last time you and those other demonic cultivators had blood boars, you fed them something before commanding them to kill the disciples on sight." His voice was calm, too calm. It made Aina's skin crawl. She didn't know why Wei Long was asking, but she replied respectfully. "That was a specially made pill, created by the Blood Boar sect. It strengthens the blood boars we own." Wei Long's eyes narrowed. His voice remained even. "Strengthens them? How?" Aina hesitated for a moment but answered. "It temporarily raises their strength a broken bar, and sometimes it can even increase their class." A moment of silence. Then Wei Long swallowed his saliva at the back of his throat. He understood. The blood boar he ate back then a broken bar. It wasn't a simple rare beast. It was temporarily boosted to become a special rare beast by that pill. And the Dragarustissa, they were already special rare beasts. That's why, when he devoured them, he immediately acquired awakened abilities. His heart pounded. He didn't need to rely on demonic cultivators. He didn't need to capture and tame them like he originally planned. He just needed to eat special rare beasts. A broken bar changed everything. Wei Long analyzes his new powers. Wei Long's mind raced as he studied his 4 new abilities. Which one should he prioritize? 1. Bio-engineered awakened steel feathers, peak, pros. Grants 60% damage reduction from sharp attacks and critical hits. Can turn his body into a defensive fortress. If evolved further, it could potentially become completely invulnerable. Cons: does not increase his attack power. Might slow him down due to heavier defense. Verdict: perfect for defense, but it won't help him hunt better. A2. Bio-engineered awakened dragon call, peak, pros. Can summon female beasts and potential competitors. Perfect for hunting. He could lure enemies to him instead of searching. Might be useful for tricking other beasts into fighting each other. Cons: could backfire. What if he summons something too powerful? Might attract more enemies than he can handle. Verdict: excellent for ambushing prey, but also a risky gamble. A3. Bio-engineered awakened chimera tail, peak, pros. His tail turns into an evolutionary injection that can be a deadly weapon too. Can inject an unknown chimera chemical directly into opponents, causing their DNA to change, which is a little similar to the owner. Cons: does not provide any defensive benefits. Requires precise accuracy. If he misses, the enemy could counterattack. Verdict: a deadly offense, but only useful if he lands the hit. A4. Bio-engineered awakened poison immunity, peak, pros. Makes him completely immune to all poisons. A perfect counter against venomous creatures and poison cultivators. Could be useful for eating poisonous beasts without risk. Cons: does not increase attack or defense. Useless if the opponent does not use poison. Verdict: good for survival, but not necessary right now. Wei Long's brows knitted together. Which one should he focus on first? The steel feathers would make him harder to kill. A broken bar. The dragon call would bring prey to him. A broken bar. The poison spear tail would increase his lethality. A broken bar. But what the hell is this? He thought it's poison. And the poison immunity, this will ensure his survival. Wei Long needed to choose wisely. His golden eyes gleamed as he carefully weighed the pros and cons. This was an important decision, a critical turning point in his evolution. He clenched his claws. And then, his gaze slowly turned to Aina. His sharp reptilian eyes locked onto her. Aina shivered. Why a broken bar? Was he looking at her like that? Are there stronger creatures here that could possibly pose a threat to me? His deep, rumbling voice carried a tone of confidence, yet it held an undeniable hint of curiosity. Aina blinked, then quickly shook her head. Yeah, broken bar, I don't think so. She hesitated. This is an autumn dragon sect sanctuary, so there wouldn't be any awakened beasts here, I'm sure of it. After all, the sanctuaries are places where baby monsters are sent so that new disciples can tame them. A broken bar. Wei Long nodded. That meant this place was his hunting ground. There was no natural predator that could threaten him here. Perfect. Then, without hesitation, Wei Long chose his ability, Bio-engineered awakened dragon call, Peak, selected. A shudder ran through his body as his throat vibrated, his lungs expanding with tremendous force. Xina, still unaware of what was about to happen, suddenly noticed something strange. Wei Long's neck muscles tensed, his jaw flexed, his serrated teeth bared wider than ever before. A terrifying sense of dread filled the air. Xina's instincts screamed at her as something terrible was about to happen. "Xina," Wei Long spoke. "Leave now." Xina's eyes widened. "What?" Wei Long's golden eyes flickered as he looked at her. "Run. Don't think. Just go." His voice was calm, but commanding. Xina gulped. Her body moved before her mind could react. Swoosh! She disappeared into the distance. The moment Wei Long was sure she was far in or Ufa, he tilted his head back. A broken bar and Xina. He decided it's time to unleash it. Wei Long's jaws, expanding unnaturally wide even further, revealing rows upon rows of serrated, gleaming fangs. His throat stretched, his lungs compressing with monstrous force. "Xina!" Boom! A roar erupted, an explosion of raw sound and power that blasted through the sanctuary like a divine decree. The air split apart. The trees bent as if bowing to an unseen force. The ground trembled, small creatures collapsing from the sheer pressure. The sky itself seemed to shake as an earth-shattering draconic cry tore through the heavens. It wasn't just a roar, it was a command, a proclamation. It was a dragon's call, not meant for mere mortal ears. It was a declaration of dominance over all beasts, a summons for challengers, rivals, and prey alike. The very air twisted, trembling as if it carried the weight of a primordial force, and its echo carried far, far beyond the Autumn Dragon Sect's sanctuary. A broken bar, far away, in various hidden sanctuaries occupied by demonic cultivators now, the battlefield was soaked in blood. Captured Autumn Dragon Sect disciples were either bound in chains, stripped of their weapons, or huddled together in fear. Demonic cultivators were grinning as they watched their prisoners. Some were debating how to execute them. Others were mocking them, telling them to beg for their lives. The NTT happened. The roar. It shook the air, pressing down on the battlefield like a heavenly punishment in a form of booming vibrations. Demonic cultivators froze. Their blood ran cold. It was as if an ancient predator had just declared war on everything beneath it. One cultivator staggered back. What was that? Another's hands shook as he gripped his sword. Was a broken bar? Was that a beast? It sounded like a dragon. Impossible. Their leader barked, but his voice was uneven. Yet, even as he spoke, his legs felt weak. He wasn't sure anymore. It wasn't human. That much, they all knew. Then, one of their prisoners, an Autumn Dragon Sect disciple, began laughing. Despite being bound and bleeding, he laughed, a crazed, victorious laugh. "You're all dead." His voice dripped with satisfaction. The demonic cultivators turned to him, glaring. "What did you say?" The disciple grinned through blood-stained teeth. "That wasn't just a beast. That was something else." He grinned wider. "And it's coming." A chill ran down their spines. A broken bar. Elsewhere, in another sanctuary, Autumn Dragon Sect cultivators were leading the remaining unnamed disciples away from enemy-infested areas. Their footsteps were silent, their expressions grim. They had already lost many. Even those they managed to rescue were wounded, exhausted, or too afraid to move properly. The roar. It washed over them like a tidal wave of sheer, terrifying power. Many disciples stumbled, gripping their heads as their bodies instinctively trembled. One disciple collapsed to his knees. At a broken bar. What was that? Their leader, a senior disciple, paled. His grip tightened on his sword. A broken bar, not human. Their breathing quickened. That a broken bar? That wasn't one of ours, was it? Someone asked weakly. Another disciple turned frantically. "Tell me we don't have to fight that." The senior disciple gritted his teeth. "A broken bar? I don't know." But deep inside, he feared the truth. That was not an ordinary beast. It was not a disciple. It was something else. Something far beyond their understanding. And it was alive and hungry. Back to Wei Long. Wei Long's throat burned as his roar finally died down. He chose that ability to call for them, more of them. The more he can eat, the more abilities he can get. Now, he could feel it. No of them. Beasts, predators, challengers. They heard him. And now, they will come. His golden pupils dilated, his claws flexing in anticipation. "Come to me." He licked his teeth. And then, with a slow, monstrous green air, he vanished into the darkness. As soon as Wei Long's presence disappeared, the forest trembled, leaves shivered, and the ground quaked as if something ancient and unstoppable had awakened. The trees, once still and silent, now swayed under the weight of an approaching storm, a storm not of wind or rain, but of blood and fury. Swoosh! A shadow cut through the dense canopy, landing with an earth-shaking thud. A dragarooster. It was massive, nearly the size of the ones Wei Long had previously eaten. Its black feathers shimmered like steel, each strand gleaming under the fractured moonlight. Its serpentine tail, tipped with a jagged spearhead, twitched in anticipation. Its talons, longer than a grown man's sword, scratched against the earth, carving deep grooves into the soil. Its eyes, a glowing red like burning embers, narrowed, scanning the area. It had answered the call, and it was not alone. Swoosh, thud. Another one. Swoosh, thud. Another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More and more. One by one, the legendary dragaroosters emerged, each one more terrifying than the last. Their feathers gleamed like polished blades, some a deep obsidian black, others a crimson red, and a few carried golden streaks, indicating an even more prestigious lineage. Their eyes glowed like infernal fires, their beaks were razor-sharp, and their winged arms carried hidden blades, folded neatly beneath their metallic plumage. Each step they took shook the earth, their mere presence making the weaker creatures of the sanctuary scatter in absolute terror. Wei Long, hidden in the shadows, watched intently. His golden, reptilian eyes gleamed with hunger. "Hey, look at them, absolute monsters." His lips curled into a terrifying, toothy grin. "And they don't even realize you're broken bar they're my next meal." He remained perfectly still, blending into the darkness. His camouflage ability was so refined that even these highly evolved beasts couldn't sense him. But they could sense each other. And that was where the real fun began. The dragaroosters, all peak level 12, were apex predators. They knew they weren't equal. They knew only the strongest would survive. And they refused to share their territory. A single misstep, one dragarooster, a black-feathered behemoth, stepped too close to an Othero, a red-plumed titan with golden streaks across its wings. Their eyes met. The air froze. Swoosh! In a split second, the battle erupted. The black dragarooster lunged, its spear-tipped tail piercing the air with a swirling sound, aiming for its enemy's throat. The red dragarooster twisted, its wings unfolding like a blade, and countered with a quack and flap. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed through the sanctuary. Their blades met midair, a spark igniting between them as their razor-sharp talons locked together. Boom! A shockwave blasted outward as they pushed against each other, their monstrous strength nearly uprooting trees around them. But they weren't the only ones. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 more dragaroosters joined the fray, their crimson tails flashing as they slashed and stabbed, turning the battle into a blur of feathers, steel, and blood. The ground cracked beneath them, talons carving trenches into the earth as they leapt, slashed, and dodged at inhuman speeds. Every clash sent feathers flying, some piercing into tree trunks like throwing daggers. Some dragaroosters used their wings, sending wind blades that tore through the battlefield, slicing apart trees like they were nothing but paper. Others relied on brute strength, their spear-tipped tails smashing boulders to dust as they clashed midair, each one vying for dominance. The forest had become a battlefield of chaos, feathers soaked in blood, screeches echoing through the night, blades clashing against flesh and bone, and through it Wei Long watched, laughing, waiting. This was perfect. The brutality of the fight was beyond anything a human could comprehend. On Earth, roosters were always brutal when engaged in combat, but Wei Long didn't expect this brutality. One dragarooster locked claws with another midair, their wings beating violently as they struggled for dominance. Slash! A third dragarooster lunged from behind, its serrated beak stabbing into the exposed throat of one of the fighters. Blood sprayed into the air. The injured dragarooster shrieked, flapping wildly, but the attacker was ruthless. Crack! It twisted its beak, ripping out the other's throat in a single, savage motion. The defeated dragarooster crashed into the earth, its body twitching as it bled out. Yet the victor gave it no second glance. Instead, it turned to its next opponent. Wei Long, still hidden in the shadows, licked his lips. He watched as the first Dragarooster fell, its body spasming before finally going still. The rest of the beasts barely acknowledged it. There was no mourning, no hesitation, only battle, only survival. Wei Long grinned wider. That's one. His golden eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger. Now, while the feathers of the Dragaroosters soaked in crimson blood danced in the air, with the screeches of the dying and the victorious blended into a symphony of primal warfare. In the midst of it a shadow moved, fast, too fast. Swoosh! A blur of scaled muscles shot forward, claws glinting under the fractured moonlight. Wei Long, his bio-engineered soaring speed was unnatural, allowing him to zip between the fighting Dragaroosters like a phantom. His movement was not random. It was calculated. Every time a Dragarooster was about to fire, crack, Wei Long would appear, jaws wide open, snatching the head of the loser mid-air. Swoosh! He was gone again, leaving nothing behind but the sound of crunching bone and a headless corpse collapsing to the ground. After all, he needed to crush their skull in his mouth without interruption so he could swallow them swiftly and smoothly. Yet, not long, some of the Dragaroosters began to notice. Their eyes flashed in rage. This reptilian beast was stealing their kills. But Wei Long did not care. No, in fact, he welcomed their hatred. The battlefield had turned into a twisted game for Wei Long. At times, he would not even bother dodging. Instead, he would stand in the middle of the bloodbath, his golden reptilian eyes glowing with amusement. A Dragarooster would lunge, its spear-tipped tail stabbing toward his chest. Clang! The blow landed. Buta! The spear bounced off his bio-engineered awakened thick fat. You all haven't reached the peak awakened beast yet. All your attacks won't work. I already tested it earlier. The Dragarooster froze. For the first time a predator realized it could not pierce its prey. Wei Long smirked. Who's the prey? Bam! With a single mighty kick, he launched the Dragarooster into a tree, shattering its bones on impact. Yet, he did not eat it. Instead, he stepped on it, crushing its body further into the dirt, as if venting his annoyance. Not worth eating. His deep, rumbling voice echoed through the battlefield as those who made him pissed were only worth killing. He disappeared again, and the cycle continued. Every time a Dragarooster fell, Wei Long snatched its head. Every time an attack hit him, he barely flinched, and every time he got bored, he would punish the weaker ones, crushing their bodies beneath his feet just for existing. Soon a sound echoed in Wei Long's mind. Ding! A screen appeared before him, listing his newly acquired bio-engineered abilities: bio-engineered awakened steel feathers, peak; bio-engineered awakened dragon call, peak; bio-engineered awakened poison spear tail, peak; bio-engineered awakened poison immunity, peak. Wei Long grinned. He killed a whole lot of them. Now his power had skyrocketed. Buta. He was not satisfied. He had achieved peak level 12 mortal beast. But if he wanted to break through to peak mortal beast level 13 the awakened beast leveler, he needed more energy. Time to feast. And so, for the first time since the Dragarooster massacre began, Wei Long stopped playing. He opened his massive T-Rex mouth and devoured it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Their bodies disappeared into his jaws, flesh and bone crushed like nothing more than brittle twigs. With every bite, his strength surged. With every swallow, his hunger subsided, until finally a ding. Wei Long had reached the peak of mortal beast. His body rumbled, as if his very existence had evolved once more. Yeta. His golden dinosaur eyes narrowed. I'm still not strong enough. And then, he remembered. Wei Long's expression darkened. He had been so absorbed in his hunt that he nearly forgot his long-term plan. He was not just hunting for himself. He needed pawns. Xina, Zufang. If they became stronger, they could rise within their sects. If they rose within their sects, so they could become his eyes and ears. They could give him access to information, and through them, he could infiltrate and get outside the influence of the sect. His golden eyes flashed. I need to catch a beast for them. And just as he thought these, the battle had finally dwindled down. There were only 2 Dragaroosters left. Both bloodied and exhausted. Their bodies trembled, but their instincts refused to let them back down. And then, swoosh, Wei Long appeared right between them. His massive reptilian mouth curled into a menacing smirk. His rows of razor-sharp teeth glistened with blood. His massive golden eyes bore into theirs, sending a single, clear message here. Good job you two. The two bloody dragon-roosters lunged. Their talons gleamed under the fractured moonlight. Their spear-tipped tails whipped through the air like razor-sharp whips. Their beaks snapped open, revealing rows of jagged teeth as they aimed to tear into flesh. And yet, Wei Long did not move. Slash. One talon raked across his chest. Buta. Clang. The attack bounced off his bio-engineered awakened steel feathers. Stab. A spear tail pierced toward his gut. Buta. Ding. The tip snapped. Thud. A dragon-rooster leapt, aiming to rip at his neck. Buta. Crunch. Wei Long grabbed it midair and slammed it down into the dirt, leaving a deep crater. He didn't even look excited. His golden reptilian eyes were half-lidded. His massive T-Rex mouth was slightly open, but not in a snarler. He was yawning. Boring. The two dragon-roosters screeched in fury. They attacked again, and again, and again. Slash. Clang. Stab. Ding. No matter what they did, it was useless. Wei Long stood there, unmoving. He let them scratch, stab, and bite. He let their attacks rain down. And yet, he was untouched. As time passed, his bored expression only worsened. At first, his golden eyes glimmered with faint amusement. Then, his eyelids drooped. Then, his massive tail swayed lazily. Then, he let out a deep, drawn-out sigh. Until finally, his entire body radiated disappointment. Are you two done? The two dragon-roosters collapsed. Their bodies twitched, their wings trembled, and their legs could barely hold them up. Yet, when they heard Wei Long speak to them in their language, their bloodied eyes widened. Whoa! You're not a rooster. How come you can talk to us? Wei Long grinned. A dangerous grin. One that showed all his gleaming, serrated teeth. Of course, I can speak to you. We are cousins. The two dragon-roosters froze. What a question mark. Wei Long nodded solemnly. Yes, a broken bar. Your ancestors were my ancestors. The dragon-roosters exchanged glances. Wei Long continued, his voice deepening, filled with ancient wisdom. Long ago, before your kind became what you are today, you were something far greater. You were called the Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's right. The true kings. The apex predators of the ancient world. Rulers of everything they saw. The dragon-roosters stared at him, stunned. Tyranno, a broken bar. Saurus, a broken bar? Wei Long nodded again, slower this time, as if he were an ancient sage passing down forbidden knowledge. You, my dear cousins, have merely a broken bar forgotten your origins. The dragon-rooster's eyes widened further. For a brief moment, doubt crept into their exhausted minds. Could it be true? Could they truly be descended from such a powerful ancestor? But then, their fighting spirit blazed anew. One of them screeched, "Cousin or Nota, we fight to the death." The other one screeched in agreement. That's right. Blood must be spilled. And just like that, they lunged at each other again, ignoring their wounds. Wei Long's head throbbed. His golden eyes twitched. The sound of talons kept clashing. The scent of blood thickening in the air. Wei Long let out a deep, frustrated sigh. Wait. The dragon-roosters froze mid-lunge. You guys are fighting so fiercely, a broken bar, but why? Why are you even fighting? The two exhausted roosters looked at him as if he was an idiot. Because it's natural. Wei Long blinked. The dragon-roosters screamed at him, despite their exhaustion. It's what we do. Our claws are meant for slashing. Our tails are meant for piercing. Our beaks are meant for tearing. We are dragon-roosters. We fight, we kill, and we die fighting. Wei Long's eye twitched. A broken bar, that's it? Yes. Wei Long felt a migraine forming. So these guys, a broken bar, didn't even have a reason. They were just slaughtering each other for the hell of it. A deep sigh escaped his jaws. But then, a thought struck him. His golden eyes glowed. Oh, our broken bar, I see why you're fighting now. The dragon-roosters froze. Their bloodied beaks twitched. A broken bar? No you don't. Wei Long's massive T-Rex mouth curled into a sinister smirk. It's because of hens, isn't it? Silence. The two dragon-roosters stiffened. Wei Long grinned wider. That's right. It's about the hens. He leaned closer, voice drenched in mischief. You want them, don't you? The dragon-roosters twitched. You want those plump, feathery bodies. Their wings shuddered. You want to be surrounded by them, their soft feathers brushing against your chest. Their legs trembled. Wei Long's voice turned deep and sultry. Imagine a broken bar, an entire flock, dozens, no, hundreds. All yours, all waiting. The Dragoruster's eyes glazed over. Their bodies locked up. Their breathing grew heavier. And Thena, they screamed. They're mine. No, they're mine. And just like that, they lunged at each other again, screaming and cursing. Wei Long felt his headache grow worse. He stared blankly at the two idiots. And Thena, smack. Wei Long slapped both of them at the same time. Wham! Their bodies slammed into the dirt, feathers scattering in the air. Silence. Wei Long's golden eyes narrowed. Listen to me. The two Dragoroosters staggered, still dizzy from the slap. Wei Long towered over them, his golden reptilian eyes gleaming with dominance. His tail swayed behind him, muscles tensed, ready to strike again if they dared disobey. He exhaled deeply, his breath carrying the faint scent of predator supremacy. Thena. His voice boomed, deep and commanding. I need the two of you. The Dragoroosters blinked, their exhausted, battle-worn bodies still trembling. Wei Long's tone was not one of request. It was a command, a decree, an unquestionable truth. His gaze sharpened, piercing through their stubborn wills. You two will come with me. You will fight for me. You will rise with me. You will conquer with me. Silence. The Dragoroosters stared, their primal instincts rebelling against the idea. Thena. One of them let out a hoarse laugh. Why the hell should we care? The other snorted. It's none of our business. Wei Long smirked, his massive tail whipped forward. Bam! The two Dragoroosters were sent flying, crashing into a pile of broken trees. They groaned, but before they could even get back up, Wei Long was already in front of them, faster than their blurry vision could process. His massive claws pinned them down, his fangs gleamed under the moonlight. His voice rumbled like thunder. Do you really think I'm asking? Wei Long released them, stepping back slightly. He let them breathe. Then, his golden eyes flickered upward, toward the sky. You two broken bar, have you ever looked up? The Dragoroosters, still gasping, furrowed their brows. What the hell do you mean? Wei Long suddenly pointed to the heavens. Look at it. The endless sky. The vast horizon. The world beyond this pathetic little battlefield. The Dragoroosters followed his gaze. For the first time, instead of focusing on slashing throats, breaking bones, and spilling blood, they truly looked up. Wei Long's voice turned enticing, hypnotic. Imagine soaring through that. Not just jumping, not just flapping useless wings, but truly soaring. Imagine reaching heights where no beast has touched, where the air is thin, where the winds are fierce, where only the chosen few can exist. His golden eyes gleamed. The apex of all creatures, the masters of the sky. Isn't that far better than rolling in the dirt, tearing at each other like idiots? Silence. The Dragoroosters' breaths shook. For a brief second, they saw it, a life beyond this cage. But Thena. One of them snapped out of it. Shut up. He jumped up, claws raised, and Wei Long kicked him back down. Bam! The other Dragorooster tried to resist her, and Wei Long slammed his foot down on his chest. His golden eyes narrowed. What now? You still want to fight? He leaned in, his breath hot and menacing. For what? His voice dripped with mockery. What? You're gonna take his hands? He jabbed a claw at one of them. Or are you gonna take his hands? He pointed at the other. The two Dragoroosters flinched. Wei Long's expression darkened. You idiots, a broken bar. Aren't you tired? A heavy silence. Wei Long's voice deepened. Aren't you tired of fucking hands? You get up every day, fight, kill, claim a few hands, breed, and then do it all over again. Doesn't it get boring? Doesn't it feel like you're just running in circles? How many times have you done it? How many times have you fought for the same thing? His golden eyes gleamed. How many hens have you claimed only to get tired of them later? The two Dragoroosters froze. Wei Long's words stabbed deep. You know I'm right, don't you? That hollow feeling every time you win a fight, That moment of satisfaction before it fades away. That sudden emptiness when you realize there's nothing more. The two Dragoroosters remained silent. They had never thought about it, never questioned it. It was instinct. It was what they did. But now they couldn't deny it. Wei Long suddenly grabbed their heads. His claws pressed against their skulls. And then he forced them to look up, at the vast sky, at the horizon beyond. And at that moment a beautiful bird soared past. Its feathers shimmered like liquid gold. Its wings carried it effortlessly through the air. Its elegance was unmatched. Wei Long's voice dropped into a whisper. Did you see that? His golden eyes glowed. Isn't it a broken bar beautiful? The Dragoroosters stared. Their eyes widened. Wei Long grinned. Now a broken bar. Imagine if that was your hen. The Dragoroosters froze. Wei Long chuckled, voice low and enticing. Imagine here a broken bar perching on your back. Her soft feathers brushing against yours. Her wings wrapped around you in the night. Their bodies twitched. Wei Long's grin widened. Outside this place here broken bar there are more than you can ever count. He leaned in closer, his breath hot and intoxicating. Exotic ones, elegant ones, ones that no other rooster has ever touched. They're waiting for someone strong enough, for someone worthy. For you. The Dragoroosters trembled. Their minds spiraled. The image was too powerful, too enticing, too tempting. They were completely mesmerized. Their beaks parted slightly, dazed. Their eyes glazed over. They were dreaming. And then, wham! Wei Long slapped them both. The impact shocked them awake. He grinned, his T-Rex mouth menacingly wide. So? His golden eyes pierced through them. His voice rumbled with authority. Are you getting what I am implying now? The two Dragoroosters, still dazed, suddenly snapped back to reality. One of them tilted his head, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Were broken bar you've seen a lot of them? The other immediately puffed up his chest. How many? How many hens are out there? Wei Long blinked, before he could even answer. Are they colorful? Are their feathers as shiny as the sun? Do they walk gracefully? How do they sound when they cluck? Are their legs long or short? How round are their thighs? Do they fluff up when they're angry? How big are they? Wei Long's brain short-circuited. The two Dragoroosters were completely rabid. Their beaks snapped open and closed as they barraged him with endless questions. They moved closer, practically breathing on him. Wei Long was not expecting this. He thought winning them over would be a challenge. But these two, they were nothing more than hens-obsessed lunatics. Wei Long exhaled, exasperated. If they wanted a shower, then he'd give them a masterpiece. Wei Long's eyes gleamed mysteriously. His tail swayed rhythmically. His voice dropped into a deep, hypnotic tone. You want to know about the hens outside? The Dragoroosters nodded rapidly. Wei Long smirked. His golden eyes darkened with amusement. Then listen carefully, a broken bar, because what I'm about to tell you. His voice dropped into a whisper. Is something no other rooster has ever heard before. The Dragoroosters gulped. And then Wei Long began weaving his masterpiece of lies. The hens outside here broken bar, they are not like the ones here. Their colors are not just red and brown. They come in 1,000 shades. Some shine like pure gold, glimmering under the sun. Some are as white as freshly fallen snow, untouched and pristine. Some are a deep, rich blue, like the endless sea, their feathers shimmering with an ethereal glow. There are violet hens, the color of a setting sun, their eyes mysterious and alluring. And there are those as black as the abyss, so dark and sleek that even the night itself is jealous of their beauty. The Dragoroosters' bodies trembled. Their beaks slightly parted. Their breaths turned heavy. Wei Long wasn't done. But it's not just their colors. It's their shapes. Some of them are slender, with long, elegant legs that make them look like divine goddesses walking on air. Some of them are plump and round, their bodies soft and warm, perfect for cold nights. There are some with long, graceful necks, like royalty overseeing their kingdom. And then there are those with wide, curvy bodies, the type that makes a rooster forget how to breathe. Wei Long's golden eyes flashed. And then a broken bar. His voice lowered. There are the only a broken bar without feathers. Silence. The Dragoroosters froze. Their minds blanked. Their brains refused to function. One of them shuddered uncontrollably. They exist, a broken bar? Wei Long grinned darkly. Oh, they exist. He leaned in, whispering like a devil tempting lost souls. They have no feathers. Instead, their skin is soft, delicate, and smooth. When you touch them, It's like touching the most divine silk. Instead of wings, they have gentle arms that wrap around you, pulling you closer into their warmth. And their eyes are broken bar. Wei Long's voice turned seductive. They look at you, broken bar, as if you're the only rooster in the world. The dragon roosters were shaking. Their bodies convulsed with emotions they never knew they had. One of them drooled uncontrollably. Drip, drip. His saliva pooled on the ground. The other trembled like an earthquake. His feathers fluffed up, his mind utterly shattered. Wei Long laughed internally. If he had known they were this simple, he would have hoodwinked them ages ago. Beauty. Before he could continue, one of them suddenly snapped out of his daze. Wait. Wei Long raised a brow. The dragon rooster narrowed his eyes. His brain struggled to function through the haze of insanity. You said you're from the outside, right? Wei Long nodded smoothly. The dragon rooster's eyes twitched. Then a broken bar, what's it like outside? Wei Long smirked. He would bury them in lies. The outside world, a broken bar, it's a place of endless wonder. The forests stretch beyond the horizon, untouched and pure. The mountains rise so high, they touch the heavens themselves. The rivers shimmer like liquid diamonds, filled with water so clear you can see your own soul. And the air, a broken bar. Wei Long inhaled dramatically. It's rich, fresh, and invigorating. A single breath can make you feel like you're reborn. He continued weaving his masterpiece. There are beasts so powerful they can split mountains with a single claw. There are creatures so divine, their mere presence can make flowers bloom for 1,000 years. There are treasures buried deep in the earth, waiting for those brave enough to claim them. And then a broken bar. Wei Long's eyes darkened. There are the hens. The dragon roosters perked up. Wei Long's grin widened. They are waiting. They are yearning. They desire strong roosters, are ones who can fight, conquer, and claim them as their own. The dragon roosters shivered. Their souls screamed for this paradise. And yet, one of them suddenly furrowed his brow. His beak clenched. His voice was shaky, hesitant, a broken bar but doubtful. Yeah, broken bar, I don't believe you. Wei Long internally panicked. Did they see through his lies? Did they realize he was completely making things up? For a moment, his golden reptilian eyes narrowed as he prepared to switch tactics. But then, the dragon rooster who doubted him tilted his head. Wait, am I new to broken bar? Wei Long held his breath. Then, the rooster grinned. But do the hens outside like roosters with big tails? Or do they like the ones with small but sharp ones? Wei Long blinked. You are broken bar. He scratched his head awkwardly with his claws. I mean, obviously, they like the long, glorious tails, but some of them are into the short, powerful ones too. Before he could even finish, bah ha 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 ha. The dragon rooster burst into laughter. His body shook as he rolled around the dirt. Wei Long was stunned. What a question mark. Bah ha ha. I knew it. You're silly. Wei Long's eyes twitched as he stared at them awkwardly. The heck? I'm silly? I'm the silly one? You're the one asking stupid questions. But instead of saying that, Wei Long just laughed along awkwardly. Ha ha, yeah, I'm a funny guy. Huh? The other rooster laughed too. Ha ha, this cousin of ours is hilarious. Wei Long exhaled in relief. Dodged a disaster. Beauty. It seemed these two were completely brain dead. Just look around them. Too many dead dragon roosters like them, and they don't seem to care still. Really, a broken bar. He is speechless. Wei Long shook his head. All right, enough laughing. My name is Wei Long. He patted his chest confidently. I'm gonna be the strongest in this entire world, and you two broken bar are lucky enough to join me. The two roosters puffed up proudly at being lucky to join him. And you? Wei Long asked. The first rooster straightened his back. My name is Glockneen. Wei Long raised a brow. Glockneen? What kind of weird name is that? Isn't that a rapper's name? The second rooster flapped his wings. And I'm Red Ribbon. Wei Long's eye twitched again. What kind of names are these? Are you a cake? Beauty? Whatever. It didn't matter. Wei Long nodded at them. All right. Since we know each other now, a broken bar. He suddenly leaned in close, lowering his voice. Here's my plan. Meanwhile, broken bar, far away, Xina was running. Her paws pounded against the earth. Her breathing was ragged. Her ears twitched in every direction. She wasn't being chased, but she still felt like she was being hunted. That cool Wei Long mad ear broken bar. It didn't just summon a few dragon roosters. It brought a whole horde of them. So many, too many. She had seen dozens, if not hundreds. of dragon-roosters rushing past her. Their sharp talons tore through the ground. Their fierce eyes blazed with battle lust. Their massive wings flapped violently, making the air tremble. Xina was terrified. Fortunately, they didn't seem to care about her. They were rushing in the same direction toward Wei Long's location. However, some of them are coming back, maybe because Wei Long is now packed with peak-level dragon-roosters. But her instincts screamed at her, run. She had to get as far away as possible. She didn't know what kind of madness Wei Long started, but she didn't want to be anywhere near it. She darted through the forest, weaving between trees. Leaves whipped against her face. Her tail swished violently behind her. Xina. She suddenly skidded to a halt. Her eyes widened. Up at a broken bar, a group of cultivators stood in her path. Their robes were deep crimson. Their armor was stained with dried blood. Their eyes gleamed with ruthless cruelty. Their fierce aura pressed down on her. Blood-boar sect cultivators. Xina's heart pounded. She was exhausted. But now, she had no choice but to fight. However, that's only the last option. Xina calmed her breathing as she faced the blood-boar sect cultivators. There were 5 of them. Each one wore deep crimson robes, the stench of dried blood clinging to their bodies. Their armor was dented, showing signs of battle. Their weapons were sharp, still glistening with fresh blood. But their eyes were filled with suspicion. Xina knew they wouldn't attack her carelessly. She was one of them after all, a fellow demonic cultivator. Still, she couldn't let them figure out the truth about Wei Long. The leading cultivator, a tall, sharp-eyed man, took a step forward. Who are you? Xina swallowed. Her ears twitched. Her tail flicked. She couldn't hesitate. I'm Xina, she said smoothly. I was assigned to this area for the trial. The cultivators narrowed their eyes. Another one, a scar-faced woman, crossed her arms. Why are you running? Xina's expression darkened. She let her body tremble slightly as if recalling a traumatic event. We're broken bar, she whispered. We provoked something we shouldn't have. The cultivators exchanged glances. What do you mean? The leader demanded. Xina lowered her gaze, her ears folding back as if afraid. The broken bar, the orb. The cultivators froze. The orb? Xina nodded. Our squad was in charge of an orb, she said. We were using it to lure and control beasts. Buta. She took a shaky breath. Something horrible happened. The cultivators leaned in. They were listening. Xina continued. We thought we were in control, she said. We thought we could handle it. But Xina. She gritted her teeth, her face twisting with fear. A beast appeared. A beast? A monster, Xina corrected. The cultivators stiffened. It devoured the orb, she said, her voice trembling. And then a broken bar. It killed everyone. Silence. The wind howled through the trees. The blood-boar sect cultivators didn't move. Xina kept her head lowered. She let the tension build. Xina. One of them, a younger cultivator with a spear, took a step back. That a broken bar? That roar a broken bar? The leader nodded slowly. So that's what it was? Yes, Xina whispered. You saw the dragon-roosters, didn't you? She said. They're all heading in that direction. The scar-faced woman furrowed her brows. Buta broken bar? Why? Xina shook her head. I don't know, she said. But I wasn't going to stay and find out. The cultivators muttered among themselves. They were believing her. They were. Suddenly a sword flashed. Xina's eyes widened. The leader lunged at her, trying to grab her. Nice try, he sneered. But you're not leaving just yet. Xina twisted her body, barely dodging the attack. Clang! A second cultivator swung a chain, trying to entangle her. Xina jumped back, her tail flicking sharply. Wait, she said, pretending to be panicked. But they weren't listening anymore. They didn't trust her. Xina gritted her teeth. She had no choice. She had to escape. She spun around her and bolted into the trees. After her, Xina ran. Branches snapped under her paw-like feet. The air rushed past her. Behind her, the blood-boar sect cultivators were chasing her. She was fast, but they were stronger. She wouldn't last long. Xina, a voice echoed in her mind. Xina. She stumbled. Her eyes widened. It was a broken bar. Wei Long. His voice rumbled in her spirit world. Come back. Xina froze. Come back? She bit her lip. Her mind raced. If Wei Long was telling her to go back, then a broken bar. He had a plan. Xina took a deep breath. She had to play along. She skidded to a stop. The cultivators surrounded her. You're not going anywhere, the leader sneered. Xina forced herself to look defeated. She gritted her teeth, acting reluctant. "Fine," she hissed. "But I'm telling you, broken bar." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "We need to leave this place." The cultivators glanced at each other. The leader scoffed. "Nice try." "You're coming with us," another added. Xina narrowed her eyes. "Do what you want," she said. She had no choice but to go with them. Near Wei Long's location, the blood boar sect cultivators moved cautiously. Xina walked among them, her ears twitching. The forest was eerily silent. The ground was scorched in some places, torn apart in others. And Thina, suddenly Xina's fur bristled. Her instincts screamed. "Wait," she said. The cultivators froze. "We are near," Xina said. Suddenly, her instincts screamed. Xina felt the cold kiss of steel against her throat. Her fur bristled, her muscles coiled like a spring. Thina, clang. Her saber whipped up, deflecting the killing blow. The impact rattled her bones, but she didn't stop. With a swift kick, she sent herself flying backward, putting distance between her and her enemies. She landed, her chest heaving, her eyes sharp. The 5 blood boar sect cultivators were no longer hiding their intent. Their leader, the one who tried to slit her throat, twirled his blade lazily. "Your job is done," he sneered. "You can stay silent now." Xina's ears twitched. "Why?" she demanded. "Why try to kill me?" The leader scoffed. "That should be obvious." One of the cultivators, a short man with snake-like eyes, grinned. "We're taking your tamed blood boar." Xina's pupils shrank. She understood. Even among demonic cultivators, there was no unity. Each squad only cared about their own survival, their own power. But Thesa, this was absurd. "You're willing to kill a fellow sect member for that?" she spat. The leader chuckled. "Why not, Thina?" One of the 5 suddenly reached up and removed his hood. Xina's eyes widened. His face was painted with thick makeup, his lips dyed deep red, his eyeliner sharp and exaggerated. She froze. She remembered, among demonic cultivators, there was a notorious faction. A faction that hated women. A faction that would enslave and violate men, even their own sect members. Her breath caught in her throat. She barely managed to whisper. "The beauty diva squad, a broken bar." The 5 cultivators grinned. Their robes melted away, shifting into silky dresses that clung tightly to their figures. Their swords gleamed in the dim light. "You're right," one of them giggled. "And now a broken bar, you need to die." Xina gritted her teeth. "Just because I'm a woman?" The leader licked his blade. "Goodbye, little girl." They lunged. Just as their blades were about to reach her throat, a screech, a horrible, ear-piercing cry ripped through the air. Xina's ears flattened against her head. Her tail bristled. The beauty diva squad staggered. What the hell was that? Thina, something burst from the trees. A hen. But not just any hen. A hen Reagan. A female counterpart of the dragger roosters. And it was hideous. Its feathers were matted and uneven, its beak chipped and jagged. Its eyes bulged with a crazed hunger, and its reptilian feet looked like they belonged to a mutant lizard. It was twice the size of a normal hen, with muscles so thick they looked unnatural. The beauty diva squad froze. What the hell is that? Then it attacked. The hen Reagan moved like a blur. Its sharp talons slashed through the air, tearing into flesh. One cultivator screamed. His arm flew into the air, severed from his body. Blood gushed, splattering across the trees. Ugh! The hen Reagan lunged again. It bit into his neck. Crunch! His head was ripped clean off. The others stumbled back. What the hell? But before they could react, another hen Reagan appeared, and another, and another. A horde of them emerged from the trees. Their ugly, misshapen bodies twitched with unnatural energy. Their eyes glowed with madness. Xina's breath hitched. Why a broken bar? Why are they attacking? The beauty diva squad was losing ground. One of them swung his sword. Slash! A hen Reagan's wing was severed. But it didn't stop. It didn't even flinch. It charged forward, its beak crushing the man's face in a single blow. Crack! His skull exploded like a melon. The other 3 tried to flee, but the hen Reagans were faster. One of them pounced, driving its razor-sharp claws into a cultivator's chest. R.I.P. His ribcage burst open, his organs spilling onto the dirt. Another hen Reagan wrapped its beak around a man's leg. Chomp! It was ripped clean off, sending him screaming to the ground. The leader of the squad staggered back, drenched in blood. No, a broken bar, no, a broken bar, this can't be happening. His dress was in tatters, his sword trembled in his grip, his breath was ragged. The last surviving member fell to his knees, his body covered in slashes and wounds. He couldn't fight anymore, he couldn't move. His face was pale, his body shaking. And then, suddenly the Henragians stopped. One by one, they stepped back. Their madness seemed to have faded in an instant. Their bodies parted, creating a wide circle around the surviving two. Xina's ears twitched. Her fur stood on end. What a broken bar, what was happening? The leader of the Beauty Diva squad panted heavily, his bloodied body trembling. Xina. The horde of Henragians lowered their heads. As if our broken bar. They were bowing. Xina's heart pounded. Xina. She heard it. A deep, guttural chuckle from the darkness. Her blood ran cold. She knew that sound. It was a Wei Long. Soon, the moment the last Beauty Diva squad collapsed, bruised and bloodied, the silence was shattered by Glocknin's loud voice. Diducit? His feathers fluffed up, his chest puffed out. He stomped his ugly lizard feet, shaking the ground beneath him. Diduc, what, my 49th wife? Did? Wei Long blinked. Xina stared. The leader of the Beauty Diva squad groaned in pain. But Glocknin didn't care. Look at her magnificence, he bellowed. Did you see that spinning talon strike? That was my 49th wife. That was my beloved. Wei Long twitched. What kind of horrifying creature was his wife? Glocknin wasn't done. And Diduc, my 70th wife? His beak clattered with excitement. His eyes burned with passion. Oh, the way he bit that man's face. Off. He spun in place, flapping his wings dramatically. Absolutely glorious. Wei Long could still see the severed skull rolling nearby. He grimaced. Glocknin was crying tears of joy. That was truly the peak of elegance, my beloved, my pride. Maya. Shut up. A bored, drawling voice cut through the air. Wei Long and Xina turned to look. It was Red Ribbon. Unlike Glocknin, who was screaming like a madman, Red Ribbon was lounging lazily, one wing tucked under his head like a pillow. His half-lidded eyes barely held any emotion. We get it, Glock. You have wives. Glocknin puffed up. How dare you? We've heard it 1,000 times. Red Ribbon yawned. 49th this, 70th that. It's exhausting, really. You are just jealous. Red Ribbon flicked a feather. Yeah, sure. So jealous of your beautiful hens. Wei Long, who had been quietly observing, couldn't hold back his thoughts anymore. These broken bar things were their wives. His scaly face twitched. He glanced at the Henragians. Their matted feathers, their bulging eyes, their mutant lizard feet, their cracked beaks, their disturbing screeches. Wives a broken bar? Wei Long gulped. He suddenly feared for these two. Would they be mentally shattered if they ever saw a real beauty like a swan or a phoenix? Would their standards break? Would they scream, too perfect, too beautiful? It's a monster. He didn't want to find out. After all, it could be the opposite. They might find stunning creatures ugly. So he kept his mouth shut. Suddenly, Wei Long's eyes shifted to Xina. Hey, Xina. His voice was calm, but his reptilian eyes gleamed. Why did they attack you? Are demonic cultivators really that truthless? Xina sighed. Her ears twitched as she wiped blood from her cheek. They're always like this, she said quietly, ruthless to both men and women. She paused. Her gaze darkened. Especially men. Wei Long blinked. Xina's voice dropped, laced with disgust. They enslaved them, raped them to break them mentally. Wei Long's scaly brow twitched. He turned to look at the beautiful Diva Squad. No, the Beauty Diva Squad. The leader groaned, blood dripping from his mouth. His silky dress was torn. His face twisted in agony. His men or female men collapsed beside him, defeated. Wei Long's lips curled in disdain. He spat. The bloody spittle landed near the leader's cheek. Filthy. Suddenly, something flashed in Wei Long's mind. His nuclear brain clicked. Hey, Xina. His tail swayed. Why don't you take their orb and bring them back to the Blood Boar sect? Xina shook her head immediately. It's useless, she said. Each orb is imprinted specifically for them. If I try to use it, it'll corrupt me. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. Corrupt? Xina nodded. Yes, to avoid us from fighting each other. Wei Long snorted. I see. Then his eyes flashed with cunning. then I'll have it for myself. Zaina's ears twitched in confusion. You? But won't it corrupt you? Wei Long grinned. His sharp dinosaur teeth gleamed. I'm not human, Zaina. His claws flexed. That imprint shit won't work on me. His bioengineered body would absorb it, just like last time. Unlike regular food, an orb wouldn't cause hunger. It was pure energy. He won't go crazy if he surpasses another stage of evolution. Wei Long licked his teeth. He was going to eat it. Just as Wei Long prepared to absorb the orb, the bickering between Glocknin and Red Ribbon stopped. The two turned to him. Glocknin stared intensely. Red Ribbon half lazily glanced at him. Vina. Glocknin spoke. Is she the one? Wei Long paused. He glanced at Zaina. Then he grinned. His T-Rex mouth curled into something menacing. He nodded. Glocknin's eyes burned. Red Ribbon's bored gaze sharpened. The moment Wei Long nodded, confirming Zaina as his partner, Glocknin's entire body shuddered. His feathers fluffed up violently, his ugly lizard feet scraped the ground. His beak twisted in horror. Vina. Uck. His entire face scrunched up in disgust, like he had just eaten the most rotten, fermented, putrid, foul-smelling, maggot-infested egg in existence. She's so ugly, he screeched. Zaina twitched. Wei Long's brow arched. Red Ribbon snorted lazily. But Glocknin wasn't done. How could you ? How could you possibly ? How could you possibly pick her? Wei Long blinked. Yes, a broken bar, she'll be your partner, he stated firmly. Glocknin froze. His beady rooster eyes widened. Vina. No. His agonized scream echoed through the forest. The henragins all screeched in response. The ground shook. Leaves fell from the trees. A nearby spirit beast fled in terror. Even the defeated Homo Diva squad cultivators twitched in pain. But Glocknin did not care. He stomped his feet. He flapped his wings violently. His rage boiled over. I can't accept this. And then he would shout again. She's too ugly. He pointed a feathered wing at Zaina. Her hair isn't even feathery. Zaina blinked. Wei Long exhaled slowly. Her skin isn't even scaly. Zaina twitched. Wei Long rubbed his temples. Her legs aren't even strong like a proper hen. Zaina gritted her teeth. Wei Long sighed. But Glocknin kept going. She doesn't even have a beak. Wei Long groaned. She doesn't even have talons. Wei Long rolled his eyes. She doesn't even have wings. Wei Long rubbed his snout. But Glocknin was losing his mind. He paced aggressively. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. I can't accept it. Vina. He stopped, turned sharply. His beady eyes locked onto Wei Long. And Vina. If I'm going to her companion, I'll just challenge you to the death. Wei Long blinked. Zaina stared. The henragins gasped. Even the Homo Diva squad leader, half dead, twitched in shock. But Red Ribbon, he simply sighed. Here we go again, he muttered. Glocknin snapped his head at him. What do you mean here we go again? Red Ribbon yawned. You're always challenging someone to the death, because they're always wrong. Red Ribbon rolled his eyes. You tried to kill our father because he didn't let you marry your fourth wife. Glocknin huffed. He was blocking true love. You fought our mother because she said your crowing was ugly. Glocknin puffed up. My crowing is a masterpiece. You tried to fight this guy once. Glocknin froze. That was different. Red Ribbon sighed. Sure. Wei Long was speechless. You know each other? Red Ribbon would nod. When we were still a chick a broken bar. Wei Long would be dumbfounded. They are killing each other earlier. Turns out they know each other. Isn't these a broken bar? However, Glocknin would not be stopped. His determination burned. This is a matter of life and death. His feathers quivered. His lizard feet scraped the dirt. His beak clicked violently. I will not make a terrible choice for me, Wei Long. I will save myself from this ugly woman. Wei Long groaned. Suddenly, Glocknin's eyes locked onto Zaina. Hey, you. Zaina raised an eyebrow. Why are you even qualified to be my tamer? Wei Long sighed. Glocknin flapped his wings aggressively. What do you have that makes you worthy? Zaina narrowed her eyes. Vina. She stepped forward. Her presence shifted. Her aura flared. And she spoke. I am Zaina. Her voice rang like steel. Her eyes gleamed like sharpened blades. I was born in the Blood Boar sect. raised in the way of battle. The wind howled. The henragans listened. I have killed before I could speak. I have bled before I could walk. I have survived battles that even the strongest men have perished in. Her hand clenched around her saber. I have slain beasts, warriors, monsters, and demons alike. Her gaze turned fierce. I have faced the horrors of this world and came out standing. The air felt heavy. Her voice burned with conviction. I am not the strongest. I am not the fastest. I am not the most powerful. But I have never given up. I have never fallen. I have never surrendered. Her saber gleamed in the light. I am Xainar, a warrior, a fighter, a survivor, and I do not need to prove myself to a chicken. Silence. Absolute silence. The henragans blinked. Red Ribbon smirked slightly. Wei Long exhaled. And Glocknin? He was frozen, mouth open, eyes wide, his lizard feet twitching. Vina, uck. He scowled, still ugly. Wei Long clawed, with Glocknin still sulking. Wei Long finally spoke. His eyes narrowed, his tail swayed. And Vina, Glocknin. The rooster looked at him. Wei Long grinned. Why do you think I chose her? Although Wei Long was still disturbed by Glocknin's beauty standards, he kept his cool. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Then, he spoke. Listen, Glocknin. His tail swayed. His nuclear eyes gleamed. I chose Xainar because of her background as a demonic path cultivator. Glocknin huffed. HMPH. What does that even mean? Wei Long grinned. It means, he said, if you think your hens are sexy, you better be ready. Once we reach the demonic path sect, you'll see a whole new world. Glocknin's eyes narrowed. Red Ribbon yawned. Wei Long continued. You think your hens are the best? Unique? Beautiful? Oh, Glocknin a broken bar. He leaned closer. The demonic path has creatures with unique features far beyond your imagination. Creatures so breathtaking, they make your hens look normal. Creatures that will redefine your understanding of beauty. Glocknin's feathers quivered. His beak opened slightly. Vina. Wei Long felt it. A burning sensation. A piercing aura. He froze. Slowly, his nuclear reptilian eyes shifted, and the henragans were glaring at him. Their ugly, grotesque lizard feet scraped the ground. Their misshapen wings twitched aggressively. Their beady eyes burned with fury. They were staring at Wei Long. They were angry. They were offended. They were enraged. Wei Long blinked. A single drop of sweat rolled down his scaly forehead. Did a broken bar. Did these ugly hens actually have intelligence? Did they understand his words? Wei Long internally screamed. Really? Exclamation mark. For the first time in his new life, he genuinely gave up. However, immediately, a dark thought suddenly crossed his mind. A beastly instinct, a primordial hunger. What if I eat them? He glanced at the henragans. Their ugly, mutated bodies. Their grotesque, monstrous features. Their hideous, lizard-like talons. If he devoured them, what kind of abilities would he gain? Would he get ugly lizard feet? Would he get warped feathers? Would he become some kind of twisted mutant dinosaur rooster hybrid? Wei Long shuddered. He quickly shook his head. Nope, 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 I refuse. He didn't even want to look at them. With a quick decision, Wei Long turned to Xainar. His expression was firm. His voice was cold. Xainar. She looked at him. It's your job to get on his good side now. Xainar froze. Huh? Wei Long nodded. You handle this. Xainar gritted her teeth. But Wei Long had already turned away. He ignored her. This was now her problem. Xainar was speechless, and then she took a deep breath. She looked at Glocknin's skeptical face. She looked at Red Ribbon's lazy eyes. Then, she steeled herself. Fine. This is my chance to tame a rare beast. This is it. She smiled confidently. And Vina. She spoke. Glocknin. Her voice was smooth. Her tone was enchanting. You think your hens are beautiful, don't you? Glocknin puffed up. Of course. Xainar nodded. And what if I told you a broken bar? There are creatures out there even more beautiful? Glocknin froze. His head tilted. More a broken bar beautiful? Xainar grinned. Yes. And Vina. She described. She spoke of beasts with 8 eyes and 3 tails. She described monstrous hens with jagged beaks and venomous feathers. She painted pictures of mutant beasts with scales like molten lava. She whispered about hens with twisted horns and tails like whips. She detailed their grotesque features, but made them sound magnificent. She wove a tale of beauty in the monster monstrous. She painted a world where the grotesque was divine. At first, Glocknin was skeptical. At first, he frowned. At first, he grumbled. But then, his beady eyes began to widen. His ugly rooster mouth began to open. His feathers trembled with excitement. And then, his eyes sparkled, like a child hearing about candy for the first time, like a warrior hearing about a legendary treasure, like a rooster discovering a paradise of hens. Glocknin was hooked. There's more? Zina nodded. Many more. And they're even better? Zina smirked. Far better. Glocknin shuddered. His beak quivered. And then, he nodded. All right. All right. His voice shook. I hope you're telling the truth. As the air grew still, a weak, trembling voice broke the silence around them. Wait a broken bar. It was the Homo Diva squad leader. His body was battered, his robes were torn, his makeup was smudged. Yet, despite his miserable state, he still found the strength to speak, and his eyes locked onto Glocknin. O mighty Dragarooster. O esteemed Glocknin. His voice dripped with admiration. His tone was reverent. This woman a broken bar. His finger pointed at Zina. She knows nothing of your true greatness. Zina froze. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. But the Homo Diva squad leader continued. Glocknin, your beauty is unparalleled. Your power is unmatched. You deserve more. Far more. Glocknin's head tilted slightly. His beady eyes gleamed with curiosity. The leader grinned. She is unworthy of you. But me? I understand you. I revere you. I adore you. Let me be your master instead. Suddenly, the air grew tense. Wei Long felt it. A shift. A dangerous shift. Glocknin stepped forward. His massive claws scraped the dirt. His wings twitched with interest. Oh? His voice was slow. His eyes gleamed. You understand me? The Homo Diva squad leader nodded eagerly. Yes, I do. Glocknin hummed. Then, he turned to Zina. His beak opened slightly. Well, Zina, what do you say? Zina tensed. Her hands clenched into fists. She felt it slipping. Her chance, her only hope of taming this beast. And then a crunch. A sickening sound. A wet, squelching noise. The Homo Diva squad leader's body stiffened. His eyes widened. Then, he was gone. A single stomp. A single moment. Wei Long's massive foot came down. And the Homo Diva squad leader was reduced to paste. A wet splatter. A mess of flesh and bone. Wei Long slowly lifted his foot. A small puddle of red and pulp remained. He exhaled. You talk too much. Silence. Zina froze. Her breath caught in her throat. The other cultivators paled. Buta, Glocknin, Red Ribbon. They barely reacted. Glocknin glanced at the mess. Red Ribbon yawned. Saw that coming. Then they just moved on. As if nothing had happened, Glocknin turned back to Zina. He bowed his head slightly. A glow appeared above his head. A strange, pulsating red light. It flickered. It pulsed. It beckoned. Glocknin's voice was firm. Hurry up. Don't waste my time. Zina was still stunned, but she forced herself to nod. She took a deep breath. She stepped forward. Then, she paused. Glocknin's beady eyes locked onto her. His voice was cold. I hope you're telling the truth. His claws twitched. His aura surged. Because if you're not a broken bar, his beak clicked. I'll demolish you. Zina shuddered. She understood. This was not a mere pact. This was a trial. A test of trust. And if she failed a broken bar, she wouldn't just lose the chance. She would lose her life. She extended her hand. The red glow pulsed. Her fingertips touched the light. And then, the world trembled. The earth shuddered. The air crackled. A wave of spiritual energy exploded outward. The ground split apart. The sky twisted. A roar echoed from the void. A presence descended. A force beyond comprehension. Red light engulfed them. Zina felt her soul being pulled. Her mind was flooded with visions. Images of beasts, war, fire, and blood. A connection ancient and primal. Something powerful, something alive. The bond was forming, and then the light vanished. The tremors ceased. The air stabilized. The world returned to normal. And when the glow faded completely, a broken bar, Zina staggered. Glocknin stared. Everyone stood in stunned silence, because something had changed. Something they have no idea, but they could feel it. It was something unexplainable, and now it's done. The moment the bond was sealed, the air erupted with noise. Glocknin threw his wings into the sky. His enormous scarlet feathers fluttered, catching the dim glow of the setting sun. His beady black eyes twinkled with triumph, and his razor-sharp beak opened wide as he let out a victorious cackle. Ah ha 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 ha! Finally, I have a human tamer. A mortal has submitted to me. My name shall echo across the sects. Xina, who had just finished the ritual, was still dazed, but the moment she heard that arrogant laugh, she barely held back a night twitch. What do you mean, you have a human tamer? I am the one who tamed you. Glocknien turned his massive head, his glowing red crest swaying like a crown. Nonsense. It is I who has permitted you to serve me. You should be bowing in gratitude. Xina's eye twitched harder. Before she could respond, a chorus of clucks, screeches, and squawks erupted. The henragens were going wild. Ugly, twisted, reptilian hens flapped their scaled wings. Their long, clawed feet stomped on the dirt as they danced and screeched in celebration. Our master has a tamer. Our master has a tamer. Will we get more food now? Does this mean we're part of the sect too? Do we get to raid human cities? Xina froze. No raiding human cities. But the hens weren't listening. They were chanting, dancing. A whole horde of hideous feathered beasts was jumping around. Red Ribbon, who had been silent most of the time, let out a little long-bored sigh. Too noisy, but even he couldn't hide the slight smirk on his beak. Glocknien suddenly turned to Red Ribbon with a wide grin. You see that? You see that, Red Ribbon? I told you I'd get a tamer before you. You're gonna be the only pathetic dragorooster without one. Ah ha 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 ha. Red Ribbon rolled his eyes. Yeah. Congrats. Now shut up and piss off before I peck your beak off. The henragens laughed. The air was filled with chaotic, victorious screeches. Xina was getting a headache. And Yeta, for the first time in her life, she felt something. A connection. A true bond with a beast. She had spent years in the Blood Boar sect, had trained countless blood boars, had fought alongside brutal, mindless demonic beasts. But this felt different. Glocknien was a monster, but he was her monster now. She let out a deep breath and nodded. All right, enough celebrating. We still have work to do. The henragens ignored her. They were too busy screeching, victory, victory, victory. Our master is now a legend. Long live Master Glocknien. More food. Give us more food. Someone lay an EGG. I can't lay an EGG. You idiot. I'm a male. What do you mean you are male? We are all females unlike Master Glocknien. It was absolute chaos, and through it all, Wei Long stood there on the side silently. He wasn't smiling, he wasn't laughing, he wasn't celebrating. His glowing golden eyes were locked onto the floating system screen before him. The data on his tamed humans was displayed. Tamed humans. Xina a Blood Boar sect disciple, Zufang a Autumn Dragon sect disciple. However, Wei Long's gaze wasn't on them. His gaze was below Xina's name. A new entry has appeared. Tamed humans registered temporal beast, Glocknien a Dragorooster, temporarily bound. And Xina, a blinking message appeared. Would you like to bio-enhance the registered temporal beast to the tamed Xina? Wei Long's breath hitched. His mind raced. His goal had always been control. Control over Xina. Control over Zufang. Control over the Blood Boar sect through Xina. Control over the Autumn Dragon sect through Zufang. From there, he could control his space in the immortal world where he could tour whenever and wherever he wanted. And now, this was an unexpected gift. Why would he turn this away? It would be stupid to do so. Wei Long's lips curled into a grin. That loudmouth. Let's see how he handles this. His clawed finger hovered over the screen. And Xina, he pressed yes. At that exact moment, Glocknien was still boasting, laughing, and celebrating. I shall now lead my hen harem into a new era. With a human tamer, my glorious name shall be Xina. It hit him. A sudden, overwhelming force. It crashed into his body like a divine hammer, not just in his head but to his whole body. No, even to his spirit. Although he was standing there, his body felt numb from the unknown invisible impact. His feathers stood on end. His muscles spasmed. His bones groaned. Glocknien's eyes bulged. His beak snapped shut. And Xina, Yawag, what the hell is this? His entire body trembled. His claws dug into the ground. His wings snapped outward. Energy raw, violent, and uncontrollably seemed to have exploded inside him. The Henragians stopped celebrating. Xayana stiffened. "What's going on?" Red Ribbon tilted his head. "Huh, that's new." Glocknian collapsed onto his knees. His massive body twitched uncontrollably. "Ugh, what the hell is happening to me?" His feathers shone with a crimson glow. His veins bulged with an unknown force. His claws cracked the ground beneath him. "It hurts, Buta." His beady black eyes widened. A shiver ran down his spine. "But it also feels strangely a broken bar good?" Wei Long chuckled darkly. "That's the spirit." The energy kept building, kept growing, kept pushing his body to its limits. It feels like my blood is boiling, like my bones are melting. But at the same time his eyes gleamed with madness. "I've never felt stronger." His aura exploded outward. The ground quaked. The air vibrated. The Henragians backed away in fear. Xayana shielded her eyes. Red Ribbon narrowed his gaze. Wei Long's grin widened. And then, boom! A final, earth-shattering explosion of energy covered everyone's eyes. As the dust settled, the world seemed to pause. Silence, stillness, and then, boom! An explosion of movement. Glocknian shot to his feet like a crazed demon. His scarlet feathers shimmered, his massive wings flared out, and his chest puffed up so high that it looked like it was about to explode. Then, a thunderous, bone-rattling laugh tore through the battlefield. It wasn't a normal laugh. It was the kind of laugh that shook the heavens. The kind of laugh that could make mountains tremble. The kind of laugh that only a truly deranged, newly empowered rooster could produce. Glocknian threw back his head and let out a victorious, screeching cackle that made the Henragians flap their ugly wings in both awe and terror. His beady eyes blazed with a frenzied light. "Ha ha 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 ha. Yes, yes, yes. What is this power? I feel invincible. I feel unstoppable. I feel like I could kick the heavens in the teeth." His clawed feet dug into the earth, his feathers ruffling violently as his energy surged wildly. "Do you see this? Do you see this, Red Ribbon?" He spun toward his fellow Dragarooster, his eyes glinting with manic delight. "You said I'm weak. You said I'm loud. You said I'm a fool. Well, guess what? I am a loud fooler, but now I'm a powerful loud fool." "Ah ha 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 ha." The Henragians screeched in excitement. "Master Glocknian has transcended. Master Glocknian is unmatched. Master Glocknian will lead us to glory. Master Glocknian is a broken bar of gods. He's so loud." Even the Henragians were trembling at how absolutely unhinged he had become. Glocknian's entire body crackled with strange energy. His claws glowed faintly, his tail feathers pulsated, and even his beak looked sharper. "Ha ha 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 ha. Come, come, come. I shall fight anyone, anytime. Right here, right now." He flapped his massive wings and suddenly jumped into the air. Then, boom! He landed with such force that the ground cracked beneath him. He grinned wildly. "Red Ribbon, come, let us fight." Red Ribbon groaned. "Ugh, here we go again." Glocknian stomped forward, his head high. "What? You think I'm joking? You think I'm delusional? You think this power is just a fluke? Then fight me. Fight me right now." Red Ribbon tilted his head lazily. What? Why not? Red Ribbon let out a long, drawn-out sigh. "Because we're equal, you idiot. You and I both know that. Even if you got a little power boost, it's probably just an after effect." Glocknian twitched. "After effect?" He stomped his clawed foot down. "You think this is just an after effect? You think this is temporary? You think I'm still the same Glocknian from 5 minutes ago? Fool, fool, I say." "I have transcended." Red Ribbon rubbed his beak with his wing. "Ugh, here we go. Fight me, fight me, you coward. I'll even let you take the first move." Red Ribbon narrowed his eyes. "I don't have time for this." Glocknian flared his wings. "I swear on my 49th wife that I will not attack first." "Come on, prove me wrong. Hit me. Attack me. Show me that I'm weak." Red Ribbon's eye twitched. Wei Long, who had been watching in silence, smirked. "This is interesting." The other Henragians had gone completely still. Even Xayana, who was usually calm, was now watching nervously. Red Ribbon finally exhaled. "Fine. You want to fight? Let's do it." The moment he said that, The entire battlefield froze. Wei Long's grin widened. "This is getting good." Glocknin laughed wildly. "Yes, yes, yes. Finally. You won't regret these. Oh well, actually, you will. Ah ha 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 ha. Come, come, come. Show me your strength." Red Ribbon sighed. With one swift movement, he attacked. Red Ribbon was fast, faster than any normal dragger rooster. His claws flashed like lightning. His wings sliced through the air, and in an instant boom. His strike was clean, precise. It should have been impossible to dodge. It should have sent Glocknin flying. Buta, clang, a shockwave erupted, and there, standing unmoved, was Glocknin. With a single wing raised, he had blocked the attack. Red Ribbon's eyes widened. "What?" Glocknin's grin stretched even wider. "Ah ha 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 ha. Did you see that? Did you see that, Red Ribbon? I blocked it. I blocked your attack like it was nothing." Red Ribbon gritted his beak. HMPH. Lucky fluke. He attacked again. Whoosh! His wings blurred. His claws became streaks of silver. Slash, slash, slash. Glocknin blocked them all, one by one, effortlessly. "Ha ha 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 ha. What's wrong, Red Ribbon? I thought we were equal, but I'm not even trying." Red Ribbon's eye twitched. He attacked again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Every single strike blocked, anticipated, defended, without even counterattacking, until finally Red Ribbon stopped, stepped back. His beak clenched, his eyes narrowed, and for the first time in his life a broken bar. He realized something. This was no fluke. This was no temporary power boost. This was real. And now Glocknin was stronger than him. Ah ha 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 ha. Glocknin stood tall, victorious. "What did I say? What did I say, Red Ribbon? I am no longer the same rooster I was. Bow before my power." Ah ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the air began to thicken. There was a strange tension to it. Glocknin, still buzzing with his newfound strength, suddenly swung his head toward Wei Long. His beady eyes burned with unrestrained fury. He flared his wings, puffed out his massive, scarlet chest, and with all the righteous indignation of a rooster scorned, he screeched to the top of his lungs. You, Wei Long. You've humiliated me for too long. You think just because you're some cousin freak of mine, you can keep beating me up? Well, guess what? Today is the day I take my revenge." Wei Long sneered. I don't have time for this nonsense." But Glocknin was already charging. "Ah ha 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 ha. Fight me, you lizard. Fight me like a real beast you are." The ground cracked beneath his feet as he launched himself forward. His talons glowed with energy. His beak gleamed with terrifying sharpness. His wings flapped with the power of a storm. And then, smack! With a single, effortless flick of his tail, Wei Long slapped Glocknin straight into the dirt. Boom! His head buried deep into the ground, his legs flailing helplessly above. Silence. Zina's jaw dropped. Red Ribbon let out a wheeze of laughter. Wei Long just snorted. Annoying. Glocknin's legs twitched. With a loud pop, he ripped his head out of the ground, dirt spilling everywhere. Buta. He was still grinning. "Ha ha 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 ha. You think that can stop me? Think again, lizard. I'm invincible now." Wei Long's eye twitched. This damn rooster. He was actually pissing him off. Zina flinched. Wei Long's voice was calm, but that made it even more terrifying. He turned his crimson gaze to her, and without any hesitation, he spoke coldly. "Control your beast, or I'll replace that piece of trash." Zina's heart nearly stopped. With her heart, she tremblingly says, "Please, broken bar, don't cause trouble anymore." As if there is a magic word to it, Glocknin, who was about to charge again, suddenly froze. It stopped for a few seconds. Then slowly, his entire body began twitching. For some unknown reason, a strange, overwhelming pressure settled over his entire body to the point that he felt every single feather affected by it. Then, before he even realized what he was doing, he lowered his wings consciously, as if it were a natural reaction. Soon, his violent, powered-up energy flickered, and all the excitement in his eyes was drained away in that instant. The next thing he knew, his strong, solid stance crumbled. And then he just sighed. Okay, I won't attack." Zina nearly collapsed in relief. Red Ribbon's beak gaped open. Wei Long narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew exactly what just happened. And now, he was even more certain of it. This was not normal. Something about his taming ability had changed. He closed his eyes, ignoring the others completely. Glocknin, now calm, fluffed his feathers and tried to act like nothing had happened. Red Ribbon, however, was having none of it. He sneered. "Hey, you felt that hit from him, didn't you?" Glocknin twitched violently. Then, in an instant, he spun toward Red Ribbon and screeched, shut up, you fool." "I just didn't feel like fighting anymore." Red Ribbon smirked. "Oh, is that so?" "Because it looked to me like you suddenly got real quiet the moment she told you not to attack." Glocknin's feathers bristled. He flared his wings aggressively. "You don't know what you're talking about. You think you're smart? You think you're better than me? Your attacks couldn't even make me tickle." "Ah ha 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 ha. Pathetic, pathetic, I say." Red Ribbon gritted his beak. "You dammer." But before he could attack again, Wei Long spoke coldly. "Shut up, both of you." Everyone froze. Wei Long wasn't even looking at them. His eyes were still closed. But his voice was sharp, dangerous. "I'm trying to understand something. Don't be too noisy, or I'll make sure neither of you can open your beaks again." Glocknin and Red Ribbon both clamped their beaks shut. Xinar, still trembling, dared to glance at Wei Long. His expression was unreadable. But there was something a broken bar different, something dangerous, something far more terrifying than anything she had ever sensed before. Wei Long was onto something. And whatever it was, a broken bar. It was like going to change everything once she found out about it. However, despite Wei Long calling the system non-stop, it still wouldn't display any kind of notification in front of him. "What's going on? Why do I feel like my attack earlier was too strong and that I have authority over that loud bastard?" he mumbled in curiosity. Soon a strange silence filled the atmosphere. Wei Long focused inwardly, summoning the bioengineering system. It had been a long time now since he had tried, but every attempt before had ended in failure. This time a cold, mechanical light flashed. The system had finally responded. A wave of data streamed before his eyes. His gaze locked onto the tamed humans under his controller, Xinar, Zufang. But it wasn't them that caught his interest. It was the beast listed under Xinar's name. A tamed beast of Xinar A1. Rostar Argon A class, pseudo-unique. Abilities unknown. The host must see it in his own eyes to analyze. Wei Long's pupils shrank. His mind whirled. The bioenhancement didn't just strengthen Glocknin, it changed him. Not only had it altered his classification, but it had also modified his abilities. This was big. Wei Long's interest burned. His mind spun with possibilities. Interesting, very interesting. A devious idea took root. If this was true, then what if a broken bar? What if he could apply this enhancement to others? What if he could control their evolution? What if he could a broken bar shape them into something far beyond their original forms? His lips curled. This changes everything. Immediately, Wei Long turned to Glocknin and spoke casually. "You know what to do." Glocknin's eyes widened. Then, his expression twisted into one of deep, painful sadness. His beak trembled. He turned to his hens, his beloved wives, his darling treasures, his most precious companions. Then, he screamed, "My loves, my sweet, beautiful hens. The time has come." The curtain closes on our chapter together. The hens froze. Their ugly, wrinkled faces twisted in confusion. One particularly hideous hen, with a massive wart growing on her left eye, let out a shrill cry. "Huh?" Glocknin's wings spread dramatically. "Do not ask questions, for I must leave." The hens burst into chaos. "No. Why must you go? You promised to roost with us forever." Glocknin clutched his chest, his beady eyes glistening. He took several deep breaths, dramatically puffing his massive chest. Then, he pointed his wing to the sky. "For I have been chosen." Silence. A particularly fat hen waddled forward. Her face sagged with disbelief. "Chosen? By who?" Glocknin turned toward Wei Long, his feathers glowing with reverence. "By the one who has rebirthed me. The one who has taken me from a simple dragger rooster to the grand scheme of things." He clawed at the ground, his wings shaking with energy. It pains me to leave, but I must, for my journey does not end here. The hens wailed. One particularly bald hen sighed. But what about our future chicks? Glocknin froze. His chest heaved. Vina, ah ha 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 ha, foolish. Our love transcends space and time. The chicks I have blessed you with will grow strong in my absence. And when I return, they shall know their father was a legend. Buta. Glocknin cut her off with a scream. Enough. Do not make this harder than it already is. Then, he stepped forward, looking at each hideous hen, his beak quivering. One by one, he said goodbye to each and every hen. My seventh wife, you were always the most vulgar, but your courage inspired me. My 13th wife, your left wing was broken, but you never let it stop you from pecking our children into shape. My 41st wife, your breath was so rotten it could kill an innocent rooster, but I loved you for it. And on, and on, and on a broken bar. Each hen got their farewell. Each hen cried and clung to him. But Glocknin held firm. At last, only one remained. His first wife, a truly horrifying hen, with lopsided eyes and a missing beak tip. She looked at him silently. He looked at her. And then, in a whisper, he said, I'll be back. She nodded. Then, without another word, the hens turned and left. One by one, they disappeared into the distance. Glocknin watched them go, standing tall, stoic. Then, suddenly, he burst into tears. Wah! I miss them already. Red Ribbon let out a tired sigh. You're unbelievable. Wei Long simply turned away. Let's go and part ways. A broken bar. Wei Long and Red Ribbon had long since left Xina and Glocknin behind. The terrain around them was vast and shadowed, the underbrush swaying gently in the cold wind. Yet, instead of pressing forward, Wei Long came to a halt. His golden reptilian eyes were locked on a distant point. He was watching. Red Ribbon, standing beside him, frowned. Why are we stopping? Wei Long didn't answer immediately. His tail twitched. His gaze was sharp, unblinking. Red Ribbon followed his eyes and realized they were still watching Glocknin and Xina. In the distance, Glocknin was wailing like a broken rooster. His cries pierced the sky like 1,000 dying chickens being strangled at once. Xina stood behind him, silent and stiff. Her face was rigid, as if she had no idea what to do with this ridiculous situation. Red Ribbon let out a tired huff. Why are we even watching this? Wei Long's tail flicked. Just watch. Glocknin's massive body trembled. His wings clutched his chest. His beak was wide open, releasing a non-stop, deafening, gut-wrenching wail. Awake! He collapsed on the ground, kicking and screaming. My wives! My beautiful, perfect, heavenly wives! He slammed his claws on the dirt. Tears streamed down his feathery cheeks. How could I leave them? How can I live without them? What if they find a new rooster? His voice echoed across the land, probably scaring off any unfortunate beasts in the area. Xina stood behind him, her face twitching. She opened her mouth a broken bar but then closed it. What was she supposed to say? Glocknin continued flailing. Oh, my 15th wife, her beak was so large it could choke a demonic beast. How I miss it. And my 22nd wife, her claws were so crooked, she once accidentally slashed me in my sleep. It was true love. Awake! Red Ribbon, watching from a distance, sighed deeply. That idiot. A broken bar. Wei Long remained silent, still observing. Let him be. After a long, painful eternity, Glocknin finally ran out of tears. He let out a deep, exhausted sigh and sat up. Xina was still behind him, watching. For the first time, Glocknin looked at her seriously. You're not going to say anything? Xina hesitated before speaking. A broken bar. What am I supposed to say? Glocknin sniffled. You could at least comfort me. My heart is shattered into pieces. Xina sighed. You'll see them again. It's not like they're dead. Glocknin paused. He blinked. Then, he sniffled again. You're right. A broken bar. I'll see them again. A broken bar. He stared at the ground. Then, slowly, he let out a tired sigh. Ha broken bar. I guess I'll just have to live with this emptiness in my heart. Xina was silent. Glocknin looked up at her. Tell me, woman, what do you think of roosters? Xina was caught off guard. A broken bar. What? Roosters. Draga roosters. What do you think of us? Xina thought for a moment. Then, she answered honestly. I think you're loud. But her broken bar strong, unpredictable, passionate. Glocknin's eyes glowed. Yes, a broken bar. Yes, you understand. He grinned. I think you'll be an acceptable tamer, after all. Xina let out a small, tired smile. Glocknin puffed out his chest. Now then, I must head to the spiritual temporal sea of yours. His body shimmered, and with a final flash of red light, he disappeared. Xina finally let out a deep breath. Finally a broken bar piece. Just as she was about to relax, a sudden movement caught her attention. She whipped around. Her eyes widened. The Beauty Diva squad. A broken bar wasn't dead. Their leader was crushed to paste by Wei Long earlier, but the remaining 4 were slowly rising. Their faces, once filled with arrogance and artificial beauty, were now twisted with hatred. Their makeup was smeared and ruined, their expressions dark. One of them, a particularly tall and slender man, stepped forward. Xina stumbled back, eyes full of disbelief. I thought a broken bar. I thought you were all dead. The man grinned, his teeth flashing like a predator. Dead? Another one sneered, wiping blood off his lips. Foolish woman. The tallest one took another step forward, his eyes burning with malice. You will pay. The air grew heavy. Xina's breath hitched. She had let her guard down. Xina's heart pounded violently. Her grip on her scythe tightened. There were 4 of them. Each one of them was strong. Each one had their own beasts. Earlier, when they had been surrounded by the Henragians, they hadn't been able to use them. But now they had space. They had freedom. They had time to retaliate. Xina's breath was shaky. A single mistake here, and she would die. Suddenly a glowing, shimmering energy form materialized on her shoulder. A familiar loud, grating voice rang out. What in the name of the 35 holy roosters is going on? Glocknin's energy form appeared, his body radiating a faint red glow. His tiny energy wings flapped aggressively, making him look like an overly dramatic, angry fireball. You're fighting already? His voice cracked the air, vibrating like an explosion. I haven't even adjusted myself comfortably in your spiritual temporal sea. His wings flared out, and his beak opened wide. I barely even had time to find a good spot to roost. Do you know how important a roosting spot is? Xina flinched at his volume, but kept her eyes on the 4 enemies in front of her. Glocknin wasn't done. Do you think just because I'm a spiritual form, I don't need a comfortable place? I need order, woman. Order in my living space. His feathers puffed up, his voice still booming. But no. Suddenly, I get yanked back into this chaos. I didn't even get to explore the inner corners of your damned spiritual realm. I was about to take a proper spiritual dust bath. Do you know how long it's been since I took a good dust bath? A long time, a very, very long time. His glowing red energy wings flapped aggressively. I haven't even had time to properly flex my new temporal feathers. And now I'm back in a life and death situation? What kind of treatment is this? You call yourself a tamer, woman? You have zero respect for a rooster's needed relaxation time. Xina groaned internally. Can you please shut up for a second? Shut up? Shut up? Glocknin squawked dramatically, his energy form hovering around her head. You have the audacity to tell me to shut up after ruining my roosting time? Buta. Glocknin's rant came to an abrupt stop. Because Xina suddenly raised her scythe. Her eyes burned with cold determination. The blade gleamed under the dim, eerie light. She pointed it directly at the 4 Beauty Diva squad members. Her stance was firm. Her will was unshaken. Glocknin's energy form narrowed his eyes. Huh? So you're serious now? Xina said nothing. She braced herself, because the 4 Beauty Diva squad members smirked. Their eyes glowed with a deep crimson light. Their bodies began to tremble. A strange cracking sound echoed in the air. Xina felt a chill crawl down her spine. The air grew thick. A dark, red mist began to rise from their bodies. Their muscles twisted. Their bones cracked and reshaped. Xina could hear the disgusting, wet squelch of their flesh shifting unnaturally. Their limbs bulged. Their fingers thickened, the nails morphing into brutal, jagged hooves. Their faces contorted. The sound of snapping bones filled the silence. A grotesque, where-tripping sound. Their noses flattened. Their mouths widened. Their teeth sharpened. The cartilage in their faces expanded, pushing outward in slow, painful pulsations. With a sickening pop, large, Thick ball-like tusks burst from their jaws, their veins darkened, pulsing with a deep red energy. Their clothes tore apart, replaced by thick, bristling black fur. Their Isa, their once human-like Isa, were now nothing but glowing red orbs, filled with violent hunger. The ground beneath them shook. Their temporal essence surged, rising like an unholy tide. They opened their mouths and let out a deep, guttural roar that shook the land. They were now blood boars. Their breath reeked of raw iron. Their forms were massive, grotesque, and overflowing with savage power. Without hesitation, each one of them popped a glowing black pill into their mouths, and boom. Their auras surged violently. The entire atmosphere distorted. Their power skyrocketed, their bodies radiating pure, unrestrained bloodlust. The ground cracked beneath their weight. The air screamed as their power amplified. Xina's breath caught in her throat. "These a broken bar." This was not good. Glockanin's energy form scoffed. "Ha! You think that's impressive?" His voice dripped with mockery. "Look at them, all ugly and brute-like." Typical. He flapped his energy wings aggressively. "They're the type of beasts who put all their status points into strength and absolutely none into intelligence." He sneered. "What a waste of cultivation. What a waste of transformation. If you're gonna turn into a beast, at least pick a good-looking one." "Beauty." Glockanin suddenly turned serious. Xina snapped out of her daze. "Use me." Xina's heart pounded. She tried to activate her new power. "Beauty." Nothing happened. Glockanin sighed deeply. "Woman, you need to feel it. You need to understand it. You need to embrace it." He flapped around her head dramatically. "Listen to me, Xina. You must accept the rooster within you. Go and roost." Xina nodded and closed her eyes. "Go and roost." Something clicked. A deep awakening surged within her. Her body shifted. Her energy fluctuated, and she transformed. Her skin darkened into a sleek, deep onyx black. Her arms elongated, feathers spreading out in beautiful, graceful waves. Her hair extended, merging with shimmering, majestic blooms. Her eyes glowed with radiant golden light. Her entire being radiated dominance. She was a black-feathered rooster queen. Glockanin grinned wildly. "Now a broken bar." His voice boomed. "It's time to cluck them all to the ground." After saying that, his voice disappeared, became ethereal and then blended to the whole being of Xina perfectly. Soon, the wind howled. The ground rumbled. The four monstrous blood boars stood before Xina, their bulging, muscular forms radiating bloodlust and pure aggression. Their red eyes glowed ominously, their tusks dripping with raw energy, and their veins pulsated violently with the power of the pill they had consumed. Xina, now fully transformed into her majestic black-feathered form, stood serenely in the air, her raven-black wings fluttering lightly, her long plumed tail swaying hypnotically. Her golden eyes gleamed with a strange, sultry light. For a moment everything was silent. One of the blood boars let out a thunderous roar, shattering the tension like glass exploding into 1,000 shards. The battle began. Xina tilted her head ever so slightly. Her lips curled into a soft smile, her golden eyes gleaming mischievously. She opened her mouth, and a deep, guttural, yet enchanting roar erupted from her throat. But it wasn't just any roar. It was dragon cool. The air trembled. The clouds rippled outward. A shockwave of pure dominance burst forth, causing the four blood boars to stumble slightly. For the first time, the four of them felt something unfamiliar. Hesitation. Xina's voice carried a strange weight, a voice both commanding and intoxicating. "And Thina." She laughed softly, a sultry, sweet laugh that curled around the air like velvet smoke. She raised her slender, clawed fingers to her lips, as if stifling her amusement. "Oh my Tilda, are the mighty beauty diva warriors shaking?" Her voice was silken, teasing, laced with an almost dangerous sweetness. The four blood boars gritted their tusks. Their bodies trembled, but this time, it was out of pure rage. One of them let out a frustrated snarl. "Shut up, woman." But Xina only giggled softly, tilting her head to the side as her dark, shimmering feathers ruffled slightly. "Oh, darling." She sighed dramatically, placing a delicate hand against her chest. "Why so angry? Is it because I'm a woman?" Her golden eyes gleamed playfully. "Or a broken bar? Is it because you can't stand how a broken bar attractive I sound?" "Disgusting." One of them roared. Another blood boar snorted violently, his tusks cracking the air as he stomped forward. "She's doing it on purpose." Xina let out a soft, mocking gasp, her golden eyes widening as she pressed her fingers against her lips in mock surprise. "Oh, my Tilda." Her voice was dripping with amusement. "Could it be that my voice is turning you on?" The 4 blood boars roared in unison, their auras bursting outward in fury. "Die, you temptress." Xina's eyes darkened. Her playfulness vanished in an instant. Xina, with one flick of her long, black-plumed tail, a whip-like spear of feathers lashed out, slicing through the air like a razor-edged storm. One of the blood boars barely had time to react before a slash. A deep gash appeared across his muscular chest, causing him to howl in pain. Xina's tail whipped back, curling elegantly behind her like a serpent ready to strike again. She tilted her head once more, licking her lips slightly. "Oh?" "You screamed so quickly." "Is that all?" Her voice was mocking, sweet, taunting and infuriating. The blood boar's rage skyrocketed. They charged at her, their massive hooves pounding the earth, causing small craters to form beneath their sheer weight. Xina fluttered upward, gracefully dodging like a shadow in the wind. "Xina." She twisted her body midair, her spear-like tail slicing through the air once again. Slash. Another cut, another painful wail from one of the boars. But Xina's sultry laughter continued. "TSK, TSK, you boys are so violent, but I like a little roughness." She licked her lips slowly, purposefully, her golden eyes glowing with dangerous amusement. "Stop talking like that. We are not boys. We are broken bar women at heart." His entire body exploded with temporal essence, and he lunged forward, tusks aimed directly at her chest. "But Xina," she simply smirked. "Xina." With a mere flick of her wrist, 1,000 razor-sharp steel feathers burst outward from her wings, spiraling through the air like a hurricane of death. Swoosh! The feathers sliced into his body, embedding deep into his muscles, tendons, and nerves. He screamed in agony, blood spurting from 100 different wounds. But Xina, she only sighed softly, flicking a stray feather from her shoulder. "Oh dear, that must have hurt, little baby boy." Her voice was breathy, teasing, her golden eyes sparkling with wicked delight. The other 3 blood boars froze, their expressions twisting with absolute hatred. They had never hated a woman more in their lives. Not too far away, watching from a distance, Wei Long's eyes flickered as he observed the battle unfold. His system screen still hovered before him, listing Xina's abilities. Dragon Call A active. Chimera Spear Tail A active. Steel Feathers A active. Nothing was unusual about them. She executed them perfectly. The only real difference here was that before, Xina had been silent. Now she was talkative. But unlike Glockenin's obnoxious screaming, she was a broken bar. Seductive. Wei Long's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned his head slightly, glancing at Red Ribbon. Red Ribbon was frozen, his eyes wide and blank, his face stiff and unreadable. He wasn't watching the fight anymore. He was just staring. Wei Long sighed. "Let's go." Red Ribbon didn't move. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. "Xina." He smacked Red Ribbon lightly with his tail. Red Ribbon blinked rapidly, snapping out of his daze. Wei Long turned away. "There's nothing here worth watching." Wei Long and Red Ribbon walked in silence, the thick mist curling around them like ghostly tendrils. The damp air smelled of earth, blood, and distant prey. Yeta. Something was off. Red Ribbon, usually quick to retort, hadn't spoken for a long while. Wei Long side-eyed him, noticing the thoughtful, almost troubled look on his face. It was obvious what was bothering him. Finally, after what felt like ages, Red Ribbon let out a deep sigh and muttered, "Hey, a broken bar, he really did gotten stronger, didn't he?" Wei Long didn't respond, allowing him to continue. Red Ribbon's claws clicked against the rocks as he frowned. "That loud rooster, a broken bar Glock 9, a broken bar. He was weak before, but now a broken bar, he's a lot stronger. One of the opponents earlier could give me a hard time, but his tamer only played with them, and I am sure it's thanks to his new strength. Earlier a broken bar Wei Long simply nodded. Red Ribbon turned his sharp golden eyes toward him. Did you do something? Wei Long gave a casual shrug. Yeah, I made him stronger. Silence. Red Ribbon's jaw dropped slightly. Just like that? He asked, dumbfounded. You just made him stronger? Wei Long smirked. Yep. Red Ribbon's tail twitched, his expression caught between shock and disbelief. For a moment, he was hesitant, as if debating whether to ask his next question. But eventually, he took a deep breath and forced it out. Then a broken bar. Does that mean a broken bar if the tamer of your choosing tamed me to a broken bar? His voice lowered, his words slow and careful. Would I get stronger too? Wei Long turned his head slightly, his emerald eyes gleaming with amusement. I have no idea. A broken bar maybe. Red Ribbon stared at him, searching for any hint of deception, but Wei Long's face remained unreadable. After a long moment, Red Ribbon exhaled, his tense cocked shoulders relaxing slightly. Well, whatever. At least we got rid of that annoying rooster. Wei Long smirked again, but this time, he kept a thought to himself. Well, a broken bar. Zhu Fang is more or less like him. Shaking his head slightly, he chuckled under his breath. A broken bar. Their journey towards Zhu Fang's location was slow. Because there was one oddity. Every few minutes Wei Long would suddenly pounce on a random beast, tearing into its flesh without hesitation. He wasn't hunting for sport. He wasn't hunting for survival. He was hunting purely for consumption. Over and over, it happened. A giant horned lizard that barely had time to shriek before being devoured whole. A swift shadow panther, thinking itself safe in the trees, only to be ripped down and swallowed. A five-headed serpent, its bodies coiling and thrashing, but all of them met the same fate. Wei Long's stomach. Red Ribbon finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Oi, he grumbled. What's with you? You keep eating. Does your stomach never get full? Wei Long barely spared him a glance before tearing off another chunk of meat. I'm just making myself full, he said simply. Red Ribbon frowned. But a broken bar. It's never ending. Even the Mole Emperor, who was known as the most gluttonous beast in this entire area, wouldn't be able to hold a candle to you. Wei Long didn't reply. Instead, he shut his mouth, his aura suddenly vanishing. Red Ribbon immediately felt his scales tighten. Wei Long had just gone into camouflage. Silence. Then a flicker of movement, a new target. Red Ribbon knew, so he kept himself hidden like Wei Long always instructed him to. Not far away, Wei Long was walking, but his breathing slowed. His muscles tensed. His body melted into the shadows, blending seamlessly with the dense foliage. The target was just ahead, a massive, armored beast with 6 thick legs and a shell as tough as black steel. It was a dread tortoise, a creature that was known for its unbreakable defense. No predator dared to hunt it, because nothing could break through its shell. But Wei Longer, he wasn't just any predator. He was evolution itself. He inched forward, his body melding into the terrain. His presence was erased. His scent vanished. The dread tortoise had no idea that death was already upon it. It continued munching on some rare spiritual moss, its thick shell gleaming under the faint moonlight. Wei Long's eyes flickered coldly. Then he struck. Boom! His tail whipped forward like a battering ram, slamming into the side of the tortoise's shell with earth-shattering force. A deep crack echoed through the air. The dread tortoise jerked, confused. Then boom, boom, boom. Wei Long kept attacking, his claws digging into the small, unarmored gaps near the tortoise's neck and limbs. The tortoise screeched, its thick, muscular legs thrashing violently. It tried to retreat into its shell, but it was too late. Wei Long sank his fangs into its exposed flesh and ripped. Blood gushed. The dread tortoise's body convulsed violently. It tried to resist, tried to survive, tried to fight back, but against Wei Longer, it was futile. He devoured it, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but shattered bones and broken shell fragments. Red Ribbon stared, utterly speechless. He had seen gluttonous creatures before, but Wei Longer broken bar. This wasn't normal hunger. This wasn't just eating for power. This was something beyond that. Something a broken bar unnatural. After what felt like an eternity, Wei Long licked his lips, his emerald eyes flashing with satisfaction. Then, he sighed deeply and muttered, "That's it, our broken bar. My stomach is full." Just when Red Ribbon thought that Wei Long was finally done, The sight before him made his scales crawl. Wei Long without hesitation leapt back into the hunt. Again, and again, and again. Red Ribbon couldn't understand it. Wei Long had just declared himself full, yet his hunger seemed bottomless. His movements were quick and efficient, but what shocked Red Ribbon wasn't the endless appetite, it was the sheer brutality of it all. On the side, Wei Long's emerald eyes gleamed in the dark, his form moving like a shadowy nightmare through the underbrush. His tail lashed out, snapping the neck of a lurking crimson venom wolf before it could even react. Its glowing fangs never even had a chance to sink into his flesh. Crack! With one smooth motion, he sank his razor-sharp fangs into the creature's throat, ripping out its pulsing jugular as its lifeblood stained the ground. But before the corpse could even hit the dirt, Wei Long was already on his next victim. A thunder serpent, its body coiled high in the treetops, reared back, hissing with an aura of electric death. Wei Long didn't hesitate. He jumped, his claws slashing through the air with a sickening shing. And before the snake could strike with its deadly fangs, Wei Long had already ripped through its skull, dragging it down into the earth with a thundering slam. Red Ribbon gulped. This isn't just hunger, broken bar, this is slaughter. But as Wei Long tore through beast after beast, his expression darkened. The power wasn't enough. None of them were strong enough. As he sat upon the corpse of a shadow panther, his teeth still dripping with blood, he muttered to himself, pathetic. Wei Long growled, shaking his head. Red Ribbon stiffened. Wei Long clenched his jaw. These attacks are broken bar, they're all weak. Something was wrong. Inside his head, his bioengineering system remained silent. The usual surge of genetic information that followed his feast was missing. He couldn't absorb them, probably because they were too weak. His body refused to adapt to creatures that weren't even a challenge to him. He needed something stronger, something worthy of consumption. His mind drifted to the especially rare beasts, creatures like the dragon-roosters, whose blood boiled with ancient power. But even that wasn't enough. He wanted more. Turning to Red Ribbon, he asked, "Hey, a broken bar, you know this place, right?" Red Ribbon blinked. "A broken bar, yeah?" Wei Long's eyes sharpened. "Are the beasts stronger or at least as strong as you in this area?" A cold shiver ran down Red Ribbon's spine. For a moment, he hesitated. He didn't want to answer. But looking at Wei Long, seeing the prehistoric predatory gleam in his eyes, he knew there was no point in resisting. He sighed deeply and began listing them. A shadow-born entity called the Obsidian Night Stalker that can move between dimensions at will. No known creature has ever caught it, only survived its wrath. If someone fights it head-on, they either die instantly or vanish forever. Next was a living fortress called the Terror-Spine Goliath, its entire body covered in unknowable layers of bone armor. Even spirit beasts avoid its domain. Can shake the entire region with a single movement. Not to forget, since they are in the Autumn Dragon sect, a dragon-like beast called the Crimson Skywind was also here that controls the power of blood fire, a flame that feeds on the souls of the living. Can melt even the hardest metals with a breath. Fourth was a beast that had a howl and shattered mountains. Killed thousands in a single rampage, only survived by those who are deaf. Lastly, a beast of pure strength. Unlike others that rely on tricks or elemental power, the Empower Lion is a monster of sheer brute force. It also had a roar that alone can send shockwaves that collapse valleys. Even elite beasts like Hollow Howl Beast, Crimson Skywim, Terror-Spine Goliath and Obsidian Night Stalker can't last a second against its raw, devastating power. There is only one, and no one dares challenge it. Red Ribbon's voice trembled slightly. "These broken bar are the strongest in the area." Wei Long stood still, listening intently. His emerald gaze was locked on a single name. He whispered it to himself, testing the weight of it on his tongue. "A broken bar, Empower Lion." His lips curled into a predatory grin. "A broken bar sounds strong." The dense jungle of the sanctuary stretched endlessly before Wei Long and Red Ribbon, an expanse of thick foliage, towering trees with gnarled roots, and the humid scent of beast-filled wilderness. The very air pulsed with the presence of countless creatures lurking in the undergrowth. Yet despite the natural chaos of life that should have permeated the surroundings, an eerie silence took hold wherever Wei Long and Red Ribbon stepped. The creatures that inhabited this vast sanctuary are beasts of all kinds, From small scavengers to formidable apex predators, they were all aware of the two beings who now tread through their domain. It was not just fear that gripped them, it was pure, instinctual dread. Every beast that caught even a glimpse of Wei Long and Red Ribbon seemed to instantly shrank away, their bodies trembling as if caught in the presence of an unnatural force of destruction. Maybe because of their auras, are peak mortal beasts, or they are an especially rare class beasts, making the beasts scared of their presence alone. Those that were slow to react would find themselves unable to move at all, frozen in terror as their gazes locked onto the monstrous figure of Wei Long. His presence alone was suffocating, an unseen force pressing down on everything in his vicinity. Even the boldest of beasts, even those who seemed to rule their own small territories with brute strength, found themselves cowering in the shadows, unwilling to draw attention to themselves. Soon, the journey would have a small change. Red Ribbon noticed it immediately. The further they ventured, the quieter the jungle became. The usual calls of territorial beasts, the rustling of creatures shifting through the trees, even the distant echoes of battles between wild animals, all that had disappeared. The jungle itself seemed to shrink away from them. He had known Wei Long was a terrifying existence, but this level of intimidation was beyond what he had expected. After what felt like hours of walking through the beast-infested land where no beast dared to stand in their way, they finally reached the edge of the Empower Lion's territory. Here, the atmosphere was different. The green forest earlier became brown leafy trees, and the grass around the area became brown and golden too. The very ground beneath their feet felt heavier, and there was a distinct pressure in the air. It was as if they had stepped into a realm that did not belong to them. Red Ribbon immediately halted. "Don't take another step forward," he warned, his voice low and serious. "This isn't just any beast's territory. We're at the edge of Pride's domain." Wei Long glanced at him, intrigued. Red Ribbon continued, his feathers twitching slightly as he scanned the land before them. "Unlike other beasts, the Empower Lion doesn't tolerate trespassers. Even without sensing our presence, his domain alone is powerful enough to suppress weaker creatures. If we enter now, the entire Pride will be alerted." Wei Long smirked. "You make it sound like they stand a chance against me." Red Ribbon let out a dry chuckle but quickly became serious again. "You're strong, brother Wei Long, but this beast is different. The Empower Lion isn't just another overgrown cat. He is the undisputed ruler of this land, a monster in his own right. If you underestimate him, you might find yourself facing something even you can't handle." Wei Long's eyes gleamed with curiosity. After all, it would be his enemy. "Tell me more about him." Red Ribbon hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "There's a reason why even the strongest beasts in this sanctuary avoid him. The Empower Lion isn't just stronger, he's a nightmare. He has killed hundreds of invaders, many of them beings as strong as I was in my peak. Especially rare class beasts have fallen to him like mere prey. You know what that means? 100 beasts of my level, slaughtered, torn apart, and left to rot, all by his claws." Wei Long's smirk widened. "Go on." Red Ribbon exhaled and continued, his tone grim. "The first time I heard of him, it was from a beast who barely survived an encounter. He had scars across his entire body, deep claw marks that never fully healed, even with high-level regeneration. The lion's claws aren't just sharp, they carry a type of devouring force that lingers long after the wound is inflicted. Even if you manage to survive, the wounds will continue to eat away at you from the inside." Wei Long raised an eyebrow. "A lingering effect? That's interesting." Red Ribbon nodded. "But that's just the beginning. His physical strength alone is absurd. There was an incident where an entire group of invaders came over a dozen powerful beasts, including a dragarooster like Glockneen, several high-tier serpent beasts, and even a night-fang panther. They all attacked at once, trying to bring him down with their combined might." Wei Long leaned in slightly, eager to hear the outcome. Red Ribbon's eyes darkened. "He killed them all, alone." The air around them seemed to thicken at those words. "He didn't just fight back, he decimated them," Red Ribbon continued. "One of the serpents managed to coil around him, trying to constrict him to death. But the lion didn't even flinch. He flexed his muscles, and the serpent's body split apart like a brittle twig. The dragarooster tried to blind him with a chimera spear attack, but before he could even complete his move, The lion had already closed the distance and crushed his head with a single bite. Wei Long chuckled. Efficient. Red Ribbon gave him a hard look. He's more than efficient. He's unstoppable. The Night Fang Panther was the fastest among them, using shadow techniques to slip in and out of the battle, attacking from all angles. It didn't matter. The lion moved faster. With every step, he anticipated the panther's movements, and when the panther tried to escape into the shadows one last time, the lion was already there, waiting. He crushed the panther's throat before it could even react. Wei Long's interest was fully piqued now. So he's not just stronger, he's also smart. Red Ribbon nodded. He's not a mindless beast. He fights with calculation, with instinct honed through countless battles. And worst of all, he enjoys it. He doesn't just kill because he has to. He kills because he likes the hunt. The Empower Lion is a monster in every sense of the word. Wei Long let out a low, amused hum. I see a broken bar, so he's that strong. Red Ribbon gulped. He could tell that instead of being cautious, Wei Long was growing more and more eager. Red Ribbon wanted Wei Long to go back and decided to scare him more, so he inhaled deeply and began. The Empower Lion is the undisputed ruler of this territory, the apex of apexes. It is no ordinary beast. It is believed to have inherited the will of an ancient war spirit. Its presence alone is enough to cause seasoned predators to cower. Those who have seen it up close never lived to tell the tale, save for a handful of lucky escapees. It does not rely on brute strength alone. Its intelligence is unparalleled among beasts, capable of sensing an enemy's intent even before they make a move. No ambush works against it. No deception fools it. It has slaughtered invading packs and armies without a single wound to its name. The legends say its roar alone can strip an opponent of their will to fight, sending them into a state of absolute dread. The moment you set foot in its land, it already knows you are there. Wei Long crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Interesting. But is it immune to poison? Red Ribbon frowned, racking his mind for an answer. I don't know. Can it see through invisibility? Red Ribbon recalled Wei Long's exceptional camouflage, and after a moment, he hesitantly shook his head. I don't think so. But it doesn't need to see you to know you're there. The moment you set foot in its land, it will be aware. Just as those words left his beak, an earth-shaking roar exploded through the jungle. It was so loud that it could even rupture one's eardrum. The sheer pressure of the sound sent ripples through the trees, along with the wind, making leaves scatter in response to its roaring might. Red Ribbon's entire body tensed, feathers bristling in pure alarm. His head snapped toward Wei Long, realization dawning with horror. Don't tell me that you're... Before he could finish, he saw it. Wei Long's foot, already planted firmly within the forbidden boundary. Wei Long chuckled, his tail flicking behind him. Relax. You don't have any wives here to worry about dying, so you have nothing to lose. Just run. I know you can run, so be useful, little brother. And with that, Wei Long vanished into the brown trees. Red Ribbon's eyes widened in disbelief. You bastard! He screeched, but there was no time for further cursing. A second roar, this one sharper, commanding, sent a wave of dread washing over him. The ground trembled as multiple figures emerged from the dense undergrowth. The lionesses. They were sleek, powerful, their golden eyes burning with killing intent. Their movements were synchronized, a well-honed pack of ruthless hunters. The male Empower Lion stood at the center of it all, his massive form exuding dominance, but he did not chase. He merely stood, watching, judging. The lionesses all moved forward. Red Ribbon panicked. Without another thought, he turned tail and bolted. He dashed through the jungle at speeds that defied logic, leaping between trees, kicking off branches, trying to gain as much distance as possible. His heart hammered against his chest, adrenaline flooding his veins. He could hear them, the relentless pursuit of the lionesses, their growls closing in like a noose tightening around his neck. His mind was in a complete mess. If they caught him, he was dead. If they surrounded him, he was dead. If he slowed down even slightly, he was dead. Damn you, Wei Long! He screeched as he ducked and weaved, wings aiding his rapid escape. He cursed, again and again, as he pushed himself to his very limits. Yet no matter how fast he was, no matter how desperately he fled, The lionesses remained on his trail. They were tireless, merciless, their focus unshakable. But then, as suddenly as they had attacked, they stopped. A third, deeper roar echoed through the jungle. It was not aggressive, but commanding. An order. Red Ribbon dared to glance back. The lionesses had halted, their bodies still brimming with the readiness to pounce, but they obeyed. Slowly, one by one, they returned to their king, their heads bowing as they nuzzled against his majestic mane in silent with little purry sound. The male Empower lion, satisfied that the threat had been neutralized, turned away, going back to its pride, not even knowing that their true danger still lurked in the shadows. Wei Long watched from the trees, hidden perfectly within the foliage. His golden eyes were gleaming with prehistoric predatory curiosity to it. "Let's see," he mumbled and followed. Wei Long kept his body low, his camouflage ability blending him seamlessly with the surrounding jungle. His piercing eyes tracked the Empower lion's every movement as it walked leisurely through the tall golden grass. This was a creature of absolute power, a king among beasts, and Wei Long had no intention of making any foolish moves. He needed to wait for the right opportunity to use his ability. The Empower lion, unaware of the hidden predator stalking it, strode forward confidently, occasionally pausing to sniff the air. A deep rumbling purr left its throat as it entered a small clearing where a group of lion cubs immediately ran up to it, their little tails flicking excitedly. The cubs mewed and pounced on the large male, who merely let out a deep chuckle-like sound as he flopped onto his side, allowing the cubs to climb onto his muscular frame. "You little troublemakers," the Empower lion rumbled, swiping a massive paw playfully at a cub that had latched onto his mane. "Did your mothers send you to wear me down? Is that their strategy?" The cub squeaked as it tumbled off his back and onto the soft grass. Another cub took the opportunity to gnaw on the lion's ear, and he sighed exaggeratedly. "Oh no, the great and mighty ruler of the plains, defeated by his own offspring. How will I ever recover?" The cubs roared, or at least, they attempted to, their small voices coming out as tiny squeaks. Wei Long, still hidden, had to suppress a scoff. "This damn lion is taking his sweet time," he muttered under his breath. He had already begun activating his toxic scales several times, only for the lion to keep moving, playing, or rolling onto his back. The energy it took to keep his poison restrained without releasing it prematurely was starting to irritate him. If he uses his toxic scales, it might kill the cubs first, making the lion become aware of his presence. One of the cubs pawed at the lion's nose. The mighty beast wrinkled its snout and sneezed, sending the little one tumbling backward. The others burst into tiny yips of laughter, rolling over each other in amusement. The Empower lion stretched lazily. "I am trying to get some rest here, you know. Shouldn't you all be harassing your mothers instead?" One of the cubs, a slightly larger one with a golden streak down its back, puffed out its tiny chest. "Mama says you're lazy." The Empower lion opened one eye and let out an exaggerated gasp. "Lazy? Me? Do you have any idea how much work it takes to look this magnificent?" He shook his mane dramatically. The cubs erupted into more giggles as they swatted at his fur. Wei Long felt his eye twitch. By the ancestors, this lion a broken bar. His toxic scales pulsed lightly, ready to release at any moment, but the constant movement of the cubs disrupted his plan every time. Every time he thought he found an opening, another cub pounced, or the lion turned over, or fine, the lion finally relented, lifting his massive form. "I will go take a nap somewhere else before you cubs turn me into a permanent jungle gym." The Empower lion rose to his feet and, with slow, deliberate steps, walked away from the playful cubs. They whined in protest but didn't follow, likely knowing better than to test his patience further. Wei Long's eyes gleamed. Finally, an opportunity. His toxic scales began to pulse again, the deadly venom ready to seep into the air. If he did this right, the lion wouldn't even realize it was being poisoned until it was too late. He silently crept after his target, watching as the lion lay down beneath a massive tree, its head resting on its front paws. Wei Long moved into position, inhaled deeply, and was just about to unleash his toxic mister. And then he froze. His instincts screamed at him to stop. Something wasn't right. Roar! A flurry of movement exploded from the tall grass. A group of lionesses pounced onto the Empower lion, their sleek bodies pressing against its massive frame. They didn't attack, they played, rubbing their heads against him, flicking their tails with coquettish glee. The male lion huffed, baring his fangs in what almost looked like a grin. His deep, gravelly voice rumbled through the air. Ladies, ladies, one at a time. A king has his duties, you know. Wei Long, hidden within the brush, blinked. He had prepared himself for battle. Note a broken bar whatever this was. PFFFT. Are you serious? He muttered under his breath. His prehistoric scaly lizard tail twitched with irritation. He had spent all this time waiting for the lion to rest, and now this? He was being forced to witness a royal love fest. The lionesses purred and swayed their hips as they circled their king. One of them playfully nipped at his ear, and another rubbed her face against his mane, breathing in his scent. My king, you've been too tense lately. Let us ease your burdens. Indeed, a ruler as mighty as you deserves relaxation. Ha ha ha. The Empower lion let out a hearty laugh, his sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light. You will know how to spoil me, don't you? Fine, fine. Let's make this a royal affair. Wei Long rolled his eyes so hard he was surprised they didn't fall out of his skull. He had faced countless absurd situations in his life, but this was a different kind of ridiculous. He was crouching in the underbrush, fully prepared to unleash death upon this beast, only to witness a lion romance drama unfolding before him. And it didn't stop there. The lionesses began grooming the Empower lion, their tongues running through his mane as they cooed praises. Your fur is as divine as the sun's radiance. Your scent alone sends shivers through my bones. No beast in this world is as magnificent as you, my king. The Empower lion stretched luxuriously, yawning wide, showing off his fearsome fangs before rumbling in satisfaction. Truly, a king's life is exhausting. Endless battles, keeping the pride strong, being admired day and night. A broken bar. It's tiring to be this great. Wei Long's eyes twitched. He had witnessed some grand boasts before, but this lion took arrogance to celestial levels. Unbelievable. This guy actually believes he's the protagonist of the world, Wei Long muttered, suppressing the urge to burst out laughing. One of the lionesses let out a playful growl, rolling onto her back and stretching her paws. My king, let us serve you properly tonight. Another lioness purred, her voice dripping with admiration. Allow us to please you, our great ruler. The Empower lion grinned like he had just ascended to the heavens. My dear queens, how could I ever refuse? Very well, let us celebrate my glory. Wei Long nearly gagged. I take it back. I've never seen anyone boast like this. He's worse than Glocknine. For the next several minutes that felt like agonizing hours, Wei Long had to endure the most infuriating and utterly ridiculous spectacle of his life. The lionesses practically worshipped their king, doting on him as though he were some celestial emperor descended from the heavens. Wei Long, still crouched and hidden, exhaled sharply. His patience was reaching its limit. Enough of this nonsense. I have a lion to poison. He readied himself, shifting slightly, preparing to activate his toxic scales when, at long last, the lionesses finally relented. The Empower lion stretched once more, yawning as he sauntered away from his doting harem. My dear queens, you truly know how to treat your king. But even a king needs rest. He settled into a shaded clearing, away from his pride. He exhaled contentedly, rolling onto his side. Wei Long smirked. Finally. Took you long enough, your majesty. He prepared to activate his toxic scales, but just as he was about to unleash them, the Empower lion let out one final dramatic sigh. It's so exhausting being mere broken bar. Wei Long froze. His patience had been tested, his plans delayed, but this was too much. He was done. He clenched his jaw, suppressing the overwhelming urge to burst out of his hiding spot and smack the lion in the face. But he held back, inhaling deeply. No, he had waited too long for this moment. He couldn't let annoyance ruin his perfect ambush. He steadied himself, eyes locked onto his target. The time had come. The golden-brown savanna stretched far and wide, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun. Rolling plains of tall, swaying grass shimmered under the soft breeze, the gentle rustling harmonizing with the distant calls of birds circling lazily overhead. Acacia trees stood like ancient sentinels, their twisted branches reaching toward the heavens, casting long, dappled shadows on the earth. The air was thick with the mingling scents of dry earth, fresh foliage, and the faint musk of the great beasts that roamed these lands. Amid this vast expanse, a small pride of lion cubs tumbled through the sunlit grass, their golden fur catching the light as they wrestled, pounced, and dashed after each other in endless games. Their soft, high-pitched growls and playful swipes filled the air, their tiny paws kicking up dust as they chased imaginary prey. One cub, slightly larger than the others, let out a triumphant mew as it pinned a sibling beneath its small but sturdy frame, its round, amber eyes gleaming with mischievous delight. The other cub let out a protesting yowl, wiggling frantically before finally squirming free and bolting, sending the others into a renewed frenzy of playful pursuit. Some cubs took turns sneaking up on an unsuspecting sibling, their tiny bodies crouched low as they inched forward, tails flicking eagerly before pouncing with exaggerated growls. Others rolled onto their backs, swatting the air with their oversized paws before dozing off in the comforting warmth of the sun. A pair of the youngest cubs, still wobbling on unsteady legs, tried to mimic the older ones but ended up tumbling over themselves, their tiny forms collapsing into soft bundles of fur and wide-eyed wonder. The scene was one of pure innocence, a timeless spectacle of life thriving in the heart of the wild. But the energy began to wane. One by one, the cubs slowed their movements, their once bounding steps becoming sluggish and uncertain. A deep, unnatural stillness crept through the air. A cub that had just leapt to tackle its sibling suddenly froze mid-motion, swaying unsteadily before its legs buckled. White foam bubbles from the corners of its mouth suddenly came out. Another cub, who had been pawing at a beetle in the dirt, let out a small whimper before its body slumped forward, its breath shallow and irregular. The others, confused, mewed softly before their own limbs grew weak, their vibrant play dissolving into eerie silence. The joyous chaos of mere moments ago had turned into a tragic stillness. A broken bar. Elsewhere in the pride's territory, the lionesses had gathered beneath the sparse shade of a sprawling baobab tree, their sleek bodies lounging as they exchanged playful swipes and affectionate nuzzles. Some teased each other over past hunts, their deep, throaty chuckles rolling through the air as one lioness flicked her tail over another's nose in mock defiance. Others were grooming, their raspy tongues sweeping over golden fur, ensuring their coats remained pristine. A more serious discussion took place at the heart of the group, where the elder lionesses held court, their wisdom respected by all. They spoke of the coming hunt, of the mighty green-scaled buffalo that roamed near the watering hole. These beasts were formidable, their armored hides nearly impervious to careless attacks. Precision and teamwork would be required. One of the experienced hunters, her eyes sharp and calculating, demonstrated the proper technique for the younger lionesses, describing how to single out a weakened buffalo and corner it away from the herd. She mimicked the silent stalk, her powerful muscles tensing with phantom strikes, illustrating how they would bring the beast down in a coordinated effort. The others listened intently, some nodding, others flexing their claws in anticipation. Yet, just as the lessons were reaching their peak, something changed. A shudder passed through one of the lionesses, then another. Their playful swats and conversations faltered as their movements slowed, confusion flickering in their golden eyes. One lioness, mid-sentence, staggered, her ears twitching in alarm. Another let out a questioning chuff, but before she could react, a thick, foamy white substance began to seep from her mouth. Panic rippled through the pride as more lionesses succumbed, their powerful limbs suddenly failing them. Some tried to stand, their muscles betraying them, while others collapsed altogether, their deep, steady breaths becoming labored and uneven. The baobab tree, once a haven of strategy and camaraderie, now bore silent witness to the inexplicable tragedy unfolding beneath its ancient branches. The mighty huntresses of the savannah, the queens of the plains, now lay helpless, their bodies convulsing under an unseen force. What was happening? A broken bar. Not knowing that his lion pride members, cubs and lionesses were all dying one by one, The Empower Lion King just lay there in deep slumber, his massive body sprawled across a smooth, sun-warmed rock. His golden mane fluttered slightly in the breeze, continuously taking deep, steady, and powerful breaths. His tail flicked lazily, ears twitching in response to the distant sounds of his pride. Occasionally, his nostrils flared as he caught a scent on the wind of his cubs, his lionesses, the familiar aroma of home. Yet, something was off. A faint, bitter tang tingled at the edge of his senses. He sniffed again, slower this time, his brow furrowing in his sleep. A twitch, then another. His mighty paw jerked involuntarily. His muscles shuddered beneath his thick belt. His nostrils flared wider, taking in the scent that now seemed stronger. Something was wrong. His ears pricked up, the sleep in his golden eyes fading as the haze of unconsciousness lifted. He groggily lifted his head, blinking. The world swayed before him, his vision unfocused. The ground seemed to ripple and tilt as though the very earth was alive, shifting beneath him. He blinked again. The sky was a broken bar spinning. The golden-brown trees blurred. He felt his stomach lurch. His body trembled violently. Panic clawed at his mind. His instincts roared to life, but something was dragging him down, shackling him in invisible chains. He tried to stand, his massive frame struggling against the weakness that seeped into his limbs. His legs shook like dry leaves caught in the wind. He managed to rise, but his stance was unsteady, his powerful muscles betraying him. His head swayed from side to side, and his vision darkened at the edges. What a broken bar! What was this? His heartbeat thundered in his chest, erratic and uneven. The sky tilted again, and his legs buckled beneath him. He fell, his weight shaking the ground. Dust exploded around him in a golden-brown cloud. His breathing grew ragged, his mighty chest rising and falling in quick, uneven jerks. His ears twitched, struggling to pick up sounds, but everything felt muffled, distant. Wei Long emerged from the shadows. A dark smirk played on his lips as he stepped forward, his sleek, scaled form glinting under the sun. His piercing gaze locked onto the struggling king before him. He had been patient, watching, waiting. Now, his prey lay before him, helpless. His bio-engineered toxic scales had never failed him. He let out a chuckle, low and confident. Hey, just as expected. No matter how mighty, no beast can resist my venom. The lion twitched again, his massive body jerking involuntarily. His golden eyes met Wei Long's, filled with confusion and pain. The once mighty ruler of the savannah, feared by many, was now nothing more than a dying beast before him. Wei Long stepped closer, his claws clicking against the dry earth. Honestly, I could have killed you in a fight, but this is much faster, he mused, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. You won't even be able to fight back or run. Perfect. The lion let out a weak, wheezing breath. His tail flicked once, then went still. Wei Long licked his lips. This was the strongest beast in the territory, and consuming it would bring him one step closer to evolution. His stomach rumbled in hunger and seeing his new future. He stepped forward, claws flexing, his mouth opening to take the first bite, and then he froze. The Empower Lion's paw wiped. Wei Long dodged by pulling his prehistoric dinosaur head. Then, the lion took a step back, and it glared at him fiercely. Wei Long grinned. Oh, now, that's surprising. You're still standing? I thought you'd have fallen flat like the rest of your little family. That was when the world cracked apart. The lion inhaled deeply, his chest expanding to its full, terrifying breadth. And the savannah trembled beneath the sheer force of his voice. The ground cracked, ripples of power spreading through the earth. Trees lost their leaves in an instant, the branches shaking violently as if caught in a raging storm. The golden grass flattened to one side, bending as though it had been slapped by an unseen hand, never daring to rise again. The roar deepened, its power growing stronger with every second it lasted. The very air quivered, carrying the raw, deafening might of the lion's fury. It was not just a sound. It was a declaration, a command to the world that the king was still alive, still standing, still ready to fight. Wei Long stood his ground, his grin widening. The sheer pressure of the roar was enough to make the average beast cower, enough to crush bones, to force entire armies to retreat. But him, he barely felt it. The lion's deep golden eyes widened slightly at the sight of Wei Long remaining unmoved. His roar finally ceased, the echoes still bouncing across the endless plains. He exhaled heavily, eyes narrowing. "Where broken bar are you?" Wei Long chuckled. "Oh, now you're interested in talking?" After all that noise? Without another word, Wei Long lunged. His body blurred in an instant, claws extending, fangs bared. The lion's reflexes, however, were as sharp as ever. With a swift, fluid move, he dodged, twisting his massive frame away from the strike. His golden mane whipped in the air as he pivoted, avoiding the attack completely. Wei Long's claws slashed in empty space. "Huh?" He tilted his head, intrigued. "You're quick." The lion wasted no time. Before Wei Long could regain his balance, powerful jaws clamped around his neck. With a guttural growl, the lion bit down and swung his massive head, hurling Wei Long like a ragdoll. Thud. Wei Long crashed into the earth, dust erupting into the air. But his feet dug into the soil, refusing to budge. His muscles coiled, his stance unwavering. The lion's pupils shrank again. That attack should have torn apart mountains, should have sent him flying. But instead, Wei Long merely staggered back a single step. Then, the lion swiped. A massive paw, thick as a tree trunk, crashed into Wei Long's side. Crack. Wei Long's feet slid back another inch. A dull pain coursed through his ribs, the force strong enough to make him feel it, even through his bio-engineered defenses. Both of them stilled. Wei Long rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck. Well, that actually hurt a little. His eyes gleamed, voice laced with excitement. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, the lion's mind raced. He had fought countless beasts before, had slaughtered entire armies, had crushed the strongest challengers under his might. But never had he met one who stood toe-to-toe with him like this. His ability, in power, elevated him beyond mere mortal beast status, pushing him to the realm of awakened beasts when defending his territory. And yet, the creature before him remained. This wasn't normal, this wasn't possible. Wei Long smirked, his tail flicking. "All right, big guy. You're stronger than I thought. Maybe this'll be more fun than I expected." The lion's deep, rumbling voice carried his disbelief. "We're broken bar. You are not from the sanctuary, are you?" "No beast has ever stood before me and remained upright." Wei Long grinned. "I'm just a passing traveler with a big appetite." "And you?" He licked his fangs. "You're about to be on my dinner plate." The lion's eyes darkened. "You attack my pride. You poison my family. And now you wish to consume me?" Wei Long cracked his knuckles. "That about sums it up." The lion's lips curled into a silent snarl. "You underestimate me." Wei Long chuckled, stepping forward. "Or maybe you overestimate yourself." They began circling each other, muscles tense, eyes locked, every movement calculated. The savannah had fallen silent, even the wind refusing to disturb the impending clash. The lion's voice remained steady. Why invade my home? Why go through all this trouble?" Wei Long shrugged. "Hunger, curiosity, call it whatever you want. But let's be honest." Big guy, his grin widened. I just wanna see if you can survive me." The lion's claws flexed. His tail flicked once. "Foolish." Wei Long's body coiled, his legs tensing. Then, in the blink of an eye, he pounced. His claws slicing through the air like razors, his muscles coiling and snapping like a drawn bowstring released. The lion met him head-on, their bodies colliding with a deafening boom that sent shockwaves through the land. Dust spiraled up, leaves and broken branches scattering from the force of their impact. The ground beneath them trembled as two titans fought for dominance. Wei Long grinned as he twisted his body mid-air, his tail whipping forward in a blur. But the lion ducked, a golden blur moving with unnatural speed, its massive paws striking out with lethal precision. Wei Long barely managed to block, his scaled arms bracing against the sheer force. His feet dug trenches into the earth as he skidded backward. "Not bad," Wei Long chuckled, shaking off the sting. His toxic scales had failed to weaken the beast, something that had never happened before. That alone made the lion interesting. The lion huffed, shaking its mighty mane. "You expected me to roll over and die?" it growled, baring its gleaming fangs. "I have ruled this land for years. No mere poison can bring me down." Wei Long's grin widened. "Oh, that just makes me want to devour you more." He moved. A blur, a shadow. His claws carved through the air toward the lion's throat. The lion, however, was faster than he had anticipated. With a single powerful leap, it dodged his strike and countered with a brutal swipe to Wei Long's ribs. The impact sent Wei Long flying, his body smashing through a tree, snapping it in half. He hit the ground, rolling, but immediately sprang to his feet, shaking off the debris. His ribs ached, but nothing was broken. His bio-engineered durability had ensured that. But something felt a broken bar wrong. Wei Long frowned. His body wasn't healing as quickly as it should. The lion smirked, its golden eyes gleaming. "You feel it now, don't you?" Wei Long's frown deepened. He flexed his fingers, feeling the slow crawl of his regenerative ability. "Why wasn't it working?" "I see you're confused." The lion's deep voice was laced with amusement. "My ability isn't just brute strength. My territory enhances my power. Here, I reign supreme. Any creature that fights me here fights at a disadvantage." Wei Long's pupils shrank. So that was it. The reason why this lion had been so dominant in the sanctuary. It wasn't just strength, though, it was the land itself. The lion's influence twisted the environment, making it harder for intruders to regenerate, sapping their vitality while boosting its own. A slow chuckle rumbled from Wei Long's throat. "Interesting. So you've been winning fights by cheating." The lion's brow twitched. "It's not cheating. It's power. If you think you can defeat me, then do it." "But your body is already faltering, isn't it? Plus, who is talking about cheating when you sneak attacked me?" Wei Long rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck. "That just means I need to finish this quickly." With a flicker of movement, Wei Long pounced, but the lion anticipated it. The two clashed again, their strikes shaking the air, creating powerful gusts that whipped through the trees. Wei Long slashed, but the lion evaded. The lion lunged, but Wei Long twisted away. Their movements blurred together, neither gaining the upper hand, yet both refusing to fall. However, Wei Long felt the creeping fatigue. Without his rapid healing, the damage was accumulating. Small wounds, normally insignificant, were adding up. His muscles burned from exertion. The lion noticed. "You're slowing down." Wei Long bared his teeth. "You talk too much." He feinted left, then spun right, lashing out with his tail. The lion dodged again, but this time, Wei Long had anticipated its movement. He drove his claws into the lion's flank, sinking them deep. The lion roared, its powerful body twisting in an attempt to shake him off, but Wei Long held firm, driving his fangs toward its throat. But before he could land the final bite, the lion's body tensed. A blinding golden aura erupted from it, forcing Wei Long to release his grip and leap away. The lion turned, panting, but still standing tall. "You really think I would let you devour me so easily?" the lion growled. Wei Long clicked his tongue. "Tch, that would have been too easy." The two predators faced each other, both battered, both bruised, but neither willing to back down. Then, suddenly, Wei Long disappeared. Wei Long vanished from sight the moment he activated his bio-engineered camouflage, his form blending seamlessly with the environment. But just as he made the slightest movement to a subtle shift in his stance, the Empower Lion's golden eyes locked onto his position. Without hesitation, the lion lunged, its massive paw cutting through the space where Wei Long had been a mere breath ago. With a sharp twist of his body, Wei Long barely evaded the strike, but as soon as he moved, his camouflage faltered, the illusion shattering like mist under a rising sun. His cover was blown. The lion's eyes gleamed with predatory brilliance. "You think tricks will work against me?" it growled, its deep voice vibrating in the air. Without missing a beat, the lion struck again. Wei Long barely had time to register the attack before the sheer force of the impact sent him skidding across the ground. Dust and debris exploded into the air as he steadied himself, narrowing his eyes. "Ha ha, broken bar, this is new," Wei Long muttered, wiping the corner of his mouth with the back of his clawed hand. "So you can see through my camouflage when I move?" His mind worked rapidly. The Empower Lion had been a mere mortal beast when it was napping, but now that it was fully awakened, its senses had reached a level beyond his initial estimations. If he moved even a fraction, the lion could pinpoint him. However, a broken bar when he remained perfectly still. The lion hesitated. Wei Long slowly activated his camouflage again, this time staying as motionless as the ancient trees around him. The lion's ears flicked. Its tail swayed, but it didn't strike. A sharp glint flashed in Wei Long's eyes. Good, he whispered in his mind. So long as I don't move a broken bar, I'm invisible. A test. He shifted ever so slightly, barely twitching his fingers. The lion's head snapped toward him immediately. Wei Long gritted his teeth and barely dodged as the lion swiped, the wind pressure alone sending a chill down his spine. If he hadn't dodged, that hit would have torn his head clean off. The power behind its strikes was monstrous. The lion snarled, its muscles rippling with every breath. You can't fool me. You're here. I can sense you. Wei Long narrowed his eyes. He couldn't afford to keep dodging indefinitely. His stamina was vast, but not infinite. The lion, too, would eventually grow weary, but waiting it out was too dangerous. He needed a strategy, something that would mislead the beast entirely. A slow smirk curled on Wei Long's lips. Let's see how sharp your senses really are. He crouched, staying as still as stone before activating his camouflage once more. This time, he didn't move not even a fraction. The lion sniffed the air, ears twitching as it scanned the area. Its golden eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then, it attacked again. A paw slammed into the ground where Wei Long had last been seen, but the attack hit nothing but dirt. Snarling, the lion lashed out again, this time in another direction. Again, nothing. The beast let out a low, frustrated growl. Where did you go? Wei Long remained silent, watching, observing. Then, with precise control, he picked up a small stone near his feet. Keeping his movements slow and careful, he flicked it to the left, making sure to keep himself perfectly still afterward. Thunk. The stone landed several meters away, disturbing the grass. The lion's head snapped toward the noise. It lunged, swiping at the source of the sound, only to find nothing there. Its tail flicked in irritation. Wei Long smirked. Perfect. He picked up another rock, this time tossing it in the opposite direction. The lion growled and charged at the noise once more, only to once again find empty space. It began to snarl in frustration, its powerful legs kicking up dirt. It wasn't just irritated now, it was angry. Wei Long, meanwhile, remained motionless in his camouflage, watching with amusement. Let's add a little more fun to this. Carefully, he reached for a dry tree branch nearby. With the precision of a master predator, he flicked it toward the opposite side of the clearing, making it rustle against the grass. The lion spun instantly, its claws slashing through the air, striking nothing but empty ground once again. Wei Long fought the urge to laugh. He had successfully begun to play the empower lion like a fiddle. The beast, mighty as it was now swinging wildly at illusions, its breath coming in sharp pants. But the real test was yet to come. Keeping his movements calculated, Wei Long adjusted his position, making sure to remain undetectable. He grabbed a handful of loose pebbles and, with the flick of his claw-like fingers, scattered them in multiple directions at once. The result was instantaneous. The lion, hearing multiple noises at once, lost all composure. It roared, turning and swiping at shadows, its massive frame darting left and right in a fit of confused aggression. Wei Long, hidden in his perfect stillness, watched the display with unmasked satisfaction. How long can you keep this up? The lion's breaths became heavier. Its movements grew less precise. The constant attacking, the wild bursts of energy, it was exhausting itself. Wei Long's eyes glowed with predatory hunger. Just a little more. Another subtle trick. He picked up a dried fruit shell from the ground and flicked it against a tree trunk. The sound echoed. The lion turned violently in that direction, but its movements suddenly lagged. Its massive body twitched. Wei Long noticed it instantly. There it is. The lion's breathing was now ragged. Its limbs trembled slightly. It took a step back, but the moment its foot hit the ground, its entire body froze in place. Wei Long grinned. Looks like the poison's finally kicking in. He thought that the toxic scales had no effect on it, but it's just stronger, that's why it can resist it. But he is sure the poison effect would not last for long. The lion attempted to move, but its legs buckled. Its vision swayed. The once mighty beast, which had stood so proudly moments ago, was now struggling to even stay on its feet. Then, with a final shudder, the great Empower lion knelt. It was panting heavily. It was really tiring. Not long. Finally, its legs gave out, and it collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The golden fire in its eyes dimmed as exhaustion and poison overtook its body. Wei Long slowly emerged from the shadows, his camouflage dissipating. His sharp teeth gleamed as he chuckled, stepping toward the weakened lion. Well, a broken bar looks like even kings have their limits. The lion's head jerked toward him, struggling to lift itself. "A broken bar, trickster, a broken bar," it growled weakly. Wei Long crouched beside it, tilting his head. "Don't feel bad, big guy. You fought well." His claws flexed. "But now, it's time for me to claim my prize." Just as he prepared to strike, he hesitated. His eyes narrowed. A broken bar felt off. The lion, despite being poisoned, despite being exhausted, despite kneeling in defeat, a broken bar still held a fire in its eyes that refused to die. Wei Long's grin faltered. "Why a broken bar? Does it still feel dangerous?" Suddenly the Empower Lion King would laugh. Ha ha ha. The lion's laughter was ragged, hoarse, but unyielding. It echoed across the silent savannah, eerie and defiant. Even as its body trembled, barely standing under its own weight, it exuded a terrifying willpower that refused to bow. White foam dripped from its massive jaws, muscles quivering, eyes wild with madness. It should have been at death's door, its body struggling under the venom coursing through its veins, but instead, it moved forward, step by agonizing step. "Ha, broken bar, ha ha ha. I'm the king of this land. You think mere trickery will defeat me? This will not fall easily." The lion roared, its golden mane, now drenched in sweat, sticking to its powerful shoulders. Wei Long clicked his tongue. This beast was stubborn. He had already pumped it full of toxins that could fell 100 beasts, yet it still moved, still fought, as if sheer will alone could defy death. Annoying. With a snarl, the lion lunged, its claws slicing through empty air, missing the camouflaged Wei Long by inches. But it didn't stop. Again, and again, it struck, raking at the ground, at the air, at anything that could possibly be hiding the intruder that had dared to challenge its reign. The earth trembled under its fury, each strike causing dust and debris to rise in the air. Wei Long crouched, unmoving. If he didn't move, he wouldn't be detected. The lion was fighting a battle it had already lost, a beast struggling against inevitability. But even knowing that, the sheer pressure it exerted was impressive. The lion's movements were getting wilder, its breath more ragged. The poison was doing its work. Wei Long smirked. But boom. The lion slammed its paw into the ground with everything it had left. The very earth beneath them cracked, rippling outward like waves from an earthquake. Trees shook, their leaves raining down in droves. Rocks split apart, dust rising in thick clouds that obscured everything. Wei Long gritted his teeth, his claws digging into the dirt to steady himself. Boom. The lion did it again, and again, and again. Each time, the force spread wider, deeper, as if it sought to shake the very air itself, to force Wei Long out of his hidden state. Wei Long's heart pounded. If this continued, he'd have no choice but to move, and the moment he moved, he'd be vulnerable. Boom. A massive chunk of earth cracked beneath the lion's claws, breaking apart like a fractured shell. The beast panted, its sides heaving, but its laughter didn't stop. It was crazed, delirious, but triumphant. "If I'm going to die here, broken bar, then I'll give it my all," the lion bellowed. Wei Long tensed. The lion's massive muscles flexed one last time, gathering every ounce of strength it had left. Boom. The final strike sent shockwaves that split the ground wide open. Grass and dirt flew in every direction. Trees snapped, and the very air trembled from the sheer force. Wei Long, despite himself, stumbled just for a fraction of a second. But it was enough. The lion turned its head sharply, its bloodshot eyes locking onto the disturbance. Wei Long's position was exposed. With the last dregs of its strength, the lion moved faster than it had any right to. Its massive form lunged, its claws outstretched, ready to tear into Wei Long's very existence. It was too late. The venom had finally reached its heart. Before its claws could touch him, the lion's legs buckled. Its body collapsed in midair, crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. The king of the pride lay motionless, its breath labored, its vision dimming. The light in its amber eyes flickered, its powerful body twitching as the last remnants of its strength faded away. Wei Long straightened, dusting himself off. He exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That a broken bar had been close. If the lion had lasted just a little longer, if it had forced him to move again, the outcome might have been different. He stepped forward, standing over the once mighty beast. The lion's eyes, hazy with the veil of death, flickered up at him. A broken bar. It's not done yet. A broken bar, the lion rasped, voice weak. Then, silence. The king had fallen. Finally. Wei Long sighed, rolling his shoulders. Finally. My temporal spiritual essence was almost drained at a broken bar. If this dragged on any longer, I would have been in trouble. He cracked his neck and let his gaze settle on the fallen lion. Well then, a broken bar. Let's see if you taste as strong as you fought. He opened his jaws. The first bite sank deep into the lion's still warm flesh. The taste was rich, powerful, unlike anything he had ever consumed. Energy coursed through his body with every chew, an intoxicating rush of strength that made his very bones tremble in delight. His scales tingled, his muscles flexed involuntarily, absorbing the sheer essence of the king's might. He ate and ate and ate. Each bite was savored, each swallow a rush of raw power flooding his being. He devoured with the hunger of a beast that knew no limit, the insatiable appetite of a predator at the top of the food chain. The taste of victory was sweeter than any delicacy, more fulfilling than any hunt before it. It was intoxicating. It was exhilarating. The marrow, the flesh, the bones all became part of him. He consumed everything, leaving nothing but the echoes of what once was. The Empower Lion was no more, its existence now residing within him, fueling his evolution. And ding, a familiar sound rang through his mind. Wei Long froze mid-bite, his eyes widening slightly. That sound, a broken bar. Bioengineering system? But nothing happened. After a long time, Wei Long stood motionless, his body drenched in sweat and blood. The battlefield was eerily silent, save for the occasional gust of wind that swept across the golden-brown savanna. The once lush grasslands were now a torn landscape of uprooted trees, cracked earth, and deep claw marks carved into the soil. His breathing was deep but controlled, and the taste of iron still lingered in his mouth from the fight. The Empower Lion was gone, consumed, and yet, the true battle had just begun. Suddenly, the same familiar ding echoed in his mind. Ding. The host discovered a DNA strain containing an extremely rare ability type, conditional innate ability. Name, Wei Long. Level, 11. Mortal beast. Age, 2 days. Race, dinosaur hybrid. Current stage, juvenile dinosaur. Innate abilities, 1. Predatory bioengineering. 2. Currently being created a broken bar. Clan, Blue Eyes White Heaven Dragons. Wei Long's eyes flickered with interest as he scanned the new information. Conditional innate ability, huh? He murmured, licking the blood off his lips. His excitement was cut short by another notification. Ding. Note, all the abilities of the Empower Lion won't be taken as the bioengineering system takes priority, making the host become a top predator, which is to take a conditional innate ability. Warning: do not move recklessly during the process, or the conditional innate ability will disappear. Wei Long scoffed. TCH. That's a first. He had never encountered a restriction like this before, but he wasn't about to take any chances. He planted his feet firmly into the cracked earth and prepared to wait. At first, it was calm. The savanna breathed with the wind, sweeping dust into the air and carrying the scent of battle away. The golden grass, flattened from the fight, swayed lazily as if nature itself was sighing in relief. Above him, the sky had shifted to a deep orange hue, the last remnants of daylight fading beyond the horizon. Small creatures cautiously peeked from their burrows, sensing the aftermath of a predator's rampage but hesitant to move closer. The distant chirping of birds returning to the trees filled the air with an eerie tranquility. Wei Long remained still, his body already beginning the process of adapting to the Empower Lion's DNA. He could feel something shifting deep inside him, like a puzzle being rearranged at the molecular level. A tingling sensation spread through his limbs, growing stronger with each second. Then, The wind changed. A scent faint at first but unmistakably drifted into his nostrils. His pupils shrank. He knew this scent. The scent of more lions. Wei Long's eyes snapped to the distance, scanning the far edges of the battlefield. At first, he saw nothing but the rolling savanna stretching endlessly beyond the hills. Then, a figure emerged from the tall grass. A lioness. She was stalking towards him, her body low to the ground, muscles coiled and ready to pounce. Her golden eyes locked onto him, burning with something he recognized all too well: a vengeance. Wei Long exhaled through his nose. Here we go. A broken bar. Then, another lioness stepped into view. Then another, and another. Within moments, the entire horizon seemed to shift as countless lionesses began to emerge, their sleek bodies moving in deadly unison. Dozens turned into hundreds. They came from all directions, encircling the battlefield like specters of the dead, their silent approach more terrifying than any roar. Their eyes gleamed with fury, their tails flicking with agitation. Wei Long realized something grimmer. These were the mates, the mothers, the sisters, and the daughters of the fallen king. They weren't just here to kill him. They were here to avenge him. He clenched his jaw. He couldn't move. Not yet. The system's warning was clearer: if he moved recklessly, the conditional innate ability would vanish. But waiting meant allowing himself to be surrounded completely. The lionesses stopped a few paces away from him, their ears pinned back, their fangs bared. Low growls rumbled through the air like an approaching storm. Wei Long remained motionless, calculating. Damn it, our broken bar. How long is this ability gonna take? One of the lionesses stepped forward, her powerful frame even larger than the others. Her scarred body and piercing golden eyes told Wei Long all he needed to know. She was the leader of this pride now. She took another step, then another, her gaze never leaving his. Finally, she spoke, her voice a mix of grief and rage. You murdered our king. Wei Long smirked slightly. Murder? That's a strong word. He and I had a fair fight. He lost. The lioness's growl deepened. You stole his strength. Wei Long didn't deny it. He simply tilted his head. And the leader's claws dug into the dirt. Then we'll take yours. Wei Long felt his heart pound harder. The ability was still forming. He needed time. Stalling won't work for longer. Broken bar. The lioness let out a sharp, guttural roar, a signal. Every lioness in the pride crouched, their muscles tensing, ready to pounce. Wei Long grinned. A broken bar, bring it on. The tension in the savannah was suffocating. The golden grasses swayed lightly, whispering in the wind, but the lionesses stood frozen, their muscles coiled, eyes wide with uncertainty. They had come expecting to avenge their fallen king, yet the creature before them, a juvenile dinosaur, glowing with a strange aura of confidence, here was unfazed. No beast should have been able to withstand the full power of their king's might. No beast should have dared to stand in his place and mock them. But Wei Long? He simply grinned. The system's warning still echoed in his mind. Don't move, or the ability will disappear. A small price to pay for evolution. The process had already begun, creeping through his cells, rearranging his very being. He could feel the change happening. But he had to stay still. Any movement, any shift in stance, and it would all be lost. That meant he had to handle this with his words alone. He let out a slow exhale, his blue eyes gleaming with amusement. What's wrong? He asked, voice dripping with faux innocence. You came all this way. A broken bar. Aren't you going to attack? The lionesses stiffened. Some exchanged uneasy glances, while others growled lowly. One, bolder than the rest, stepped forward, her golden fur bristling. Were broken bar killed our king? She snarled, her voice trembling not with fear, but rage. Wei Long tilted his head, eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh? Did I? A collective shudder ran through them. His tone was too calm, too composed. They had seen beasts kill before, a merciless, raw, feral. But these, a broken bar, this creature was different. He wasn't just a killer. He was something else entirely. Still, some of them remained firm. Another lioness growled, baring her fangs. We should tear you apart where you stand. Wei Long chuckled, his teeth flashing in the fading sunlight. Then do it. The challenge in his voice made them hesitate. He could see their uncertainty, their wavering resolve. Good. They're scared. That was exactly what he needed. He licked his lips and took a gamble, his words slow and deliberate. Or a broken bar? Could it be broken bar that you know you can't? A ripple of unease ran through the lionesses. Wei Long continued, his voice dipping into a near whisper, forcing them to lean in. You know what's funny? Your so-called king tried everything against me. He roared. He clawed. He bit. He stomped. And yet a broken bar. I'm still here. The lionesses bristled, their eyes flashing with fury, but they did not move. Wei Long sighed, shaking his head. I thought you'd be smarter than this. Do you think you have a chance where your king failed? His gaze swept over them, his smirk widening. You're not even at his level. That struck a nerve. Some snarled, tails flicking aggressively. But none advanced. Their instincts screamed at them something was wrong. Why isn't he moving? Why is he so confident? Wei Long could practically see the gears turning in their minds. They're hesitant. But that's not enough. I need them to hold back completely. He chuckled. Go ahead. Attack me. The lionesses flinched. His eyes gleamed. That got them. The group murmured amongst themselves. Some were ready to lunge, but others were whispering doubtfully. One of the younger ones spoke hesitantly. What if our broken bar? What if he's luring us in? Another scoffed. He's just standing there. He's acting tough, but he's vulnerable. Wei Long's smirk widened. He took the opportunity to press further. Oh, I'm vulnerable. All right. You should absolutely attack me right now. The lionesses froze. A nervous shuffle ran through them. If he was really weak, why was he telling them to attack? Why was he so calm? They had never encountered prey that invited death so freely. Something wasn't right. Wei Long clicked his tongue. You're not as fearless as I thought. You should have pounced the moment I said that. But instead a broken bar. You hesitate. You second guess. You fear. One lioness roared, stepping forward. We don't fear you. Wei Long raised a brow. Then prove it. Silence. No one moved. Wei Long sighed dramatically, shaking his head. I see. The king is dead, and now, his pride has no direction. He let the words settle before adding, I guess the Empower Lion wasn't as important as I thought. That sentence changed everything. The lioness's ears flattened, their expressions twisting into something unreadable. Some looked furious. Others a broken bar confused. What do you mean? One of them demanded. Wei Long shrugged. There's no more Empower Lion, that's all. You can't do anything to me. No more king is coming to avenge you. The lionesses stiffened. One of them growled lowly, there are plenty of Empower Lions. Wei Long's eyes flashed. Bingo. He chuckled darkly. Oh? Then where are they? He tilted his head mockingly. I don't see any rushing to save you. One lioness stepped forward, her voice laced with certainty. A new one will take his place. It is only a matter of time. Wei Long smirked. But not today. Silence. The lionesses tensed, realization dawning on them. He was right. No new Empower Lion had come to claim the title yet. Their hierarchy was in flux, and that meant right now they were exposed. Wei Long let the truth sink in, his grin never faltering. Then, slowly, ever so slowly, the lionesses began to step back. Wei Long didn't move, didn't breathe too hard, didn't do anything to provoke them. Finally, one of the older lionesses turned her head, flicking her tail. Let's go. The others hesitated, but as she began to walk away, they followed. Some cast wary glances at Wei Long, still unsure. Others snarled in frustration, but none dared to attack. And then just like that the pride disappeared into the tall grass. Wei Long let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Ding! A notification flashed in his mind. Conditional innate ability unlocked. Would be available for the host use in 2 hours. Wei Long grinned, his body shuddering as the process completed. He had done it. He had evolved. And the best part? He hadn't even moved an inch. Suddenly, Wei Long's laughter echoed over the silent land, his juvenile but terrifying form casting a long shadow in the twilight. I will eat you all, ladies, he declared, his voice sounding with extreme malice. No matter where they went, he would catch them with his prehistoric maw. But then, just as he took a step forward, a sharp, agonizing wave of pain lanced through his entire body. His limbs locked, his vision blurred for a second, and his breath hitched. His claws sank into the dirt, and his tail stiffened behind him. He gritted his teeth. This painer was the claw of the Empower Lion truly this strong? It had slashed deep into him, deeper than he had anticipated. He could feel it now, the wounds burning like molten lava under his scales. He had expected his bioengineered healing to kick in immediately, but it remained dormant, silent as if mocking him. Wei Long's grin faltered for the briefest of moments before he forced it back. He refused to show weakness, even to himself. He clenched his claws into the dry earth and inhaled deeply. He could still hunt. He had to. If he didn't, another ding sounded in his mind. Warning, too much injury detected. Healing is required. Would the host like to focus on healing? Catch. Satisfaction and hydration will drop below 10% to 5%. If the host does not replenish, the host will die. Wei Long's mind spun for a moment before he clicked his tongue. Of course not, he muttered. I'll just eat. I'll eat, and my bioengineered ability will handle the rest. As long as I eat and gain a little energy, I'll work on my healing ability to heal me a broken bar. I don't need my bioengineered instinct to take over me. Even as he spoke, he wasn't sure if that was the full truth. His ability was a mystery, a part of him that he still didn't fully understand. Was it truly meant for his survival, or was it something far more dangerous, something that even he couldn't control? It was a gamble, and now, he cannot rely on it. It's just a last resort if he didn't really have a choice anymore. Wei Long pushed through the pain, his claws digging into the earth. As he took another step, every move sent another wave of agony through his body, but he refused to stop. He had declared his hunt, and he would see it through. Later, as he prowled forward, his monstrous figure shadowing over the dry plains, he realized something. Everything around him, every beast, every creature was avoiding him. Even the carrion birds that should have been circling the fallen empower lion had taken flight. The air was thick with something invisible, something instinctive. Fear. The creatures of the sanctuary were not just running, they were terrified. Wei Long's hunger burned, but it seemed that every potential meal had already vanished. Every step forward was met with nothing but emptiness. It was as if the entire ecosystem had shifted, adjusted itself around his mere presence. He prowled deeper into the savannah, moving through the golden grass like a ghostly shadow, his glowing eyes scanning the landscape. His tail flicked in irritation. There had to be something, someone, some beast foolish enough to remain. His hunger gnawed at him, growing worse by the second. But there was nothing. His breathing grew heavier. His patience wore thin. His claws flexed in frustration. He wanted to chase, to tear into flesh, to devour, but his body protested, aching with each movement. He gritted his teeth as he pressed on, his muscles screaming in resistance. His steps became slower, his tail dragged, his breath came in ragged pants. And still, nothing. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the land. The once vibrant savannah felt eerily desolate. Even the insects had quieted, their usual evening symphony replaced by a tense silence. Wei Long's vision blurred for a moment, his exhaustion weighing on him like chains. Ding. Warning, the host has wasted one chance and only has 2 more chances left to live. Would the host like to focus on healing? Wei Long's breath hitched. His claws tightened. 3 more chances? Wei Long gritted his teeth. His body ached in every possible way. His muscles screamed. His bones felt as if they had been eaten a bit by bit on by the jaws of death, and every step sent a jolt of pain rippling through his frame. But he refused to submit. The system's message loomed in his mind: 3 more chances left. Now, it has dwindled to 2. His stubborn nature wouldn't let him give in. He still had options. He needed food. Now, Wei Long's sharp eyes swept across the savannah. The golden-brown grass swayed gently under the warm breeze, rippling like a sea of molten gold. The air was thick with the scent of earth and distant prey. His tongue flicked out instinctively, tasting the air. He was a predator, an apex one. He shouldn't be struggling like this. The lionesses had fled, vanishing into the depths of the sanctuary. Their cubs gone as well. He had hoped to feast on the weaker ones, but they had disappeared like ghosts into the tall grass. He stalked forward, every movement sluggish but determined. His tail swayed behind him, dragging slightly as his legs threatened to buckle beneath him. The pain was relentless, like molten iron seeping into his very marrow. He stumbled across the trail of paw prints, smaller than the empower lions but fresh. Lion cubs. His stomach growled in approval. Easy prey. They should be near. He followed the tracks, weaving between the scattered acacia trees. The shadows stretched long under the setting sun, the horizon painted in hues of crimson and orange. His breath came in slow, ragged gasps, but he pushed forward. They couldn't have gone far. As he moved, his body protested. His wounds burned like open fire pits, his legs threatened to buckle, but he dug his claws into the dirt, grounding himself. He refused to fail. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. His patience thinned. The cubs, where were they? A scent. His head snapped toward a dense thicket. The scent of young flesh, of fear, of weakness. There. Wei Long's body tensed, ready to pounce. His injuries howled at him, but he ignored them. Just one kill. That was all he needed. He moved closer, slow, careful, each step deliberate. His golden eyes locked onto the spot. The air was still. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Silence. Wei Long lunged. The grass parted. Nothing. He snapped his jaws shut on empty air. His heart pounded. He sniffed furiously, searching. The scent was strong. They should be here. A rustle. Further ahead. The cubs had moved. A snarl rumbled deep in his throat. His body was failing him. He should have been faster, stronger. This shouldn't be happening. But he was still Wei Long. And Wei Long never gave up. He turned sharply, forcing his wounded legs to move. He pushed forward, teeth bared, but the moment he took another step, his vision blurred. His body swayed. His legs gave out beneath him. Wei Long collapsed. The world spun. His breath came in sharp gasps. His vision darkened at the edges. His muscles trembled. His tail twitched uncontrollably. A message appeared in his mind. Ding. The host has wasted 2 chances. Only one remains. His eyes widened. One left. Just one. For the first time, the reality of the situation pressed down on him. This wasn't just about pride or hunger anymore. This was survival. Wei Long's claws dug into the dirt. His breathing was ragged. His chest rose and fell with labored effort. He had pushed too far, ignored too many warning signs. His body was failing. One more chance. One last chance. Not long after, Wei Long chose a new target. He prowled the edges of the murky river, his keen eyes scanning the waters. The humid air carried the scent of mud and decay, and the occasional splash hinted at movement beneath the surface. There must be crocodiles in here, he prehistorically muttered. After all, crocodiles will never disappear easily at some point, and they couldn't run that fast with their short legs, Wei Long believed. Soon, he took a slow, measured steps toward the riverbank, his bio-engineered muscles aching with every movement. His wounds throbbed, and though his body screamed for him to stop, he refused. He was determined to hunt. He had to eat, to heal, no matter what. But as soon as his massive form got closer, the waters erupted with motion. Crocodiles, their thick scales glistening under the sun, surged away from the shore in a panic. The largest of them barely hesitated before diving deeper into the murky depths, tails thrashing violently. Wei Long stood still, baffled. He had expected a fight, a chance to overpower the reptiles with sheer strength and skill. Instead, they fled at the mere sight of him. "Are you kidding me? Even you guys are running?" he growled, frustration mounting. With a low hiss, he turned away from the river and trudged further inland. "How come they are so fast?" "They are like puppies but with speed." It was too fast for the current injured him. Soon enough, his eyes scanned the golden savanna stretched endlessly, dotted with patches of tall grass swaying in the wind. He sniffed the air, searching for another potential meal. His senses locked onto a distant herd of green-scale buffalo, grazing near the shadow of a lone acacia tree. Their enormous bodies shifted lazily as they chewed on the dry grass. Wei Long smirked. Finally, something that won't run. But he was wrong. As soon as he took a step forward, the entire herd reacted instantly. The moment his scent reached them, the buffalo bolted, their hooves pounding against the earth like rolling thunder. Dust kicked up in massive clouds as they stampeded away, their sheer speed shocking Wei Long into momentary silence. Even the slowest of them moved faster than he expected, disappearing into the distance in mere moments. Wei Long's eyes twitched. "You've got to be joking. Even buffalo? What kind of joke is this?" His frustration turned to dread as a familiar chime rang in his mind. Ding. 0 chances remaining. A system prompt appeared before his eyes, glowing ominously. The host has reached the limit of survival chances. Would the host like to continue refusing healing, or will the host accept death? Wei Long's breathing grew shallow. The pain in his body was unbearable now. His bioengineered abilities had always been a source of power, an overwhelming force that made him stronger, but now, they were the very thing forcing him into submission. He gritted his teeth, staring at the message. His mind screamed at him to resist, to push through the pain and keep going. But he wasn't stupid. His body was at its limit. He could feel the weakness seeping into his bones, the exhaustion clouding his thoughts. If he kept going like this, he really would die. He didn't want that. For some unknown reason, he didn't want that. For the first time, he hesitated. Ding. Final warning. Will the host surrender to the bioengineered instinct and be healed or wait for death? Wei Long exhaled sharply. He had no choice. Not far away, in a dense, green forest who was alive with the rustling of leaves and the occasional screech of distant creatures, suddenly, a strange aura of decay was in the air. The scent of rot mixed with iron was strong, and it wrinkled the nose of the autumn dragon sect disciple as he stood amidst the carcasses of his latest kills. His sword dripped with dark blood, its surface reflecting the dying light of the setting sun. Tch, the disciple clicked his tongue in irritation, kicking away the body of a juvenile beast that barely put up a fight. Another one fouled by the demonic Tao essence. Disgusting. He flicked his sword, shaking off the last of the blood before shifting his stance as another creature lunged at him from the underbrush. This one, like the others, was gaunt, its ribs visible through patches of mangy fur. Its once bright eyes were murky, clouded by corruption. Its movements were erratic, unpredictable, but sluggish, as if its own body betrayed it. The disciple sighed, bringing his sword down in a single, sharp arc. Shling. The beast's head rolled across the dirt before its body slumped lifelessly. He barely had time to exhale before another two of them pounced from opposite directions. With an effortless step, he twisted his wrist, sending his sword through the air in a wide, sweeping motion. He grunted as his blade cleaved through both creatures in a single stroke. The smell of rot thickened. The disciple grimaced, taking a moment to look at the heap of dead beasts before him. I was prepared to fight demonic cultivators, yet here I am, hacking away at mindless beasts all day. This better be worth it. He rubbed his wrist, exhausted but not yet spent. He had only been at this for an hour, yet he had lost count of how many he had slain. The mission given to him was clear: eliminate all beasts tainted by the demonic Tao essence here, but this was nothing more than a glorified extermination. He had trained for years, honed his skills, built his foundations for something greater. Yet here he was, slashing through nothing more than corrupted wildlife. Just as he was about to sheath his sword, a sound thundered through the air. Boom! A deep, resonating force shook the ground beneath his feet. Leaves trembled and scattered from the trees. The wind howled as if crying out in warning. The disciple's body stiffened, his grip tightening around his sword. Another one? He muttered, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. This was not the first time he had encountered beasts afflicted by the demonic Tao essence. The sounds they made, the unnatural screams, the eerie wails, so this was different. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple before straightening up. Sigh. I was hoping for a real fight against demonic cultivators. Instead, I get this. Just another beast. Shaking his head, he turned toward the source of the sound, his steps careful but determined. The forest around him was dense, but his movements were swift, his robes flowing behind him as he maneuvered between the towering trees. The further he went, the stronger the air felt, thicker, heavier, as if pressing against his chest. Then, something strange happened. The sound of snapping twigs and rustling leaves filled the air, and not from his own movement, but from something else. He stilled, his senses sharpening. A shadow moved in the distance. Then another, and another. Then, suddenly, they came. Beasts. Dozens of them. Running straight toward him. He barely had time to react before they charged past him, not even sparing him a glance. Their eyes were wide with terror, their bodies frantic, legs moving with desperate speed. They were not attacking. They were fleeing. The disciple remained frozen for a moment, watching them pass. Strange. He mumbled under his breath, Even beasts afflicted by the demonic Tao essence shouldn't be able to scare these lot. Why are they running? More and more beasts stormed past him, all in the same direction, their panic palpable. A few tripped, crashing into the ground before scrambling back up, desperate to keep moving. A pack of green-scaled buffalo barreled through the foliage, followed by agile shadow panthers that usually hunted them. Yet today, predator and prey ran together, side by side, united in their fear. The disciple's unease grew. He had seen beasts scatter before, but never like this. This was not instinctive flight from a stronger predator. No, this was something else, something deeper, something primal. His fingers instinctively curled around the hilt of his sword. Then, the air around him seemed to shift. His body tensed as a strange pressure settled over the forest. The wind stilled, the rustling leaves ceased, and for the briefest moment, it felt as if the world itself held its breath. Then he heard it. A single, distant sound. Something subtle, yet undeniable. His pulse quickened. The disciple turned his head sharply, his gaze locking onto the distant horizon. His breath caught in his throat as he saw something beyond the veil of trees. His eyes went wide. His fingers trembled on the hilt of his sword. He did not move. He could not move. For the first time in his life, true fear gripped his very heart. Wave of beasts. Not a wave of a normal beast but a wave of beasts affected by demonic Tao essence. Immediately, the disciple turned around and sprinted fast. His chest heaved as he went through the uneven terrain, his robes billowing behind him like tattered banners. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, drowning out the guttural snarls and frenzied screeches of the monstrous horde that pursued him. Each step sent a jolt of pain through his legs, but he dared not slow down. The beasts are twisted, gaunt creatures with matted fur and festering wounds are moved unnaturally, their limbs jerking as if pulled by invisible strings. With a sharp breath, he bit his thumb and performed a rapid hand seal. Demonic repelling incantation. He roared, slamming his palm onto the ground. A golden barrier erupted around him, sizzling against the corrupted air. The frontmost beasts crashed into it with mindless fury, their skin bubbling upon contact, but they did not falter. Instead, they clawed at the shield, their blackened talons leaving searing grooves against its surface. The disciple's lips curled into a grimace. Damn it, why aren't they slowing down? I knew these demonic Tao-infested beasts were troublesome, but this is ridiculous. He reached into his robes and withdrew a jade green pill. Haste pellet. He crushed it between his teeth, and a surge of energy flooded his veins. With a mighty leap, he launched himself onto a boulder, then bounded into the air, his body twisting mid-flight. His transformation was instantaneous as scales rippled over his skin, turning him a deep emerald, his pupils slitting into vertical lines. Translucent, bat-like wings unfurled from his arms, shimmering under the dimming sky. Now in his hybrid form, his speed doubled, and he soared above the charging beasts. "Ha, try catching me now, you ugly bastards," he sneered. Yet, even as he gained distance, the creatures did not relent. They scrambled over each other, a writhing mass of fangs and claws, pushing forward with single-minded determination. His sneer faltered. They're still not stopping? His wings flapped harder as he took another pill, this time rejuvenation elixir, to stave off the exhaustion creeping into his limbs. His fingers trembled around the porcelain bottle. "TCH, I only have 3 of these left. If this goes on any longer, Illa." A roar from behind sent a chill through his spine. He whipped his head around just in time to see a grotesque, horned beast lunge at him, its mouth unhinging wider than should be possible. Cursing, he twisted his body to evade, but the creature's claws grazed his shoulder. Pain seared through him, and he tumbled mid-air, barely managing to steady himself before hitting the ground. Blood dripped from his wound, hissing as it met the corrupted earth. "Damn it! I can't keep this up." He shoved another pill into his mouth, his movements growing more frantic. These things shouldn't be this fast. Why are they here? His thoughts ground to a halt as he noticed something strange. The beasts weren't fixated on him. He risked a glance over his shoulder, expecting to see them lunging at his exposed back. Instead, they barreled past him without a second glance, their manic eyes focused solely ahead. The disciple's breath hitched. "What a broken bar?" He slowed to a jog, then stopped altogether. His chest rose and fell as he turned in disbelief, watching the monstrous tide continue forward, as though he were nothing more than a speck of dust in their path. His fingers trembled. What a broken bar could make creatures like these ignore prey right in front of them? If it can make these beasts affected by Dmdomic Tao essence, just what is it? Something far more terrifying was ahead. The disciple's grip on his sword tightened. What is it? Suddenly, he was about to turn his head and stop, but his instincts told him not to. He swallowed, his throat dry, and took a hesitant step forward, following the path of the horde. Yet somewhere deep in his head, there was something. He felt like he had to know what could instill such terror into beasts that had long lost their minds to the demonic Tao. However, shaking his head, the disciple decided not to. He could see the desperation of the beasts afflicted by demonic Tao essence yet chose to escape. If they are scared, that means that the thing behind was even more terrifying. Suddenly, he froze. Soon, when he was about to finally turn his head, a massive prehistoric jaw swallowed him.